Notice of motion for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43 and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The questions that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day sitting. Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 3, sir. Order number 3, in the name of the Honourable Attorney General, to move the second reading of the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2023.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to once more move the passing of integrity legislation for Barbados. Mr. Speaker, this matter was extensively canvassed during 2020 when we debated the bill in the lower house and then in the upper house. History will recount, sir, that the bill was passed unanimously in the lower chamber, but that in the upper chamber, the bill was not passed. And very shortly after that, Parliament was prorogued, and therefore that bill died with that Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have come today to present once more to this chamber and to the people of Barbados a piece of integrity legislation which, I have to say, is largely, in fact more than largely, I would say, sir, in the vast, vast majority of instances, it replicates the bill that was before the chamber just a few years ago. Let me remind the chamber that after introducing the bill into Parliament, it was sent to select committee. And it was in select committee, Mr. Speaker, for, I believe, around 18 months, certainly at least a year. And the report of that select committee numbered in excess of 700 pages. We received contributions from political parties, including what was, the Democratic Labour Party, sir, though it was not in Parliament, and other political parties. We received contributions from Integrity Barbados, and you'll permit me, sir, to welcome 3 of the representatives of Integrity Barbados who've taken some time out to join us today for what I hope will be a historic occasion. We received contributions from civil society. There was a significant contribution from Sir David Simmons, who headed the Integrity Commission in Turks and Caicos. Sir, we received contributions from a wide cross-section of the Barbadian public, and those representations were taken into account and, where possible, folded into the bill at that time. And so when the select committee completed its work, sir, we had a draft bill, we had a bill which reflected most of what we had tabled in Parliament, but also reflected the opinions of the Barbadian public. I go through that background because I want to say, sir, that what we have today is not much changed Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I believe I'm able to say, Mr. Speaker, without contradiction, that the bill did not find favor with some of the senators because of two things. One issue which was raised fairly stridently by a few members of the then Senate had to do with the treatment of judges. In the bill as it stood then, judges were excluded from its ambit. Several of the senators called for judges to be included, and I believe, sir, that we have reached what is a reasonable compromise position. And that position is, sir, that going forward, and what is provided in this bill, is that future appointed judges will be subject to the provisions of this integrity bill, while existing judges will not be. Now, sir, an individual who is often speaking in public on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party, I think he's the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, not long ago opined that this was some kind of discrimination in relation to the bench. In his view, we should not have it apply to future appointed judges and not to the current set of judges, and that this was some kind of discrimination and it was wholly wrong. I'm amazed, sir, that that individual is a lecturer in law, and I was caused to wonder of his background in constitutional law. One of the fundamental precepts, Mr. Speaker, of the rule of law is the independence of the judiciary. And I'm not interested in schooling that individual. I want the public of Barbados to understand why we have taken the approach that we have. Judges are required to be independent. It is one of the fundamental precepts of the rule of law. Indeed, we have done all that we can to shore up the independence of our judges, including adopting what are called the Latimer House principles in relation to the appointment of judges and taking the appointment of judges out of the gift of the political directorate. Now, Mr. Speaker, in order to shore up the independence of the judiciary, you have to maintain some fundamentals, and one of those fundamentals, sir, is that you cannot change the terms and conditions of a judge to his detriment, because if you are able to do that, then it would mean, sir, that the executive or parliament would be able to exercise coercive force against judges. And that will strike at the very heart of judicial independence. It is no wonder, sir, that Section 84, I believe it is, of the Constitution provides an enshrined provision relating to how you can get rid of judges. And it says that you can only get rid of judges for misconduct. You well know, sir, and we all quarrel about delay in giving decisions and all kinds of things we quarrel about judges for. But what underscores the independence of the judiciary is that we can't tell them nothing. And we can't coerce them into doing what we feel they should do. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in recent High Court decisions in relation to the Trinidad and Tobago Chief Justice, Ms. Justice Ivor Archie, successive courts going as far as the Privy Council made it clear that there's the concept of disciplining a judge does not arise. A person is either a judge or they are not a judge. If you're not happy with how they work, then there's a process to get rid of them. You can't send them on you can't suspend them. You can't send them on leave. Nothing of the sort. I hope you don't think I'm digressing, Mr. Speaker. I'm simply trying to make the point that the concept of judicial independence is so strongly buttressed in our law and in our judicial thinking, in our jurisprudence, that it is completely anathema to even entertain the thought of negatively impacting the terms and conditions of a sitting judge. And there's judicial authority, again in Trinidad, where the court has found that to institute a regime of integrity legislation and to make judges subject to it is, in fact, the changing of a judge's terms and conditions in a negative way. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can argue what we like. We can say what we feel it should be. We could do like the leader of the opposition and say it is wrong and therefore we should do something else. But at the end of the day, sir, we have to stand for something. As inconvenient as some people might find the independence of the judiciary is, it is one of those things that protects the state of Barbados and that allows a citizen to go before a judge knowing that he or she has an equal chance of justice. There are places in the world, sir, where if you go against the country, if you go against the government, do not expect to win. I am on the receiving end, sir, of a large number of decisions which I'm not happy about. Decisions which relate to delay of criminal cases. Decisions where the state now has to pay damages to people who were accused of murder, but for one reason or another, certain things didn't go quite right, and the state has been told you have to pay them damages. I may not like it, sir. But as Attorney General, I stand here having taken a solemn oath to protect the very independence of the judiciary that I may not find convenient. So I want to make it clear, it isn't a case where we like the judges or don't want to do anything to offend the judges. That is absurd. The constitutional position is that we cannot negatively affect the terms and conditions of sitting judges. Mr. Speaker, I am bound by the law, and I am bound as Attorney General to advise Cabinet as best I can of the law as it stands. And I believe that the law clearly sets out that if we seek to impose the provisions of an integrity legislation which requires judges now to comply with certain things, and if they don't comply with these things, then they're subject to a penalty, that would be to change the judges' terms and conditions, because when they were engaged as judges, there was no obligation to file returns, no obligation to report, and things of that sort. So, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, I believe we have reached what is a happy medium. And that happy medium says that future appointed judges will be subject to the integrity legislation, but because of the state of the law, because of the protection for the judiciary, current judges on the bench cannot be made subject to this legislation, sir. It may be inconvenient, but Al Gore referred to global warming as an inconvenient truth. We may not like it. It may be inconvenient, but it is the law as it stands. So, future appointed judges will be subject to the legislation. The individuals who had concerns about that. We have judges now. Yes, I know some of them are young and they'll be on the bench for a while. But I think that we should take comfort in the knowledge that as we have chosen judges, we've tried to choose people of the highest moral integrity, sir. It has served us well from the time we first appointed the High Court judge. And I don't suggest that we shouldn't implement this, but I don't think that we need to lose any sleep at night over misconduct in the nature of dishonesty or corrupt practices from our bench. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that was raised and complained about by the Senate had to do with a provision in the bill which said that we were going to publish certain reports. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was an unfortunate omission, if you could call it that. We omitted to remove that because that provision, I'm quite sure, was addressed during the select committee. But, sir, we produced 700 and plus reports. These things happen from time to time. Regrettably, that provision slipped through. But it is clear that we've always said the privacy of individuals is paramount, and we will not make any of their declarations public. This section, that is throughout the bill. But we unfortunately include a section which went contrary to that precept, and that provision has now been taken out. So I need to mention that in relation to the matter of the judges, having included future appointed judges, we had to make some provision in relation to the DPP and the Auditor General because they too have the same constitutional protection as judges in relation to the changing of their terms and conditions, so that future appointed DPPs and Auditors General will be subject to the legislation, but they'll be protected. The current ones will be protected. There were a number of other provisions that were changed, sir. At the time, the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Agency legislation was not enacted, so that we have had to make provision to accommodate that new entity. We also had to make special provision in relation to the powers of the President, arising out of the situation in relation to judges and these other functionaries. So, sir, what we have today is not all that different to what we brought before the Chamber, before prorogation. But we have, I believe, it is fair to say, addressed the issues that largely concerned the senators on that occasion. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to that debate, one senator had quite a lot to say about the question of blind trust. It doesn't appear as though the opposition to blind trust was referred to in the debate, but it certainly came up afterward. And it has occupied some little public attention. I've previously spoken about it, but I feel it is fair to address it in this forum. The bill provides, sir, that certain individuals may be required to put their property or put some of their property into a blind trust. Not everybody. Mr. Speaker, it is argued that a blind trust is not an appropriate way of separating an individual in public life from his assets. Now, no alternative has been offered other than forcing them to sell off what they've worked hard for over the years. That is contrary to the Barbadian sensibility, sir. But it is a well-known approach across all of the jurisdictions that have integrity legislation that an individual may be called upon by the Commission not to dispose of their assets, but to separate themselves from their assets by putting their assets in a blind trust. A blind trust simply means, Mr. Speaker, that the person who, this takes me back to early trust law, so where we talk about the Setica trusts and things of that sort. But I always throw in words out there that people catch on to. Somebody still asking me about curtilage. Let's keep it simple, sir. The individual in public life who is asked to put their assets in a blind trust is separated from any legal authority in relation to those assets. So they can neither add to those, they can't do anything to cause those assets to grow. They can't give the trustees any direction as to what they should do, what they shouldn't do. In essence, sir, those assets are there, they're managed by a professional trustee, and all you could do is look at them. Now, this is not new. When Paul Martin, who I believe owned Canadian Steamship, it's Canadian Steamship Lines or something like that, a huge company in Canada. When he became Prime Minister, he was required to put his assets in a blind trust. Now, those are assets of a completely different order of magnitude to the individuals that put a life in Barbados. But he put his assets in a blind trust, and that was it. He could not, for the length of time that he was Prime Minister of Canada and subject to the integrity laws, have any relationship with those assets at all. He couldn't tell anybody, but he couldn't tell himself, nothing of the sort, Mr. Speaker. This is a legitimate way of dealing with a situation where a grave conflict of interest can arise. Now, I don't think anybody in this chamber would be subject to that. I'm not aware that any of us are particularly asset rich. Most of us live in the only asset that we own. And it is therefore not intended to cover those kinds of situations, sir. But for those people who have some uncertainty about a blind trust, as if you would put it in a blind trust and still be manipulating what happens to them, that is simply not what is allowed by law. The blind trust means that you have no relationship with those assets other than that you're the beneficiary. You can't direct the trustees, you can't tell them to do anything, you can't even add to it. Now, having covered off those things, sir, that's the bill. That's the bill. Let me say, the landscape that we came into in Barbados, the landscape that we found in Barbados in 2018, I am proud to say, sir, does not present itself in our faces anymore. What we found, the kinds of pernicious practices that Barbados was known for, the kinds of things that were being whispered in hallways and alleyways and in car windows and so on about corruption in Barbados. I'm not suggesting that it has been eradicated, sir, but I'm saying to the public, Barbados is no longer known for those things. That is not the reputation that Barbadians have to face as they travel up and down the Caribbean or up and down the world. It didn't come by chance. I accept that there will always be doubting Thomases and naysayers, but every single person in this cabinet was required within weeks of taking office, even though there was no law requiring it, to file with the Cabinet Office a statement of our assets and our liabilities. Now, you know, sir, there are people who feel that things are only of value when there is a law. There ought to be a law. If there's no law, it can't work, it can't happen. I accept that in the absence of a law, sir, there would have been no coercive powers in relation to the conduct of ourselves as cabinet ministers. But it takes a courageous person to document in writing all of their assets and all of their liabilities and sign certifying that what I have written in this form, in this document, is true, and seal it in an envelope and hand over to a third party. Honest people do those things. And that, sir, has been the hallmark of this administration from the day we took office in 2018. And I'm proud to serve among a group of parliamentarians who took seriously those commitments that we gave to the public of Barbados in the lead up to the 2018 election. We said to Barbadians, we stand for something. We stand for honesty and integrity in public life. Now, Mr. Speaker, those statements that we signed are still in sealed envelopes in the Cabinet Office, and in fact, on coming back into Cabinet, we had to do over another set. I was embarrassed to report that a few of the things that I had in 2018, I didn't have in 2022. So, far from increase, sir, mine went in the other direction, and I suspect that that is the same for many of us in here, but that's the price you pay for government, for public life, sir. But the point is that those documents are there representing a standard against which each of us will be measured. And when this integrity legislation is passed in the Senate, as I am sure it will, we will have documents, we will have to file them, but we will also have the distinct honor, and I hope we all do it, on the occasion of our filing the then statutorily required declarations, that we will have the honor, sir, of giving to the Commission the declarations that we filed in 2018 and 2022 and say, have those as well. It takes honest and courageous people to function in that way. Mr. Speaker, our reputation as a country was mud, but I'm happy to say that on the Global Corruption Index, which measures the state or the level of corruption in countries, Barbados has had a significantly better ranking than in previous years. And studies done in the region in the last 2 years indicated and rated Barbados as being among the least corrupt countries in the region. I can tell you that only this week, another global index, this time a global index on countries who follow the rule of law, it ranked the top 10 countries, and I think Barbados comes at either number 7 or number 8, sir. Number 8? Top 10 countries in the world for following the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, we did not have the pleasure of passing and bringing into law an integrity bill. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, what we did bring into law. We were able to bring into law, sir, we brought into law the Prevention of Corruption Act. That was in 2021, sir, to replace a 1929 piece of legislation that some other people felt was perfectly all right for us. They felt it was adequate for us in the period before 2018, sir. We didn't feel so. Even though we didn't get to bring the Integrity in Public Life Bill, we brought a Prevention of Corruption Act. Mr. Speaker, we brought a companion Whistleblower Protection Act. We brought a Remediation and Deferred Prosecutions Act. We also brought Anti-Corruption, Anti-Terrorism Act. I think that is 4 that I've mentioned, and there are 1 or 2 others that other members may want to mention. So the point I'm making here, sir, is even though we did not get to pass this centerpiece, that did not stop us, Mr. Speaker, from bringing to the people of Barbados other elements of a suite of legislation that were all directed towards improving the the accountability of individuals in public life, sir. Now, the work is not yet finished. There are still other pieces of legislation that we want to look at. We also, I think we've long promised that we would bring a Freedom of Information Act. And that's an important part of the dialogue, because without a Freedom of Information statute, the public does not have access to the data which will allow them to measure what we are saying for its truth. It will not have that. And therefore, as I said, the work is not yet finished. There are still things that we have to do as a government to institutionalize for all time the concept of the accountability of public officers to the people whom they're intended to serve. Mr. Speaker, there's still acts of corruption taking place. We're not going to fool ourselves about that. Some of them are currently being investigated by the police service. I'm able to say to the Chamber that the investigations that were started where I had to bring in individuals from overseas, sir, those investigations are not yet finished. They're still going on. And they will go on, sir, until they're completed. We can't tell investigators what to find, but we can tell investigators, find what you can, and then the law will take care of the rest. We enjoy, Mr. Speaker, I think a better style and a better functioning government than we had before we came to office. It is our obligation, Mr. Speaker, to set such a high standard that whoever comes after us, whether in the Senate, whether in the House of Assembly, whether in Cabinet, whoever comes after us in terms of public servants, whatever it is, chairman of boards, that they will be able to say, I do not need a statute hovering over my head to do what is right. I will do what is right because it is part and parcel of our being. It is, as the Prime Minister says, it should be who we are. There's an African proverb, I don't remember the exact language, but it says you can pass all the laws you like, but you can't make a person live a decent and honest life. We expect, Mr. Speaker, that by institutionalizing these things, we will have the legal network that is required to protect the public from the misuse of its assets, to protect the public from corrupt officials. But what is more important, sir, more important than the laws, is that we set such a standard in the way in which we do things that a person coming behind us will find it virtually impossible to think of going in the other direction. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the bill itself, as I said, the provisions remain largely unchanged. It provides for the declaration of assets by specified persons in public life. It's been a while since we've looked at it, so you will permit me, Mr. Speaker, if I can just remind you of who those people will be. Members of the House of Assembly and the Senate, members of the Cabinet, permanent secretaries, heads of departments within the public service, and holders of public offices in the same grade as that of such heads of department. So in other words, sir, you may not be called a permanent secretary, but if you are an officer of the same grade, and we know who those are, then you will also be subject to it. Chairpersons of the state-owned operations listed in Part 3. And in Part 3, sir, we list, I believe, the number of state-owned operations, state-owned entities at this point in time numbers 56. That number is going to come down because members will be aware that we're doing a rationalization and some of those will come off of the table. But they're all included for the moment. Chief executive officers, general managers, and other executive heads of state-owned enterprises, magistrates, senior officers of the Commission. And then the additional individuals, a person appointed to one of the following posts after the appointed day Judge of the Supreme Court, Director of Public Prosecutions, and Auditor General. Those are the individuals, Mr. Speaker, who will, and I know there's going to be some discomfort, they will be subjecting themselves to a level of scrutiny that they've never had to subject themselves before. And the scrutiny is not just on yourself, it is on your spouse, and it can also be on your children in limited circumstances. This, no doubt, is very different to what we know. We've always understood, Mr. Speaker, that Barbadians are a very private set of individuals. They may talk out the business, but leave it to them to talk it out. Leave it to them to talk it out. So Barbadians have always been very private. And you know, in large measure, that private is respected. When I go to a certain place and I present my card, I got put in the code, the young lady virtually breaks her neck trying to look in the other way, looking at direction, just so that I don't even fathom the notion. I don't know if it's happened to any of you. There are some who look on, but there are some who actually so respect your privacy that they fling the neck in the other direction or walk away just so that you can do your thing in private. We're very private people, and we've learned to respect each other's privacy. And I assure the members of the individuals holding public office and the members of public at large, because some of them may not be holding a public office now, but they might be invited to become a chairman of a board. They may get promoted through the public service and take up one of those high offices. Your data is not going to be made public to anyone. Your data is going to be protected. So you need not fear that an individual is going to be able to find out what you own, what your wife owns. They can't. And I can say, sir, that individuals who will be working for this Integrity Commission, individuals who will be working for the Integrity Commission, will be subject to vetting. They will be subject to vetting. I think that by now members of the Chamber should know that we have embarked on a project which will see individuals occupying sensitive offices having to subject themselves to various forms of truth verification testing so that we will have an idea of your own integrity. Of your own integrity. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps that is something that is worth mentioning in this context. Because while we are talking about individuals in public life being subject to this integrity bill, we also recognize, sir, that corruption does not only happen in high offices. Corruption also shows its head in many of the lower offices that people occupy in Barbados, both in the private sector and in the public sector. And that is why, sir, we've began the discussions with the unions, because we are committed to bringing to Barbados accountability in the way we never had it before. So we are saying to the country, we are saying to all individuals, private sector and public sector, if you are employed in a sensitive area, or if you have to access a physically sensitive area, you are going to have to be subject to truth verification testing or some other kind of vetting once every 2 years. So a porter in a particular establishment will not have to file documents before the Integrity Commission, but because of the sensitive nature of the place that he has to work or that he has to visit in the course of his work, because of the sensitive duties that he or she may be required to undertake, we are going to be implementing a system of vetting so that even at those lower levels, we are going to be in a position to weed out corruption. Mr. Speaker, we have covered this ground before. We had a full debate in the lower house. I've had the benefit, Mr. Speaker, of looking over those debates. We've had a full debate in the Senate. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, that I need to take up a large amount of the chamber's time this morning going over and over and over is ground that we have covered before. But I can say, sir, that while others might have said, the bill died, so we're done with that, this administration is made of sterner stuff. We made a commitment to the people of Barbados. We had said that we were going to pass it within 100 days. We couldn't. We didn't do it then. But we brought it. We subjected it to the most intense of public scrutiny. We went through it, even though we omitted to remove a section that we should have. We went through it with a fine-tooth comb in the full glare of the public, because all of our hearings were broadcast. So even though people weren't there, they knew what we were talking about. They could hear and see what we were saying. We went through all of that, sir. And so we come back to the country today to say, here it is again. There were some things that individuals didn't find favor with, and we've been humble enough to change those things where we were able to change them. This bill, sir, will be an important bulwark for the Barbadian society going forward. It is not just about the members of this House or the upper house embracing it. It is about all of Barbados embracing it. Mr. Speaker, I expect that we will have an independent commission. And I can tell you, sir, that the provisions in relation to the appointment of the commission are intended to make sure that it is independent. And let me remind the chamber, the commission shall consist of a chairman who shall be a person who has held the office of a judge of a court, having unlimited jurisdiction in civil and criminal matters in some part of the Commonwealth. So it doesn't have to be a Bajan judge, be judge from anywhere. And that person will be appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. Now let me make this clear. In our constitutional arrangements in relation to the appointment of individuals to office, there are two terms that we use, Mr. Speaker. One is on the advice of, and the other is after consultation with. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, there are only two individuals who are to be appointed on the advice of. One is to be appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, and the other is to be appointed on the advice of Leader of the Opposition. Now, what does that mean? It means that the President has absolutely no discretion when she is required to act on the advice of. So in relation to the Prime Minister, the person appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister means that the Prime Minister gets her pick, has her way. The person appointed by the President on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, it means that the Leader of the Opposition, when we have one, gets his or her way. So those are two unassailable picks. So when people want to talk about, oh, this commission is not going to be independent, of course it will be, because the Prime Minister has a pick in her discretion, and the Leader of the Opposition has the leader. I'm getting tight tongue. I'm biting my words, sir. Let me slow down a little bit. And the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Opposition, sir, also gets his or her pick. They may be political, that's a matter for them. Their choice is unassailable, but it is balanced. The opposition gets one, the government gets one. In relation to the others, no such rule, sir. It says appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. In other parts of our Constitution, you will see the President will appoint a person on the advice of the Prime Minister after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. And again, another construct altogether. What this says is that the President will consult with the Leader of the Opposition and will consult with the Prime Minister and will make her appointment after that consultative process. So she's entitled, sir, to disagree with them completely. That is her right. The President will also appoint an attorney at law with at least 10 years standing, whose name appears on the roll of attorneys at law, appointed by the President after consultation with the Council of the Bar Association. So she consults with them, and she will make her appointment. The same thing in relation to the person representing the accountants in Barbados. The President will consult with anybody which, in her opinion, represents chartered or certified accountants in Barbados. She'll consult, but then she makes her decision. And then finally, there's a person from the clergy, again appointed by the President after consulting with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. So this commission, by its constitution, will only have, and if you want to say that the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister will make political appointees, there will only ever be two. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can speak about our Prime Minister because I've seen throughout the last 5 years that we've been in government, where our Prime Minister has made appointments that are so apolitical, it's not funny. In fact, sometimes it is so apolitical that she appoints people from the other side. Because what we're looking for are people with the necessary, who can do the job. That's all it is. And those people will come, some will wear the red and yellow of the Barbados Labour Party, others will wear the green of some other party or the blue and yellow of another party. But what we're looking for, sir, are people who wear the flag of Barbados. So I can speak about what we know. I can't speak about what other people will do. Can't speak about what other people will do. So the members of the commission, sir, are drawn from a wide cross-section, a judge, and I think it is clear why that person, you would want them to be a judge. You would want them to have the legal acumen, you would want them to have the judicial temperament, you also want them to have, one of the things about our judges, somebody always said the problem with being a judge is that you can't go and hang out in a rum shop in Carolina Village. No. But I think the point is when we talk about a judicial temperament, we understand what we mean. And there's a reason why the chairman of this commission would be a person of a judicial temperament, because you want somebody who conducts himself in such a way that they are above reproach, given the sensitivity of this job, given the fact that they have to act in a way that does not give life to any bias. The attorney, I think, is an obvious selection. The accountant, now, the accounting profession has for so long been one of the strongest advocates for integrity legislation that it goes without saying that they should have a place at this particular table. The clergy will have an important role to play as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to hold up this chamber much longer. I think we all have the benefit of sitting in a place where we see how decisions are made. And we have that awesome responsibility that is put on our shoulders, that trust that we are not going to betray. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we, by our conduct, have demonstrated that there is a better way of running a country than we've seen before. But I accept that, they say that a person passes laws when he's drunk to regulate his behavior when he's sober. A person passes laws when he's drunk to regulate his behavior when he's sober. We're not drunk, sir. But, but the members in Thomas hasn't heard it. But the point is, what we're saying is that you pass laws to regulate your behavior in the ordinary course of things. So we are in this position now. And we are passing laws to regulate not just our own behavior, but our behavior and the behavior of others in time to come. We are one of the few countries in the world that don't have integrity legislation. And you may say, sir, that we've done fairly well without it, but recent times have shown why it is so necessary. We don't have to talk, Mr. Speaker, about the BMWs, that the BMW X5s that used to be parked in Parliament Yard, driven by government ministers. We don't have to talk about those things, but that was what we saw every day. And I believe, sir, that those are the things that so galvanized us, that we knew that we simply could not look at taking Barbados into the future unless we prepared a country and prepared its leaders for the responsibility that they were required to discharge. We came to public life as individuals, and we will go back out as individuals. But what we will carry out with us that we didn't have necessarily when we came in, I hope will be a reputation of diligence, honesty, and the proper discharge of the responsibilities that are placed upon us as members of Parliament. We didn't have that coming in, but we can take it up with us. I don't need an integrity bill, sir, to be an honest human being. I was raised that way by Keith and Lorraine Marshall. None of us need it. But there will come a time, sir. Again, there will come a time when, and we hope it doesn't happen often, we hope it doesn't happen anytime soon, but there will come a time when we are going to need to rely on a piece of integrity legislation to keep people honest. If for no other reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that this bill be read a second time with the full support of the lower house. I can't speak for the Senate, but I believe it will get their full support too. But more importantly, sir, I want it to pass with the full support of all of Barbados. We may not need it today, but we want to be sure that if we ever need it, it is here in the arsenal to protect Barbados. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to commend the learned Attorney General for his very erudite and appropriate presentation just now. Sir, the matter which is before us, I feel constrains and compels me to speak as the person charged with responsibility for the foreign policy of this country, to speak early in this debate because an unequivocal message has to be sent, not only within the shores of Barbados, but across the waters to all those climes and lands with whom we do business and with whom we interact, sir, that this Parliament and this government will be intolerant, sir, of the scourge of corruption, and that we are unequivocal, Mr. Speaker, sir, about the obvious potential damage both to the image of the country that can be caused by corruption, and also, sir, to the confidence of investors and the investor community as a whole as a result of a lack of integrity in the public affairs and the public life of Barbados. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel that it is equally important to be unequivocal about the fact that this matter obviously has bedeviled the people of this country for some time. But we must be candid when we say that we are now taking our place at the table of the global community with part of an arsenal, a toolkit of policy that enables us not only to promote Barbados as a jurisdiction, but to stand as equals in that international community. The issue of corruption, sir, has by no stretch of the imagination been limited only to small islands in some neck of the woods, either in the Caribbean or the Pacific or third world countries, so-called, Mr. Speaker, sir. In fact, in the United Kingdom, there was recently an election narrowly won by the Conservative Party, I think yesterday or the day before, to replace the former Prime Minister. He too was accused of being involved in matters in which the United Kingdom's Conservative Party had a donor who was requested to finance repairs and alterations at number 10 Downing Street, and in which £200,000 was undisclosed. Charges of corruption in the United Kingdom. In Panama, a couple of days ago, Mr. Speaker, sir, former President Martinelli was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Matters relating to money laundering while he occupied the high office of President of Panama. On a nightly basis, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are treated to the discourse in the United States of America with respect to the circumstances impacting upon the campaign of a former president of the United States, and indeed the son of the current president of the United States. This is a scourge that has touched all corners of the earth, and Barbados' voice has to be among those, sir, which unequivocally says that it will not be encouraged and it will not be tolerated. I begin there, sir, because I want to go a little bit further and say that there's obviously also a devastating impact on the revenue of any country in these circumstances. If there's not integrity in public life, if there's corruption in the government, Mr. Speaker, sir, there will be an impact on the revenue of the country. It will be an impact on the available funds for national development programs, national development projects, Mr. Speaker, and the actual statistical data suggests that last year we may have seen around the world somewhere in the vicinity of between $2.5 trillion to $2.75 trillion, $2.75 trillion United States dollars lost to various government revenues as a result of that matter, which now engages our attention. So it is clearly a serious thing. We equally, sir, have to be very candid about the way in which this country must now go forward. Because it is so serious, I want to submit, sir, because it is so fundamental to the national development of this country, it must cease to be a matter of partisan political discord. It must be a matter about which we can now reach across the aisle. Yes, there is no opposition in Parliament. That is the will of the people. But there is an opposition element in the country. And it is to be hoped, sir, that at some stage we will become a sufficiently mature population and community of persons that we can reach across and recognize that irrespective of the political color and complexion of opinion, sir, there are some fundamentals that should bind us together and hold us as a country, some principled positions that must be there. This is among them, Mr. Speaker, sir. What we have seen, unfortunately, is a tendency towards what I call motivated reasoning, a form of reasoning, sir, which is driven by a motive, a predetermined and pre-existing outcome in the mind of he who is advancing the reasoning. so that, Mr. Speaker, sir, you have a discussion on a matter such as this, and it is not about advancing truth. It is not necessarily, sir, about advancing knowledge or deepening the pool of knowledge, but it is a form of reasoning which is used to justify and support a pre-existing and predetermined outcome and a predetermined bias. Now, sir, if we look at what we have seen in Barbados, this particular piece of legislation has taken us through an extensively canvassing of the country with this bill. The learned Attorney General just spoke to that. We, as a government, sir, secured passage once before in this lower chamber. It then went to the Senate of Barbados, where it failed and fell. It did not fail and fall, sir, because of the government. It failed, Mr. Speaker, sir, because there are those who are independent and there are those who are opposition who outnumber the government. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the government can do nothing if there is not enough votes for a bill to pass. And with the greatest wishes in the world, that cannot be a failure that should fall at the feet of the government of Barbados. But it did. That is the startling irony of the circumstances. That despite carrying it to select committee, in spite, Mr. Speaker, sir, taking it to the Parliament where it got unanimous votes on unanimous support in the lower chamber, despite going the next stage of the way, Mr. Speaker, sir, you find yourself in circumstances where there is not the necessary support across the board, the business before the Senate fails, and the government takes the blame. Oh, sir, that is the predetermined bias that we have to overcome as a country. The other thing that we have to overcome as a country is that which the Attorney General spoke about as he closed. The fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there's this pretense that we walk around with, that corruption here in this country, or for that matter anywhere in the world, is a scourge that only impacts those people who are in public life. Errol Walton Barrow, the right excellent national hero, stood on the floor of this parliament, sir, and reminded people that he that giveth is as guilty as he who receiveth. Somebody has to offer the bribe. It's not just a question of who was bribed and who took the bribe. It begins, sir, with he who offers the bribe. And we have seen in Barbados, sir, a pattern where we have this discourse and we place a noose, figuratively speaking, around the neck of public officials, holding us up to scrutiny. I have no difficulty with being held up to scrutiny. But where I have difficulty, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to say that because you climb those stairs or you offer yourself in service of the public to climb those stairs, to come to this place, that there is a predetermined likelihood and a disposition that your mother didn't raise you right, that you are inclined to come here with a view to thief, steal. But that those people who sit in the corridors of the boards of directors of enterprises across this country are pure as the driven snow, entirely without fault in this matter and without blame. And we know in our heart of hearts, sir, that it is not so. So let us begin at the outset by understanding that this must now be a conversation, because it doesn't just end with this. This is a tool, but there must now be a national conversation about the way forward, about the Barbados that we want to build with this potential safeguard that we have in our hip pocket now, hopefully when it passes and becomes law. But what is the Barbados we want to build? And it must be a Barbados, sir, where, first of all, we are true about ourselves. Let us not forget the history. And the Honourable Attorney General perhaps was too modest to say it because he would have piloted all of these things. But, sir, it needs to be written into the records of the House in this debate. You know, sir, this government has much about which it does not boast, but much about which the country should feel a sense of pride. In 2018, when we were elected, Mr. Speaker, sir, there was no proceeds and instrumentalities of crime legislation in Barbados. In 2019, however, it came to pass in this House. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it strikes at the assets which are in the possession of criminal elements in the country, in circumstances where the proceeds of crime either have been or are intended to be used to perpetuate further crime. And Mr. Speaker, sir, well, I shouldn't say we didn't have it. What we had was a halfway house that was limited to drugs-related matters and to terrorist-related activity. It went no further. What this government has done, sir, is to embrace the reality that this part of the world is afflicted by problems that go far beyond terrorism, go far beyond just drugs, and that there are in Barbados, sir, issues relating to racketeering, issues relating to money laundering, Mr. Speaker, sir, and indeed corrupt practices. And the new legislation brought by the Attorney General captures all of that, bringing us into the 21st century. Kicking and screaming, but we got there. We then went further, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that new legislation and ensured that the power of the Crown, well, I say the Crown, the state, is such that you can now go back as far as 2 decades, 20 years, in order to fasten and hold on to ill-gotten gains, proceeds of crime. 19 years ago, a man may have obtained assets as a result of crime. You can now go back as far as 20 years in order to secure those assets and take them in the interest of justice and in the interest of the state as part of the fight against corrupt practices. When the tongues start to wag in condemnation of this government, sir, they are not heard to speak to these things. Let us have an honest national discussion. That's all it asks. Not that anybody in here should be shielded from the light of scrutiny, but let us have a candid discussion about the miles that have been traveled by this government, taking the interests of the country on our back since 2018 when we were elected. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we're going to have the discussion, let us talk about the whistleblower legislation. Again, a piece of work brought here by the Attorney General of Barbados in 2021. We were in the depths of COVID, but it didn't stop him from working. It didn't stop the cabinet from working, Mr. Speaker, sir. Aim of it was to deter and combat corruption and improper conduct, and to encourage and facilitate disclosures of improper conduct and corruption. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what is it that the whistleblower legislation can take? What is the point it can take us to? We all see this in a very simple way. Somebody in a business place sees somebody do something wrong. Somebody in the civil service sees somebody do something wrong. You see the evidence of it, Mr. Speaker, sir, and you go and literally blow the whistle. You're informed against that person. And you're protected. But, sir, you know, we come into a point now, and I want to use this place to commend a member of the other place, Senator Nichols, to be precise, sir, if you give me permission to call his name. Because in the debate in the Senate, he made a very relevant and useful point that this country needs to wake up and embrace. That all around Barbados, we drive about, walk about, and we see it with our naked eyes, and we choose to say nothing and ask nothing. We see people who are employed in a clerical capacity or in the private sector, maybe a cashier, some person, sir, who is not very well paid. But they have, in the backyard or in an empty lot next to them, 40 cars for sale. Where do the cars come from? How are they acquired? He asked of the Senate. We see these people, sir, belong to next to the house, a lovely shop, and you feel proud that a man is moving his way up. And then he fills out the shop, it's not really only a shop, become a hardware store. And you ask yourself, how you get there so fast? And there comes a point when the same whistleblower legislation that the Attorney General brought to this Parliament, sir, must then be the working tool that enables people in the community who have an idea and a better understanding than just the passerby who is curiously interested, but who sees when, for example, the drug man may pull up at 1 o'clock in the morning, who sees when the man who running the ammunition pulls up at 2:30 in the morning in the dead of night under the cover of darkness, Mr. Speaker, sir. Who sees, Mr. Speaker, sir, the activities of a nefarious type that may take place that serve to supplement that which you are seeing in daylight and make it possible that that particular member of the community is then able to trigger the necessary steps in the greater interest of the public of Barbados, so that your community, sir, so that the community of the honourable members in here and the constituents that we represent, sir, whether they are from working class Barbados or upper middle class Barbados or the highest echelon of our society, are all protected. That's what it is about. And that is what it has been about in every other part of the world where you've had the whistleblower legislation. But when the tones of motivated reasoning, that predetermined bias, start to wag, they never speak about this type of legislative intervention brought to the Parliament for the first time by this government in the interest of the greater good of the people of Barbados, sir. They remain silent on those matters. It can't work so. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was in this house when the other people came here. If you can talk about integrity in public life, there can be no greater assault on the concept of integrity, sir, in public life than to take the Public Accounts Committee of Barbados and not just don't show up, and try to destroy it, try to take it off of the laws of Barbados, try to remove it as an instrument that can be used by the opposition in order to investigate the actions of the government. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, lest you forget, that happened in this Parliament during the life of the last administration. It was on the order paper of the Parliament of Barbados that we would repeal the Public Accounts Committee. That's a fact. It is as true as John 3:16. And when the tongues that start to wag about integrity in Barbados start to condemn an Attorney General because he's not going fast enough, blame the Attorney General because the Senate would not support a bill that he brought to Parliament, but he can't go in the Senate and vote for it, that the government is not being true to its commitments on the public platform in May, they're never heard to reflect, Mr. Speaker. I have heard the call-in programs. I listen to them. I may not call in, but I listen. I hear the moderators parading themselves as neutral, concerned citizens. I ain't calling anybody name. Neutral, concerned, well-intentioned citizens guarding against maladministration. But they never refer to the fact that the last administration put on the order paper of Parliament the clear intent that they would repeal the Public Accounts Committee of Barbados. How do we have a national discussion with that type of motivated reasoning, that type of predetermined bias? Because it is only of a partisan nature. It is only driven by an ideal that you must pull down a government. You must besmirch the good character and the intention of all of us here on this front bench. It can't be that. That is not who we are as a country. And that is not who we should be as a country. And all I ask, don't shield any of us from scrutiny, but all I ask is that those voices out there who say they're going to speak in good conscience, that they speak truth speak truth, and don't have convenient memories and convenient positions. That's why I spoke the way I did yesterday, sir, about Erskine Sandiford. And you would recall, I talked about the principal positions that he took. Let's all do that. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Prevention of Corruption Act was done in 2021 as well to prohibit public officials from holding public office for a period of 10 years if they were found guilty of corruption. And one wonders why, at that time, some of the same people did not, as I did as minister, because I ain't condemning nothing that the cabinet do. I can support it, and I did. But I also am on record in this country, sir, as the minister responsible for commerce at the time, of speaking to a confraternity of business people in Barbados, reminding them that in England, that legislation goes a little further. And it doesn't only just say that a corrupt official, 10 years, you will not be able to participate in holding public office. It makes the point that there has to be a business person, a board of directors, a manager of a company who equally was on par in the corrupt enterprise because the money had to come from somewhere. He that bribeth and giveth is as guilty as he who receiveth. And in England, that private enterprise is barred for the same period of 10 years from receiving contracts which are publicly funded. So don't say to me that it is a good thing that you lock up a politician, but you have not chosen to do anything about the corrupt private enterprise person who next week can turn to another politician and find a way to try to bribe him because he wants to get filthy lucre in the form of a public contract. Where are we, Mr. Speaker, sir? Where are we if we are not prepared to have this type of discourse in Barbados? Where are we, sir, if we are going to be selective and to be cherry-picking about this issue of corruption? Either it is wrong or it is not wrong. Either we are sending a signal unequivocally to the international community or we are not sending a signal to the international community. Either we are going to stand for something or we're going to fall for everything, Mr. Speaker. But it cannot be a convenient halfway house, which, if you interrogate it closely, more than likely finds its way back to some of the age-old divisive principles that have haunted and humbugged this country. Those principles being that poor black boys that get a little vote, don't mind them, they ain't really nobody, they ain't got no credibility, they ain't much to them, there's not name integrity in them, their mother and father did not raise them right. So we should lock them up and we should punish them. No problem, punish them. But why do we not also address those fellas who are rolling in the door? Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if I remember correctly, I heard somewhere that there was an insurance company in Barbados that saw $3.33 million leave its accounts, find its way into the law offices of a former prime minister. And I believe I heard somewhere, Mr. Speaker, sir, that fingers were pointed, as properly they should, at the former prime minister. And Mr. Speaker, sir, what I wonder about is the directorship of that insurance company. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, sir, about another insurance company. Not the same one, another one, where a former member of the last administration was able to receive money, and he ended up doing some time in the United States of America, I'm told. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am not sure that I've heard anything about the insurance company and the people in the insurance company and their role in the process. I'm not sure I'm hearing any fingers, seeing any fingers pointing in that direction. I am not sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we can have a society that is forever going to be divided along these artificial lines. Because the little boys and girls who live in Hoyts Village and in Redmond Village and in Seaview and in Fitz Village and in Prospect in the constituency of this honourable member, sir, those little children today who are home on vacation and granny got the airwaves on and they're home and they might be listening, will wonder how come there is one treatment for the Medes and another treatment for the Persians. And that's the Barbados, sir, that we have to treat to at its core. Now, Mr. Speaker, I feel that a wider lens has to be used so that we prohibit a corrupt board of directors from running a corrupt enterprise and being able to fuel their thirst and satiate a lust for ill-gotten gains simply by playing musical chairs. If a politician falls along the way, so be it. Filthy lucre, he out, lay along about his business. I am going to continue my business of racketeering. I don't want to live in that Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. I use this debate as an opportunity to say that. I also want to say, sir, that there's another side to this too. That if we're going to talk about an honest national conversation, then let us reflect a little bit on the totality of the country. Because leadership matters. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, sir, matters. And I read somewhere in a paper published in 2023, in February, I think the date was the 8th of February, that a gentleman carrying a political title in this country argues that the exclusion of sitting judges from this legislation, and I'm quoting what they say to me, is a form of segregating the legal profession. And he allegedly is calling on the Bar Association to state its views on current judges being excluded, but future judges being required to declare assets. I heard the Honourable Attorney General speak to the matter. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that beyond that legal and accurately legal depiction of the problem, there's another problem. If a man is going to say to me, sir, that the judges that are holding office today should have the terms and conditions of their office and their employment altered at the whim, to their detriment, at the determined option of a member of the cabinet or the cabinet as a whole, that the political class should be able to reach into the judiciary, howsoever well-intentioned we may be, sir. If I'm going to hear that the new look Democratic Labour Party is saying to this country that the political class should be able to reach into the judiciary and change the terms and conditions of their employment to their detriment, because that's what the politician wants to do, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am saying that tampering with the terms and conditions of sitting judges to satisfy a political whim is one of the most dangerous frontal assaults. One of the most dangerous frontal assaults on the Constitution of Barbados and the safeguards to ensure the independence of the judiciary. Sir, beyond that, it obviously in my mind is a matter of doubtful intellectual integrity and pedigree. But that's a different matter. The worrisome matter, sir, is that what we are hearing from a leader of the opposition party is that you mutate the Constitution. You propose a mutation of the fundamentals of the Constitution in order to secure a political objective. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am talking to you. You have worn the robes before the High Courts of Barbados. It's one of the most dangerous things to ever fall from the lips of a politician in Barbados. And yet, I have not heard a single voice raised. Not a whimper of concern If a man tells you that he's a terrorist, believe him. If a man tells you, Skipper, I really am a thief, believe him. And if a man going to tell you that the Constitution of Barbados can be literally torn up and thrown one side by a politician because the politician wants to secure a predetermined outcome, Mr. Speaker, sir, believe him. But I shouldn't have to come to this place to say that which you know, and which all others practicing law in Barbados know, and which all others of good conscience in this country know and feel instinctively, because every businessman in Barbados, sir, wants to live in a country secured by the rule of law. Every businessman in Barbados wants to go before a judge that is not controlled or controllable by the political class. Every blessed one. B-L-E-S-S-E-D. That's what I said. Blessed. And yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, not a voice, not a man. Not a man stood up to say, but hold on, Skipper, what are you proposing? Because it was convenient to hear him trying to find a form of intellectual gymnastics to humbug the Attorney General, to besmirch the efforts of the government, to besmirch the efforts of the Attorney General himself, in what is obviously a difficult situation. But, sir, as the Attorney General just said, this is perhaps the happiest form of compromise we can find, that you will have the integrity legislation requirements apply to new occupants of the office. Those who are already in cannot have their terms and conditions changed to their detriment while they're sitting in the office. And the courts have ruled that that is the way in which it should work. And I don't believe for a moment that the university professor of law does not know the law. I don't believe that for a moment. For if I believe that, then I would have a duty to say on this floor, sir, that he should be charged for being paid for taking money by false pretenses. So I cannot allow myself to believe that. What I believe is that he is either driven by a level of philosophical irresponsibility, or alternatively, that the pressures of life in George Street have become so harsh that he will now say anything. He will say anything in order to hang on to the office that, how much of them? At least five have publicly declared their intention to remove him from. But the confusion in George Street should never be the motivation of this country. It cannot be the preoccupation of this country. And it is a very dangerous thing to signal to the people of Barbados that you can mutate the Constitution and have a frontal assault, sir, on the fundamental rights provisions just because you are in government and holding office in the executive. Well, if Erskine Sandiford had done that, if Owen Arthur had done that, if David Thompson had done that, and heaven forbid, sir, if Mia Motley did that, all hell would break loose in this country. And not a man or a woman stood up to call him out on it. And it tells me that we are in a very bad state of affairs in Barbados. And I get it that some people are uncomfortable about the fact that the government, not once but twice, was blessed by the country of Barbados and given all 30 of the seats. But equally, as citizens of this community, we all have a duty to protect the community we live in. And the community we live in was threatened in an unprecedented way by that vile proposition that fell from the lips, the misguided lips of that gentleman in George Street.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
And I don't intend to use all 2 of those minutes, sir. I'm going to say to you, 30, how much you said, 30?
You said 30?
I thought you said 30.
You are hearing, something is wrong with your hearing impaired, sir.
I don't intend to use the 2 minutes, sir. I want to say to you that I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this matter hopefully will get the unanimous support of this House, and then we go forward, Mr. Speaker, once again to the Senate. I adopt the language in closing of the Attorney General as though it were my own. Sir, Barbados needs this, if for no other reason than that it allows us to have the necessary safeguard that the country must have in order to ensure that as we crusade towards the building of a brighter, a more fair economy, a better economy, and secure the prosperity of the people, that we do so in an even-handed manner where there's fairness across the board for all. And in building that Barbados, sir, let us build it with fairness and without the bias that has haunted this discussion about integrity in public life for such a long time. I am obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I do not believe that there has been a piece of legislation that has come to this honourable chamber that I have had such strong feelings about as I do have for this integrity in public life bill. And that is quite the statement to make, because I am pleased to have been a part of a cabinet and to be a part of a government that has done transformational work and has, on many occasions, really put itself in a secondary position, has really sought not to serve its own interests, but to serve the interests of the country and to act mindful of the worst compulsions of humankind, mindful of the notion that the people who come after us may not be so minded as we are and may not share the collective principles as the Labour Party that we share, and that we must govern for such a time that may come. And I've seen that. And we've discussed that. We've talked about what is the ideological basis on which we want to go forward. We didn't start that conversation in 2018. That has been a conversation that has occupied the discourse of a Barbados Labour Party that sat in opposition and watched with horror at acts that were taking place. And before 2016, sir, I was not a part of that particular conversation as part of the Labour Party because I was sitting in another place. I was, as a professional, as an economist, sitting in a regional financial institution, also looking on in horror. And I want us to understand, I say all the time, that we as people in political service, people feel that politicians born big, that we drop from the sky as politicians. But we have backgrounds and we have had experiences. And we come from all kinds of places where there was a time where we felt, and I felt, a sense of shame. I sat in an institution, financial institution, that had 19 regional borrowing members. And I happened to come from a country where that financial institution was located and which was performing among the worst. And I'm not just talking about the macroeconomic indicators. I'm talking about the overall sense of apathy, the overall unwillingness simply to do the right thing and treat people the right way. That became the Barbados character of governance. That was in 2014 and 2015 and 2016 before I came to political service. And so I say that because I want us to understand that the things that motivate each member in here to bring this legislation and to support this legislation is not political. It is about the sense of pride that we want to feel in our own country, and in my case, as really a regular Barbadian, who was at the time trying my best to represent my country, but the people that I'm trying to represent, the government that at the time I was trying to work for, was not working for the people of the country. And so I say that because many of the people who are commenting on this question of integrity in public life are people, I believe, who come from the same place, who come simply from a place of wanting to be able to not feel shame about the way that Barbados as a country conducts its affairs. But sir, in that regard, I have to say one thing, and it is about the notion of this group called a political class. You know, political class is not a term that I care for. I actually don't like the term at all. Because while I understand its provenance and while I understand what people are trying to say when they say it, it really, to my mind, in my understanding, found its birth in a time when politics and class were closely linked. And more specifically, political service, political life, was more closely linked to a certain class. And those who came to political life came with certain financial wherewithal. And they had forged their careers in areas that allowed them to earn in the top 1%. Or they had a certain level of generational wealth, or both. And so one of the reasons I issue the term political class is that it almost suggests that you are born into a political class, because class is really a social construct. And I would say that really there's no such thing. Because today, there are those of us who grew up working class, and actually whose families, whose parents, whose siblings, whose aunts and uncles, if we study it carefully, in large part remain working class. And it is now our responsibility to pay it backward generationally. I think this is something that sometimes we don't understand. And so I want to make it clear that we have come, regrettably, to see political class as meaning a certain class. And that has given us a certain distance. And when I say us, I mean socially, the society. It's given us a certain distance to say, well, those people have things. Those people have means. But if we really want to transform this country, we have to make it so that there is no such thing. That, yes, there are people who come to political service as a job, as a vocation, but that it is not people that are necessarily associated with a certain class and a certain type of behavior that goes with those means and that generational wealth that they have inherited. And there was a time when people looking on at political life and service in Barbados did not think it was for them, because there was a certain type of person who did it and only them could get through, for all kinds of reasons, including the fact that they had the wherewithal to advance their own interests in their constituency. I am happy that we have come to a time where people like me can serve in this place. But it has to have certain implications, and it has to mean something. Because I feel that we are called to create a certain egalitarianism in the political system that will allow people like me to be here. Otherwise, only the sons and daughters of wealthy lawyers and landowners could be here, not the daughter of a seamstress and an electrician like my parents were. And I always say that the only pedigree to which I could possibly lay claim is the good name and the honest habits that my parents gave me. I take that very, very seriously, sir. I came from no high-up, fancy place or lineage, not in the ways that matter to many people. That's not where I came from. And sir, I can tell you a story of, I used to walk home from Belmont School. And one day I was walking, we used to walk through the train line. There are members in here that know the train line well.
That is correct.
We used to walk through, I used to walk, sometimes if it rained, I used to have to go around the road, my mother would call it, go through Titchburn. Because somehow, even though it rained, you're not supposed to get your shoes dirty, right? Know the train line well. And one time I was walking home from school, and I saw this shiny little thing. It almost looked like it could be a shiny rock. But it looked like something that maybe had fallen out of somebody's doll house or something like that. It was old, the rain had messed it up, the sun had beaten it up. And I picked it up. And I put it in my pocket, and I went home with it. Because I was building something, sir. I was making and my nerd, the nerd in me is really going to be revealed now, because I was actually building a spaceship with bits of things. You know, like how a bird builds a nest. There's little twigs I find. I was building something. And I took home this little shiny thing, and I put it on the table for later. And my mother said, but where is this? Where you got this from? I found the thing on the road, sir. Old and distressed. And I said, well, nobody will want this. I put it in my pocket, and I bring it home. My mother said, where you get that from? Carry it back. Carry it back to the train line. I said, but mommy, I don't know how to carry it back. It don't belong to anybody. She said, it don't belong to anybody. It ain't follow the tree. She said, if that were yours and you had lost it, and you were upset that you had lost it, you would want to be able to go back and find it. And somewhere, there is somebody who has lost that. It does not belong to you. I don't care if it is worth 5 cents or $5. Carry it back. I am the daughter of a seamstress and an electrician. I came to this place only with the values that I got from those good people. So really all that matters to me is my capacity to keep that good name. And some people see this legislation only as a way to uncover wrongdoing, and it is that. And all of the entire suite of legislation that the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, the Attorney General, mentioned, and the Honourable Member who spoke after him, that entire suite of legislation works together to help uncover wrongdoing and to send signals to people that wrongdoing will not be tolerated. But I see it as so much more, because I actually see it as a way that we can prove that we can govern ourselves honestly. I see it as a way that I can prove that the sons and daughters of farmers and seamstresses and electricians, even when called to political service, as simple, humble people, can and will remain honest. And I think we've spent a lot of time recently saying, this is who we are, but more and more with every day that passes, I feel as if we have to ask the question, whom do we want to be? Whom do we want to be? Who do we want to become? Sir, I've worked on projects in countries where the majority of people who live there, populations far larger than ours, and the majority of people who live there look like me. And in some of those countries, sir, there is no trust at all. The history and the heritage of that people, of some of those nations, in their post-independence period, has been marked by high levels of corruption. And I think all the time, but this cannot be the legacy of my people. This cannot be the legacy of the African nation there and all over the world. So for me, this legislation is not just about bowling and batting political balls and trying to frustrate real transformation with questions about where a comma should go and where a full stop should go. I take it far more seriously than that. And I think that we've become so used to this lazy trope of corruption in politics that as a people, we repeat it, we reinforce it, we laugh about it, we assume it to exist, even where it does not. And sometimes we don't even recognize it in its most pervasive forms when it is right in front of us. And sometimes, sir, I feel that we've adopted this cynicism for a reason. And the sociologists among us would probably have more insight than I can on these matters. But I feel that we start to adopt this kind of cynicism because if we can ascribe that behavior to that political class over there, then we don't have to interrogate it in ourselves. We don't have to identify it in ourselves. We don't have to look at ourselves and think, but what am I doing that contributes to this? You know, there's this thing called uncomfortable laughter, and we have it in spades in the Caribbean. Whenever we are confronted with something uncomfortable about how we actually live and who we are, we laugh. And we laugh off this notion of corruption, and we assume it to exist. In some ways, I feel that we almost want it to exist so that we can say, well, that's how those people get on. But as others have said before me, this is a collective matter. And it is not to deflect. It is not at all to deflect responsibility. At all, because if we were looking to deflect, we would not have brought this bill back here and given it a second going around to say, oh, you thought it was going to be that easy to get away from it? It has to be part of the legacy of this government in 2023 to transform this matter of integrity in public life. And as you can see, sir, we are not stopping until it happens. So, sir, I feel that we have to start to expand these questions. Because, as others have said, it is theft and it is a corruption when we are not sick and we call in sick. And let me be clear. I believe that we have to be able to balance and manage our participation in work and make sure that we care for ourselves. I don't like the word boss, but if I call the actual name, it would be too identifiable. But I worked with a woman in a previous dispensation who was in charge of the institution. And she used to say to us, overwork and exhaustion are illness. Here, take your sick day. She used to say, feeling that you can't cope in this moment, that if you went in there today, you would not be able to manage because of whatever mental exhaustion or mental or emotional pressure you're feeling, that is illness. Take a sick day. So I'm not saying that you have to have an IV in your hand to call in sick. I'm saying that if you know that you don't have cause to use this leave arrangements for this purpose and you do, that is theft. There are all kinds of things that are abuse of power and lack of integrity. And when a person with political power through their words or their actions causes people to believe that they will only advocate on their behalf or they will only help them in exchange for certain kinds of favors, that is also corruption. Queen Rita talked about it, if we remember. She had blessed memory. That is also corruption. There are all kinds of abuses of powers that are corruption, that are lack of integrity. And I'll say this, we might think it is a soft issue, but if there's anyone hearing my words who's associated with or interested in political service that has these kinds of compulsions to be able to use political power to cause people to feel pressure to act in a certain way, I want to warn them that a part of the transformation of political service is to get rid of all of that kind of behavior. So, sir, when I came to political service, I considered that I would do whatever it took to show that this is not the character of the Barbadian politician. In particular, those of us who are the sons and daughters of regular working class people. To show that we who come from that place can serve with honor and with integrity. I consider that I would do anything to show that. So you want to count the $5.12 that I came to political service with? Well, count them. You want documentation of that, sir? Here it is. It is immensely inconvenient, and it is sometimes downright demoralizing to go through life as this thing called a politically exposed person, a PEP. Because if before it took one form to do something, now it takes 10, or the form is 10 pages long. Some companies don't want your business. Some banks don't want your money. It is highly inconvenient to hold up yourself transparently as this thing called politically exposed person. But guess what, sir? I do it happily. I do it with pride. And I believe that if you are committed to public life in whatever capacity, if you live in this small island that is so easily demonized as a tax haven, as all kinds of things, if you are a Barbadian who is interested in serving or benefiting from political activity, because we all require governance to take place in order to live our lives, then you must also be committed to being fully transparent. And sir, I get the reticence sometimes, because as someone who spoke before me, I believe it was the Honourable Attorney General said, sometimes you put something out there and you know it is going to be fodder for loose talk. You know. I would submit that these are not the kinds of arrangements that are allowed for in this legislation, because it is a question of making that declaration that is held by the Cabinet Secretary. So that if there were to be later activity and huge growth in wealth that could not be accounted for, then there would be a baseline, a basis for comparison. That is the simple reason that this thing exists. It's not to be the subject of popular scrutiny and talk in the rum shop. But sir, I consider this a worthy sacrifice to be able to demonstrate the honesty of my people, of poor, black, honest families in Barbados and in the African nation across the world. But I also want us to understand that of the entire suite of legislation that we have brought, I do not even consider this the most powerful for the purposes for which it was created. I certainly consider it among the most significant as a commitment to transparency and a clear declaration that we have come to do the right thing. But sir, one of the things that I was most excited about coming to political service in 2018 was the work that we had to begin to do to first clean up the whole question of financial management and financial matters, because what we are talking about here is mostly about personal financial matters and personal integrity, but there's also a certain extent to which one has to exercise integrity in the exercise of their duties in office. And I stayed in that particular financial institution on the Hill, and I watched in horror. I was not privy to any information about anybody who was benefiting personally, financially from any wrongdoing. All of what I saw was an absence of integrity in the exercise of the function of financial management in this country. That's the reason I left there. I came to seek to be in this honorable place, sir, to protect people like me from compulsions, the kinds of compulsions and actions that I was seeing. And so that's why I take it very personally. And that is why I am unable to, I do not have the constitution to renege on or to be at odds with statements that I made then about the character and capacity of those who led the financial management of the country then. I am unable to go back on my characterization of those people, and I will not. But when we came to public service, the Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central, and I, together with the Honourable Prime Minister, had the opportunity and had so much space, given all that did not obtain at the time, to help bring some real transformation to the question of financial management in this country. So when we came with the Central Bank Act in 2020, a lot of what you saw then was about that question of integrity in public financial management. And so you will see, sir, that at 62, subsections 6 and 7 of that act then, it has since been amended very recently in this honorable place, that we looked at the question of the central bank making temporary advances to government to permit the government to manage its cash flow, what we would call the ways and means. And we said, we made the amendment to ensure that there was a cap in the capacity of the central bank to do that, because we had seen just a complete run on the resources of the central bank at that time, because of an absence of integrity being brought to bear on the matter of public financial management in this country. And so we said that we would cap that amount at 7.5% of the ordinary revenue average of government for 3 fiscal years. We similarly brought the Public Financial Management Act and the Barbados Fiscal Framework, a set of requirements to report in this honorable place to the people of Barbados about the activities of government. Sometimes we hear these things, we discuss these things, and we think integrity in public life is one thing, prevention of corruption is another thing, public financial management is another thing. But they're all linked because they all act together to prevent and to make sure that there are guidelines, there are rules to prevent the worst actors or the worst actions among people who are in control of the state's resources. They all work together for that purpose, as does the Public Procurement Act. But I want to go further in that. When I worked with and had responsibility for the town planning, the Planning and Development Department, and again, members who spoke before me alluded to this, we had to look at the question of board composition. We had to do it across all of the statutory enterprises of government. And one of the things we did with that legislation was to make it clear that the people who, in the law, that the people who comprise this board have to have certain skill sets, very specifically. because you cannot play fast and loose with the well-being and the governance of a country. The boards are not here for those in political service to be able to hand out favors to friends. And I say that without apology. We have the business of government to do. And we have to choose people who are in the best position to do it. And not just with that board, but across a range of statutory boards. We, led by the Honourable Prime Minister, took the decision that we have to put people in place who can simply do the job on behalf of the people of Barbados. The Honourable Attorney General made reference to a Freedom of Information Act and the fact that it is coming. You know, I have particular feelings about freedom of information legislation. I saw other countries deal with it. I saw other countries put it in place and then have to catch up. Because when you have a Freedom of Information Act, you have to have the infrastructure in place that whatever someone asks for at a given moment, you can provide within whatever is the stipulated time under the law. I've seen it in other jurisdictions. I've worked on it in other jurisdictions. It is not easy. And the worst thing that you can do is give people an expectation that you can provide something and then you can't do it. We have other reforms that we have to take care of, including and especially transforming the Barbados Statistical Service into an independent data and statistics authority. I've hoped and called for it for some time. I understand that it remains in the works, and I hope that it will be done, because if you give the country the wherewithal to ask for anything, you better be ready to provide anything. But I want to go further, sir. You know, sometimes we call for legislation because we think that that's the only way to get something. I have no objection to a Freedom of Information Act coming into place once we have done all of the work to make sure that we can actually abide by it. No objection to that. But I also think that some of the work that has already started, is already being done, with respect to availability of information, whether it's on Parliament's website, whether it's the fact that the Statistical Service is now publishing a certain set of data quarterly on its own website. You know, sir, the business of governance is often less about lawmaking and more about just making sure that you put one foot in front of the other and take the steps necessary to look out for people. And when I was in the position to work with the Barbados Statistical Service, I was in a unique position. Why? Because I recalled when I was looking for information, couldn't get anything out of the central bank before 2018. Data was scarce. And we started on a path to make sure that people would be able to find out whatever they needed to find out simply by the systems that we put in place. And we're not there yet, but we're on the way. The last thing I want to talk about, though, sir, in that same vein, is a set of steps, or in the same vein as having steps that fit together with this legislation. That may not be legislation, but simply is about systems and making systems work. And that has to do with the question of our assets and how they are used. It is a big conversation now in the public discourse. It has been for some time. What are the powers of the government to make use of or dispose of public assets? How do we determine that? What are the powers of the government to take action with respect to private assets, privately held assets? That is also a big part of the public discourse, and it is something that concerns people from the perspective of an integrity conversation. I believe that as part of our public financial management, as part of our transparency, that having a register of assets, of government assets in the first place, where people see clearly what does the government own, what is it at liberty, over what assets does it have jurisdiction, how is it using those assets to earn on behalf of the people of Barbados. And I say on behalf of the people of Barbados because of this. We came to service in 2018 not just on a platform of integrity, but also on a platform of economic enfranchisement. The two go hand in hand, in fact. And in this entire conversation, one of the things that we have to be clear on is not just making sure that we cut short the practice of continuing to enrich the already wealthy, which had been happening, but we replace that with the practice of enfranchising Barbadians, all Barbadians. And I think that we can, as they say, kill two birds with one stone. We talk transparency, we talk accountability, thank you, sir. But if we have clearly listed what are the assets of this country, what is the intended use of those assets? How can we leverage those to earn more? How can we allow people to invest in the productive capacity of those things? Whether it is land, whether it is major state assets. I think that these kinds of tools go a long way to showing people, look, in the same vein as showing our personal finances, this is what the country has. Not just through the estimates of revenue and expenditure, this is what we own, this is what we have at our disposal, this is what we can use on your behalf. And I think that that would quell a lot of the fears that somehow one day we will look around. It has been a common refrain. Somehow one day we will look around and Barbados will no longer belong to us. It is a fear. Some fears come from all kinds of places. Being disinherited or disenfranchised has come from, I think for many of us, from a place where that is how we came to be here. On this island, in this country, in this place. Our history is one of disenfranchisement. If we want to combat that history and that fear, if we want to build trust, if we want to make sure that this question of integrity and absence of corruption is a collective compact that we all share, then along with this integrity legislation, there are other steps that we can and are taking. Sir, I cannot even find the language to say how wholeheartedly I support this legislation. It is, for me, as a girl from St. Clair Bottom, one of the most meaningful things we can do to show each other that we are better than they say, to show each other that we do not have to conform to this notion that when the children of working class people come to political service, that they come to thief. If we are not willing collectively to shift that narrative, then I don't know why we are here, not just in this chamber, but in anywhere that we are across this island. Sir, I support this legislation. I hope that it finds support in every place where it is discussed and considered. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is one of the most anticipated bills that have come before this Parliament in the 5 years of office of this country, of this party. And in fact, this is the second occasion that integrity legislation has been brought before this Parliament. It requires, of course, 2/3 majority, sir, because it affects constitutionally the issue of privacy and property of persons, and therefore correctly, the bill itself says that it changes the Constitution, constitutional provisions, and therefore requires 2/3 majority of both houses of Parliament. On the last occasion, of course, sir, that 2/3 majority was comfortably acquired with this government having all 30 seats. We're in that position again, sir, in this lower and elected chambers. I can only hope, sir, that on this occasion, unlike last time, the 2/3 majority is achieved in the upper house. As the Honourable Attorney General said, sir, we in here, elected parliamentarians by the people, have no control over what goes on in the Senate in terms of their voting capacity, sir. The reality, and I'm saying this, sir, to explain to the public, sir, because a lot of the public have these conspiracy theories that there was some maneuver by the Barbados Labour Party government in the last session when this bill was brought to ensure that it didn't pass because we politicians in here didn't want the legislation come in because we don't want to declare our assets and liabilities, sir. Let me dispel this up front, sir, because that is abject nonsense, sir. Under our Constitution, from the time we had a Constitution as an independent country in 1966, 12 of the 21 members of the Senate are appointed by the party that is in government, sir. Out of those 12, one is made the presiding officer, the president of the Senate. So that is 11 people who vote in. So for any constitutional change, sir, you require 2/3. So in other words, you have to carry along 3 persons, sir, who are not members or appointed by the Prime Minister of the day. So this means that 3 independent senators at least have to vote for any constitutional amendment or any bill that constitutionally that amends constitutionally our supreme law of the land, sir. And I have to have the optimism which the Attorney General said he has, that 3 at least. In fact, I hope all of the 9 independent senators vote along with the 11 government senators to bring in this bill, sir. And why, sir? Because this is necessary. This is primary, sir. In fact, sir, when I first came in this parliament as an opposition MP, I was absolutely embarrassed, sir, absolutely embarrassed that the government of the day, from the then Prime Minister down, felt comfortable presiding politically over a country and administration that had a Prevention of Corruption Act that was 100 years old, 1927 Act, based on a 1919 UK Act, sir, where you had to lodge a prosecution within 6 months, as you're well aware, sir, because you're an expert in criminal law, where the fine maximum punishment was $2,400, sir, where it was so difficult to bring somebody before the courts for corrupt practices, and where the then Prime Minister, sir, the last Prime Minister before the Honourable Prime Minister today, said that there was no need for any legislation. That legislation was good enough, sir. Where the then Attorney General, in fact, said, sir, that he had no money to spend on establishing any anti-corruption commission, that he didn't feel it was necessary, sir. He had other uses for wherever money they had, sir. I understand that, sir. After money goes astray in corrupt practices, where you're not going to have any money for certain things that are necessary, but it's a question of priority, sir. But that's what the then Attorney General said too. But sir, this is fundamental, sir, and let me take a couple minutes to explain why it is fundamental. It is estimated, sir, that 4% of gross domestic products, GDP, in low to middle income developing countries is lost through corruption and through corrupt practices, sir. The Honourable Senior Minister, member for St. James Central, estimated that in his speech today, sir, at between $2.5 trillion to $2.75 trillion a year, sir, annually, globally, lost because of corrupt practices by people in high places, sir. You could understand, Mr. Speaker, what could happen annually if $2.5 trillion to bring the lower end was available for poor people housing, for poor people education, for poor people health care, for infrastructural development in countries across the globe, but for corrupt practices, but for money going in through bribery. And as it said, sir, it takes two for a transaction for bribe, a briber and a bribee. You can understand what would happen, sir. But let's not talk esoterically, globally, sir. Let's talk about Barbados, sir, because after all, we're dealing with Barbados here today, sir. I'm only a parliamentarian in Barbados, sir, even though I regard myself as a CARICOM citizen, sir, and a person of the world. In Barbados, in a report a few years ago, it was estimated that $500 million, sir, is lost to the economy and the GDP of Barbados annually because of corruption and corrupt practices. $500 million, sir. Could understand it if this government had that $500 million every year, sir. What we could do to enhance the lives of constituents, the constituents of all of us who need help on a daily basis, who call us on a daily basis for all kinds of needs, sir. 5% of our population, of our GDP, sir, lost. That's what that report estimated is lost because of corrupt practices. So I felt extremely uncomfortable, sir, being in that parliament as an opposition MP with no inclination whatsoever by a then Democratic Labour Party administration to change anything on this. Don't mind, sir, that they had promised in their 2008 manifesto that within 90 days they would have enacted prevention of corruption and integrity legislation, sir. But having made that promise, and in my opinion, sir, having got a lot of people to vote for them on that promise, sir, they did nothing about it, save bringing a Prevention of Corruption Act in 2012, December, just before they called the election in February that year, and the act therefore could not pass, sir. Or I think it passed Parliament, sir, but then couldn't be proclaimed by the Her Excellence, by the head of state, sir, at that time. And therefore, under our laws, it died. It died, sir, because Parliament was prorogued in January 2012, sir. So, first thing, sir, I commend the Honourable Attorney General for bringing this legislation yet again, albeit a bit too long after, sir. It failed in 2020, sir. And the Honourable Attorney General, sir, will tell you, and the Honourable Prime Minister as well, that on many occasions last year I asked, when is this legislation coming back before Parliament? What is happening? We need this legislation. I am not comfortable as a member of parliament, a politician, sir, and I suffer. I in double jeopardy, sir, because I'm a lawyer too, sir. So politician and lawyer. So naturally, you know, a lot of people feel that you're corrupt, sir. So I commend the Honourable Attorney General for bringing this piece of legislation back, sir. I commend the work of the Joint Select Committee of Parliament, sir, for the work it did in now bringing this new look legislation back in. It hasn't been changed fundamentally, sir, but it's been changed in some areas which we will speak to, sir. A report, 700 and something pages, sir, of that Joint Select Committee. Very informative. The submissions made, sir, by a lot of organizations, the other political parties, sir, and therefore there should be no political divide on this issue, sir. As I said, 15 years ago, it was the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto promise to do what we are doing here today and what we have done with other pieces of legislation. The integrity group, sir, for whom high praise has to be given, sir, for the effort they have made, the time they have taken, their whole value in helping bring us back here today, sir. And of course, we can't recognize strangers, but some of them are here today, sir. And I want to commend them and place that on record, sir. And included in that, sir, of course, is 2 government ministers in the other place. They are members of, or were members, probably not know that they're government ministers of the integrity group, sir. Senator Lisa Cummins, Minister, and Senator Chantel Monroe-Knight, sir. They're part of, or were part of this group, and therefore have to take some credit for the work that they have done. Sir, Barbados, and continuing to put this whole issue in perspective. Barbados, our beloved country, sir, before 2018, before this Parliament or this government, in the last session of Parliament, domesticated the Anti-Corruption, Prevention of Corruption Act in 2021, sir, Barbados was the only one of 2 countries out of 140 countries globally, sir, 140 countries globally, that had signed on to the United Nations 2003 Convention Against Corruption, not to have domesticated or ratified that convention, sir. I want to put that in perspective, sir. 140 countries, in other words, a large percentage of the 195 countries that are member states of the United Nations, had signed on, in other words, agreed that corruption is a serious, serious thing that needs to be stamped out as far as possible. And in 2003, this convention came into effect, sir. And 18 years after, 18 years it took for Barbados to domesticate that convention, bring it into our law, so that America or another foreign country would not have to arrest a Barbados politician and jail them, sir, as was done. And this is something, sir, that the people speak about. But we couldn't do it, sir, in the first term because we didn't have the law. I just said what the law was. The only other country beside Barbados that hadn't domesticated this UN convention or ratified it, sir, was Syria, sir. So we were in the company of Syria. Well, there ain't anything that any Bajan who is patriotic should be proud of. In addition, sir, Barbados was the second last country in 34 Organization of American member states, sir, to ratify the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption, which was done in January 2018. Having signed it, 17 years before that, in 2001, we didn't bring it in. Only in 2018, sir, second last. It's as if Barbadians or the political representatives who were in office sir, felt that Barbados was some special place immune from corruption and turning a blind eye to corruption when everybody know that there are corrupt practices in this country, sir, at high level by people who hire up business people, sir, and at low level, sir, in revenue earning departments, sir, revenue, immigration, customs, sir, traditionally. And I must say, sir, it is regrettable that after, and I take some praise too, work that was done as Home Affairs Minister, sir, and was followed on by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East in his capacity now as Home Affairs Minister, to bring the Immigration Department as perhaps the most customer-friendly department in this country, that this week you could read that an immigration officer was found guilty before the courts of Barbados for corrupt practice, sir. Let down the team, sir. But this is the reality of Barbados, sir. And what we are doing today is absolutely necessary, because you could do all the fiscal reform and the economic reform, sir, but if there is corruption, sir, it could be brought to naught. $500 million is a lot of $1 million, sir. And as Edmund Burke said, among a people generally corrupt, liberty cannot exist. So, sir, let us look at some of the provisions of this bill that cause some problems with some of the public and with some of the senators on the last occasion, sir. Declarations shall be given by persons who are named in the first schedule, second schedule to the Act, specified persons in public life, sir. Declarations shall be full, true, complete, particulars of the income and assets and liabilities of specified persons, as well as the spouse and dependent children, sir. You have to bring in spouse and dependent children because they're part of you, sir. So you can't exclude spouse and dependent children, sir. The reality, as the Honourable Attorney General said, is that each and every cabinet minister, when I was a cabinet minister, I had to give mine too, sir. Had to give these declarations even in the absence of legislation. This is nothing, sir, to be afraid of, sir, if you're honest, because as the Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central, just said, sir, all persons, politically exposed persons, have to give these declarations and fill out these forms at the present time now, sir, for the last few years to banks and financial institutions. So there's no burden by anyone in this Parliament, whether upper or lower house, or anyone who is politically exposed person, sir, and that goes down to chairman of boards and heads of departments, and all those other people who right now are defined as politically exposed persons by financial institutions who have to fill out a whole set of forms, sir. There's never any week in my life that I don't have a form from one of the financial institutions that may have some interest in my money, sir, that I have to fill out, and I fill it out, sir. Well, it's part of serving in public life and being in public service. So there is no additional burden that will be placed by anyone who has to vote on this bill, whether in this Parliament today or in the other place, beyond what they already do. And it concerns, sir, that, well, sir, the only challenge, sir, is that, as I said, you also have to declare your spouse's income, sir. No. Let's face reality, sir. There are some members and people who may not know the spouse income. whether your spouse is a man, or in the case of a woman, or a woman in the case of a man. So, I mean, like, so you might have to go and ask your spouse, but man, tell me, where's your income here? I got this form I got to fill out, sir. I mean, it's all right if they're a public officer, because you can look in the annual emoluments and salary and see what a salary is. But, for instance, I had to ask my wife. I didn't know what her income was. So that might be a challenge for some people, sir. And spouse, of course, includes common law spouse. So those people, specified persons in public life
Some of whom might be laughing now.
Yeah, sir. But I let them know that they are caught too. They might not be in a formal marriage, but common law spouse, obviously, as has been the law of Barbados, as you know, sir, since 1979, Family Law Act included, sir, so you can't get way there. And your dependent children, obviously, sir, because you don't want anybody now going and transfer anything into a dependent child's name, sir, and saying that they don't have to declare. So, sir, that is the position. In terms, sir, of the concern that this is Barbados and small country and it's not going to be kept confidential and secret, sir, can't be an issue. Because when you fill out a form and give it to a bank or insurance company, do you wonder whether the person at the insurance company or the bank going to disclose, sir? But you can't tell the bank, man, I'm not giving this information because I feel that somebody inside the bank going to let out how much I have, sir. You got to fill it out. So where's the problem? And as the Honourable Attorney General said, sir, we are into an age where people in these confidential and sensitive positions have to take lie detector tests or some other truth verification test, sir. And that will have to happen here because the people who work in the commission must be people with the highest degree of integrity as well. And I have no problem whatsoever with that, sir. Sir, the issue of judges came up as to whether judges should be included. They were not included last time. Judges who will be appointed after the enactment or proclamation of this legislation will be included, sir. And that is only fit and proper thing to do, sir. And, sir, I am not getting into any internal wranglings of the Democratic Labour Party, which will play out next month, sir. Whoever is elected as president, sir, the DLP, sir, I couldn't care less, sir. Whichever one of the 5 elected, it don't matter to me, sir. But I must say that I was concerned by the statement made in February this year by the present president of the Democratic Labour Party, because you don't know if he will be president in the next 6 weeks, sir, that about how these judges now should be included, sir, when anybody with any modicum of understanding of Barbados constitutional law, sir, which I did in 2nd year at university, law faculty, sir, I don't know what year you do it now, if you still do it in 2nd or 1st, would know that you cannot alter certain people's terms and conditions adversely, sir. And that is provided in the Constitution. And therefore, judges and the Auditor General and the DPP, sir, are those who presently occupy those offices which has constitutional protection, cannot be presently included. But obviously, we are including future appointed persons holding those positions within the ambit of this law, sir. Because clearly, you will be changing, and I don't know if the now president doesn't understand the ambit of the act, sir. But obviously, sir, you can't say your terms and conditions can't be changed adversely, but then make you sign a form now saying what your assets and liabilities of you and your spouse and children are, sir. But that is common sense. in addition to being basic 101 constitutional law. So, sir, that's the position with that. There will be a fine of $100,000 or 2 years imprisonment for revealing information received by the Commission by virtue of the Act, sir. Hefty fine, some jail time too, if you are found to have revealed in public, even to the person who lies downside here in the night, any information that you receive in your capacity as a member of the Commission. Oaths of secrecy have to be taken, sir. Well, this legislation goes as far as is humanly possible to try to safeguard the privacy of the information that would be disclosed, sir. It's not a perfect piece of legislation. There's no legislation that is perfect. Indeed, there's nothing made by man in this world that is perfect, sir. But it goes as far as can be at this time of our development. So the chairman of the Commission is to be a person who has held high judicial office anywhere in the Commonwealth, sir, and only in Barbados. Just like how we opened up appointment of judges 3-4 years ago, sir, throughout the Commonwealth, sir, anybody could apply, sir, not as it was before, a prime minister pick up a pen, write a leader of the opposition, I appoint in XY, I recommend in XY to the head of state to be appointed, that is that regarded as a consultation, XY appointed. Not so now, sir. People from all over the world, once you were a judge, held judicial office, could be appointed by the president after consultation with the prime minister and leader of the opposition, sir. And as the Honourable Attorney General said, sir, the president has a discretion in that area, sir. In the case of the chairmanship of the Commission, the other one, sir, the other appointment by the discretion of Her Excellency would be the attorney at law of at least 10 years standing after consultation with the Barbados Bar Association. And then the accountant, sir, yes, the accounting group, Chartered Accountants Association had a lot to say throughout the history of this process, sir. And Her Excellency would also have that appointment, an appointment of an accountant at least 10 years standing after consultation with a body representing the accountants, whether it's the Chartered Accountants Association or whatever body Her Excellency feels she should consult with. And there are only two, what I would call political appointments, sir. I have to give, in my submission, sir, Prime Minister some leeway. Sir, Prime Minister has one pick, sir, leader of the opposition, as another pick, sir. A member of the clergy as well, sir, is also included. And a lot of the changes, sir, when you read the report of the Joint Standing Committee, were in fact recommended by persons appearing either in person or by written memorandum before the Joint Committee of Parliament, sir. So you have a member of the clergy included in it as well. There'll be a code of conduct, sir, which is in the 4th schedule of the Act. And that's standard, sir. Well, there must be some code of conduct, some guide by which people in public life must be judged by and must hold aloft as to what they should aim for. So that is standard globally. And I must say, sir, public officers, sir, throughout the public service, throughout the civil service, ought to be trained as well in such areas as good governance and in understanding what is bribery when they see it, sir, and in anti-corruption practices, because the day-to-day running of a government is carried out within the public service by public officers, sir. The Integrity Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority, sir. That is clearly stated up front in Section 4.2 of the bill, sir. In other words, a Prime Minister or Minister can't call an Integrity Commission and say, man, I hear, man, that you're investigating XY. XY happened to be my good friend, my cousin, my wife, best friend. You got to stop that investigation. can't be done. Independence of authority and of direction or control, sir. There's association with the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Agency to conduct an investigation on its behalf. That too is upfront early in the act, sir. So these are the safeguards, sir, which this act speaks to. The issue of blind trust, sir, and even in the absence of him now being a senator, sir, one member of the previous Senate has raised the issue of blind trust, sir. I don't know, sir. Blind trust is a universally accepted device, instrument, by which persons in public life, persons in politics, persons serving as cabinet ministers can put their assets and their assets in this vehicle, this trust, to avoid the creation or even the perception of conflict of interest, sir. Because let's face facts, sir, we're a small country. The human resources are limited. If there ever was someone who qualified under this legislation to be asked to put their assets in blind trust because they had a lot of assets, sir, and because the potential for conflict of interest could arise because the position they were in, sir. You couldn't tell them, sir, they must sell their assets, sir. I mean, you work hard for your assets, sir. That is the truth. And so therefore, this is universally accepted in England, in Europe, in North America, sir, countries that we say are well developed, as a vehicle that you could put your business in, control over the trust and its assets given to an independent trustee, whether an individual or financial institution, who may buy and sell assets without the consent or knowledge of the beneficiary, sir. The beneficiary don't know what the trustee doing. And your spouse and your children don't know, sir, because it is within the total discretion of the trustee, sir. So you have to file the agreement, the blind trust agreement you have with the commission. So lodge it with the commission. So, and this is standard. So we can't hold up a bill over blind trust. The issue, sir, of, as I said, sir, this law is not perfect, but it is the best we can do in the circumstances, sir. And this administration has to be absolutely commended for all the transparency, good governance, and accountability pieces of legislation that it has brought to this Parliament in the last 5 years, sir. In compliance not only with the Barbados Labour Party manifestos of 2018 and 2022, but also with our Covenant of Hope. We have stated clearly that in our 2022 manifesto, page 18, sir, of course, the document of the House, we will therefore strengthen governance of all government's affairs, ensuring that our public affairs are managed in a manner that is transparent, participatory, equitable, responsible, inclusive, and people-centered, sir. So we have brought in the last 5 years, sir, in fact, in the last 4, the Proceeds and Instrumentalities of Crime Act 2019. So, sir, if you get money, property through ill-gotten gains, there's a process which it can be taken away from you. You could be charged. The Whistleblower Protection Act 2021, sir, very important piece of legislation, especially within the context of our community, where people in a lot of cases know about wrongdoings, but through fear do not report it, sir. So we have whistleblower legislation to protect you so that you can feel confident in disclosing to the relevant authorities when you know of wrongdoing. Prevention of Corruption Act, sir, we spoke about that already, 2021 Act. Sir, replacing an act of 100 years before that when they had no computers, no social media, nothing at all, but was said to be fit for purpose by the last administration. We had the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Act, sir, again, 2021 as well. Remediation Agreements, Deferred Prosecution Act, 2021 as well, sir. And in terms of fiscal and financial management, this government also laid in Parliament and enacted and proclaimed the Public Finance Management Act of 2019 and its regulations in 2021, and the Public Procurement Act in 2021, sir, which relates to procurement, sir. And procurement is very important, sir, extremely significant.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. Because, of course, this is where a lot of the thief-free and corruption could have gone on, sir. The reality, sir, is that, as I said, we are behind the post on this issue. Because Trinidad had this legislation since 2000. Guyana had it since 1997. Antigua since 2004. Grenada since 2013. Just this week, sir, we heard that St. Kitts had passed integrity legislation. Sir, now, as I said, sir, the act is not perfect. Debate can be had as to whether it should have gone wider in terms of including other persons in public life, sir. The Honourable Attorney General said who it includes the members of Parliament and chairpersons, the statutory boards, chief executive officers, general managers, other executives of heads of state-owned enterprises. But you have to deal with resources, sir, because realize that all these people, and if you had included as Grenada did, sir, all police officers, all immigration officers, all prison officers, all inland revenue officers, all labor officers, sir. What has happened in Grenada and in Trinidad, sir, which has also included all members of statutory boards and statutory enterprises, is that there's been a backlog in terms of processing the declarations that have been filed, sir. So we are starting out with it narrowly to include the chairpersons, but for example, and the permanent secretaries, but not because it includes heads of departments and persons of that grade, so include permanent secretaries, but not DPSs, sir. But you have to deal with the reality, and let's deal with the resources we have and be comfortable with that. When I have no doubt later on, sir, that category of persons will be expanded. But as the Honourable Attorney General said, sir, you have a situation where other persons will be subject to lie detector tests probably on a 2-year basis, as is the case here in terms of submission of your declaration every 2 years, sir, and not every year as may have been proposed, sir. Nelson Mandela, one of the greatest men of the last century, sir, said great peacemakers are all people of integrity, of honesty, but humility, sir. I could speak, sir, for myself on this issue, sir, just to draw quickly, sir, 2 examples. When I was an opposition MP, sir, a constituent of mine called me about a traffic offence and wanted me to call somebody to get the offence done away with. So I told him, sir, you called the wrong person. You called the wrong person here today. You can go and pay that $200, $400, whatever fine the magistrate put on you. The person responded by telling me he ain't voting for me again. And yes, sir, the truth is he has not voted me. He didn't vote for me last 2 elections, sir. And that he isn't buying any more fundraising tickets from my charity, sir. I said, that is all right too, sir. That is a small price to pay, sir. But I'm not doing that. Call the wrong person, sir. I'm someone, sir, who practiced law in this country for almost 40 years, never once had a complaint made to the Barbados Bar Association for anything I did, sir. Whether not doing work, whether for thieving money, charging excessive fees, whatever, sir. Your integrity cannot be compromised by anyone. When you leave politics, sir, you have to have your integrity in check, sir.
Honourable
Let them
member,
say that you're incompetent.
please wind up.
Yes, sir, I'm winding up. But don't let them say that you had no integrity, sir. Sir, I support this bill wholeheartedly, sir, and look forward to when it can come into law, sir. There are also regulations that have to be made. I could only hope that those regulations are not delayed either, and that this bill comes into full force as law at the earliest possible time. I thank you for your indulgence, sir.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:30 p.m.
Question that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2:30 p.m. We know that. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have promised, and I will keep my word, that it shall not be too long, even though I am not built conform to that abbreviated concept. But I say to you, Mr. Speaker, and to this honorable chamber, that the matter of integrity is one that I take very seriously. And so I could not, even though I'm going to be brief, allow the opportunity to pass without saying something about the bill that is before this honorable chamber, a bill that I support wholeheartedly. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because when I offered myself to the very, very good people of St. Peter and asked them to allow me to be their representative, some of them were a bit skeptical. And Mr. Speaker, they were not skeptical about my ability to represent them. They were skeptical because I offered myself at a time when it seemed as though a word like integrity would have been considered a curse word in politics. It was so out of the way. It felt as though, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I had potential constituents, because I had not yet been elected, who said to me repeatedly, I hope you don't change. I hope you don't let them corrupt you. Well, dumb. I don't know who dumb was. It was not D-U-M-B. They meant them. Well, actually,
D-E-M
them.
or D-U-M?
No, I was saying them as an abbreviation for them.
Are you sure, sir?
No, but then I
There was a
realized that
D-E-M?
maybe they meant them
I see.
and not the abbreviation. But they were concerned that this person, this individual, who they considered to have a moral compass, some sense of decency, was getting involved in an area of life that they felt had now descended into the realm of everything unethical. Somebody mentioned thieving earlier. Everything that was bad. I reassured the residents of St. Peter that politics would not change me. The Colin Jordan they knew, Clifford's son from Rosehill, who they knew from the 70s and 80s and 90s and whatever growing up, was going to be the same person whenever either I decided to demit office or they decided to demit me from office. I begin there because I came into politics, like I said, to them, with only my character and reputation. And I have the good fortune of the two of them being pretty similar. I know that is not the case for everybody. Sometimes some people's character is a little bit different from their reputation. That is usually when persons are unfortunately involved in, it may not be them, but they end up getting a bad reputation, even though their character might not have been distorted. And because I came to public life and to the service of my constituents with that reputation, I have been very keen to maintain that reputation. Now, I came into office as a representative with a party and as a member of a party that took and continues to take this matter of integrity, the fighting and prevention of corruption, very, very seriously. And I will say at this point that I am very, very pleased that after this bill came to this Honourable Chamber in 2020, we had our full debate. The required majority was obtained here. We went to the other place, and it was defeated by the upper house, by the Senate. Well, defeated, it did not achieve the majority that it required in the Senate. I am very happy to be part of a political organization that has gone back to the drawing boards. We did not say, well, they kill it in the Senate, so we did what we had to do. They killed it, we move on. This party in government did not take that position. This party in government decided to examine the issues that were raised, to assess their validity, and to make some changes in the original bill. And as a mature organization, and the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, as a mature Attorney General, making the changes and has now brought the bill back. Well, I shouldn't say back because it is a new bill. Has brought the bill to this Honourable Chamber. And I'm happy to be a part of a system that takes integrity and ethics so seriously that it will make those changes that could be made, that could reasonably be made, and that could legally be made, and has come back to this Honourable Chamber to again attempt to give the people of this country what the people of this country wanted. The warnings that I received in the lead up to the 2018 election had to do with the fact that the people of this country had grown disgusted with the unethical behavior of those who manage the affairs of state. I say that because that is what my people told me. They are fed up with what they are seeing. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, when one lady in Mount Breverton asked me, as I was leaving her house after asking for the vote, I stepped down about 3 steps into the road. And she said, but Mr. Jordan, why a nice fellow like you gonna get involved in this politics thing? I said to her, ma'am, I had a number of options. I don't really need very much to live. And I was very happy in my job, making my contribution to the tourism industry. My family is fine. I go to work, I go home, I go to church. And I could live my life without worrying about anything else, really. And I said my other option was that I could wake up every day and get on bad and fuss and fret about the nonsense that I'm seeing happening in our country. But my third option was to get involved, to see if I could, with others, help to make a difference. That concern drove the people of this country to do something that they had never done before. And that was to get rid of every single one of the members of the opposition who offered themselves, those who were in the House and those who were offering themselves. A clean sweep. And it happened twice. Now, that, Mr. Speaker, is not to be taken for granted. The people of this country had gone to the end, had gotten to the end of their tether. They were upset, disillusioned, angered, to a point that they'd never gone to before. In 1999, the election result was 26 to 2. And that was as radical as it had gotten up to that point. 1986 was 24 to 3. In 2 elections, 2018 and 2022, 30-0. That, Mr. Speaker, is the strongest statement that the people of a country can make. And to have done it a second time, when there were people all across the call-in programs, some writing in the print media, who were saying it is not healthy not to have an opposition in Parliament. The people of this country, many of them listened to the call-in program, so they knew what was being said. After hearing all of that, again voted 30-0. Mr. Speaker, even though this party has enacted Proceeds and Instrumentalities of Crime Act, Whistleblower Protection Act, Prevention of Corruption Act, Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Act, Public Financial Management Act, and a new procurement bill, a new procurement piece of legislation. Even after all of that, the public, the people of Barbados, the people in St. Peter who I represent, still believe that there is a gap. They still believe that there must be some piece of legislation in place that allows for persons who come to public life, either as senior public officers or those who come as members of Parliament, either in the House of Assembly or in the Senate. There must be a provision to help them to feel comfortable that those of us who sit in here are not on somebody's take. That we do not pass legislation, that we do not influence the award of contracts, that we do not funnel benefits to particular people because we can benefit materially. Mr. Speaker, the people that I represent in St. Peter want to be sure. Now, I don't think they have any challenges with me in particular, but they want to be sure that even Colin Jordan from Rose Hill, if they all of a sudden see me with a, I don't know, a private jet, something that they don't believe that my, but I gotta be careful with the vehicle because some of them are telling me that my vehicle is too old and I need to change it. But I believe that if they saw me with a Mercedes, they may ask a question. And they would be right to. But they want to be sure that those who they've sent to this place, those who, by their taxpayer dollars, they support as senior public officers, are acting in the public's best interests, and not in their personal interests. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a reasonable expectation. When I am in Rose Hill, my wife and I spend our money. When I am in the Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and the third sector, the money that the Chief Accounting Officer, the Permanent Secretary, and even though I am not the accounting officer, there is still an element of responsibility. I am a steward, just like I'm a steward of my personal finances. I'm a steward of the public purse. And so the people expect that I will, that my permanent secretary will, that any procurement officers will discharge their responsibility as faithful stewards of the public's funds. Because it is the public, persons who are members of the public, who pay taxes. Those who do not pay income tax directly pay tax when they go to the supermarket or the shop or the rum shop and spend money. Because the VAT, there is indirect taxation through value-added tax. And so when people are putting their money at the disposal of those who they have elected or promoted to serve their interests, they have the right to have mechanisms put in place to allow for accountability, to allow for transparency, to allow for the comfort of feeling that their resources are being put to good use. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am appealing through you to the public to raise their voices wherever they are to ensure that this bill is able to become law. I have responsibility only for my vote in this place. I have no further responsibility. But there are others who have further responsibility. And I'm calling on the public to make sure that this bill does not suffer the fate of the first bill. The public's interest must be served, and the public must weigh in to make sure that their interests are served. We also have to say very clearly, and some of my colleagues in this place have said it before, I have never heard even a rumor about a minister of government bribing a permanent secretary. I have never heard of an admin officer in the public service bribing a minister. All the allegations of corrupt practices are, at least those that reach my eardrums, public persons in public life allegedly receiving from those in private life. So I heard the Honourable Member for St. James North speak to briber and bribee. I did not check to see if those are words in the English language, but I understand what he is saying. Those who bribe are not free to point their fingers at those who they have bribed. What am I saying? Those in the non-state sectors need to stop bribing, soliciting, but not soliciting, bribing those in public life. Stop offering BMWs, stop offering paper bags with money, stop offering trips on planes, stop offering whatever it is that you're offering to try to get people to do the things you want them to do. It takes two hands to clap. And in this area of potential nastiness, it takes somebody to offer somebody else. And then it takes somebody else to accept what has been offered. There is a responsibility on all of us to ensure that we stamp out corruption in this country. I'm happy to be a part of an organization, like I said before, that treats to these matters in a very serious way. We've had challenges in accountability in all kinds of organizations, but we understand that in the public sector, there are peculiar challenges because of chains of command. There are peculiar challenges for us in this place because there are powers that persons in the public domain feel we have that we don't have. So when I say to my constituents that I'm not the accounting officer, I don't sign checks, I don't see LPOs, I see the results in terms of statements. I see the plans in terms of the approved estimates. But the day-to-day approval is not done at the level of the minister. But my constituents say to me, but you know, and then they call names. So I can't call the names in here that they call, but they call names to me and say, but you know, this person got 5,000 for every contract, and this person got this thing for this. And so even when I explain to my constituents the mechanics of how government works, some of them wiser than I, recognize that some people find ways to get around the system and to beat the system. And so they say to me, like I say to you, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is important. It is important to guide our own actions. It is also important in terms of the signals that we send. We, and as I close, are facing a situation where many of our young people are of the view that there is tremendous hypocrisy on the part of adults in this society. And one of the reasons why adults, many of us, are not reaching our young people is because they see hypocrisy. As a matter of fact, I get the impression that young people have a keener sense of discernment when it comes to hypocritical behavior than adults do. I think we have been there and done that and seen, and we sometimes lose the sight. But a lot of us are not reaching them because they are seeing things that say to them that some of us are not good role models. This bill is a part of a suite of actions that will help to reinforce in the minds of our young people that we, the elected members of this Honourable House, are careful about our actions, will not put up with or tolerate unethical behavior, and will put systems in place, not necessarily to change the persona or the character of a person, but to make sure that if they get into bad habits, that there is a way that they can be held accountable. We have to give that guidance to our young people. We have to lead not just as MPs, but we have to lead by example. Our young people are looking to us for guidance and for nurture. And if we, wherever we are, let them down by saying we don't earn enough to be able to disclose our assets, then we are saying to young people that they don't have to follow certain guidelines of good moral and ethical behavior. A society will not survive in that kind of an environment. We have been told, and it is true, that all great powers, empires that have fallen because of rot within. Barbados, as a small island developing state that is moving toward development status, cannot afford to be undermined, or efforts cannot be undermined by corruption, by unethical behavior. We have come to the point where we have to say enough is enough, and we will put all systems in place to allow for the proper functioning of this thing that we call government. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I say on behalf of the constituents of St. Peter, the constituents I represent, that they also support this bill and any other piece of legislation that will seek to address bad behavior by those who have been called to public life in this nation. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I too intend to be very brief this afternoon. As I share on this topic, sir, and on this bill, even though most of us have spoken on this before, my views really haven't changed. So as I sat here, I was thinking about, what would I wish to share necessarily on this bill, because it is one of those mysteries of life that a bill as important as this could not have been passed the first time around. And how could we convince others to see the light and the worth in this bill? I believe, sir, that as the AG so clearly enunciated during the course of his presentation, that the areas of most concern we've addressed or clarified, and therefore, sir, like all who spoke before me, I wish to associate myself with this bill and its importance. So I am reminded of Hamlet, and I studied literature at school, and Shakespeare happened to be, believe it or not, one of my favorite things to read, even now. I actually read the complete works of Shakespeare when I was between 21 and 23, both the tragedies and the comedies. But sir, there is, in Hamlet, sir, most of us know the line, "To thine own self be true." And in that particular play, there's Polonius, who I think at the time was a counsel to the king, and he was talking to his son. And he says to him, "Neither a borrower nor lender be." We all know that line too. "For a loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man." So if you're true to yourself, you cannot be false to any man. And sir, it is in that context that I feel that I would wish to couch my words, sir. Are we being true to ourselves? It would be nice if we had some magic lens to look into the souls of men and women who enter public life, and to find a way, sir, to figure out what somebody's intention is, even as they enter public life. Because if you are true to yourself, one or the other thing must be true. If you are true to yourself and your inner nature is to come and exploit the people, then you will be true to yourself and exploit the people. But if you are true to yourself, as is the case with the people in this Barbados party government, sir, and your intention is to serve the people, then I believe that you will come and you will serve the people. There are some people now I'm hearing who are trying to enter public life, who are making all statements of their intentions to have private cabanas and to travel on private planes, and you won't get anything, and stating their intention. If you say who you are, if someone says to you who they are, believe them. If that is the nature, sir, of the intention, then you can expect certain behaviors. It could be a moment, and nobody should be judged on their entire life on a moment. It's possible. But I'm just saying, sir, there should be a way to determine what is in the soul of a person, sir. That famous line from Hamlet, sir, that famous phrase, goes on to say, "Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar." Get to know the people you are associated with, spend time with them in your office, the people you do business with. Be familiar with them, but not be vulgar. Don't lower yourself as a consequence of your familiarity. They say familiarity breeds contempt. Don't lower yourself as a result of this familiarity. If it is, sir, that for those of us who come to public office, sir, we tell ourselves to treat our clientele, our constituents, with a certain degree, sir, of respect and dignity. Do not associate yourself with improper behavior. These are things that we say to ourselves, sir. That you must conduct yourself with probity at all times in public life. And we have tried, I believe, in this government to do that. We've tried at all times, sir, to be as transparent as possible in relation to the public's affairs. And I believe at the end of the day, sir, people want people who will tell the truth. Even though it is clear to me now that telling the truth and people having to receive that truth can be a very bitter pill for people to swallow. People think sometimes they want to hear the truth. And I'm not using this, Barbadians, like they say, call a spade and then just be rude. I'm not talking about being rude. I am talking about couching the truth in a way that people could receive it. And even then, it is sometimes difficult for people to be able to receive. But, sir, at the last time I spoke, I believe, as did many of us in this room, sir, I had more air in my voice, more anger, more angst. I was more concerned, sir, about the fact that if we had legislation perhaps like this, sir, that those who went before us, we could probably call them to account. And I felt very strongly, as I do now, sir, that given what had happened, that perhaps there was a need for people to be called to account for that behavior. But I have now been in office for 5 years, sir, and I realize, sir, that the only person at the end of the day that you really have control over is yourself. I have control over how I conduct myself. The Honourable Member beside me for St. Peter, how he conducts himself, and so on, the Speaker, all of us. And then collectively as an administration, how we conduct ourselves. This bill will not allow us to extend its reach into the past and drag men forward and judge them, but it will hold all of us in this room accountable. And sir, in a way, we are talking the talk, and by virtue of passing this bill, which I hope we were able to do so at the end of this process, we will not only be talking the talk, but we will be walking the walk, and holding ourselves accountable to a very high standard. So I do not have much. So, I was joking with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central that way you don't have a lot. These kind of bills don't bother you. And I really got much to declare, my statement brief. But at the end of the day, sir, it is not even about that. If it is that this bill says that you have X on X day, and 5 years later you have 20 times X, and you ain't win the lotto, as the member for St. Thomas reminds me, you ain't win the lotto, you have to explain how you get these things. You have to be in a position to say to the public, this is how I arrive at all these assets. Because it is illogical to tell me that you're working for X amount of money and you are able to acquire X amount of savings, buy 10 houses, drive 5 BMWs, and so on. And something got to be going on, sir. I can only hold myself responsible, sir. And the reason that I feel that we all have to hold ourselves responsible is twofold, because we're speaking to the future, of course, that's one. But we also have to make sure that those who went before us, we are able to sanitize the thinking of the Barbadian public, because it has consequences. People feel that all of us are the same. All politicians are criminals, they say. All of one is the same thing. And because of that, the level of apathy, as you could see, sir, with lower voter turnout and so on and so forth, these things have consequences. And it is going to be very critical, sir, that we say what we are going to do, and we do it. Because, sir, if we do not do that in the regular vernacular now, they will call you a fraud. You are a fraud, sir. Not that you're a fraud, sir. They will say you are a fraud, referring to whoever they're speaking about, sir. And I know that I'm no fraud. My colleagues are no fraud, sir. But we came into public life at a time where the public had just had enough. They had just had enough. And so we had a responsibility, sir, to honor the trust that they gave us when they supported us at the last legislation, sir. But I am not even so concerned with the affairs of men who are gone, though some of them are trying to come back. I am concerned with how we conduct ourselves in this place. What do we say to the people of this country? What are we saying to the young people What are we saying to those who look up to us? What are we saying to the international environment? These are the things that concern me, sir. If we had this legislation, it might have been easier to address some of these things, sir, because it would have been easier to hold people accountable. And therefore, sir, to thine own self be true. We now have to lift ourselves to a standard, sir, that we are talking about, sir. But I also know, sir, that we are at a point, sir, where we cannot stay here at our branch meetings, even in our street talks. The member for the city and myself, we spend our nights doing this thing called reasoning in different places. Sir, you cannot shout this thing down and hope people accept it. You cannot shout across the street, across the pasture, across people's hurt, across people's lack of understanding, across people's distrust, and hope that they receive this. We have to spend our time, sir, and break it down and give it to the public, sir, because they're not going to accept it if we try to shout it into their acceptance, sir. And I have come to learn that you have to respect the concerns of the public. And why? Sir, there are mischief makers who deliberately sit down and try to make mischief of even the best intentions. And they do so, sir, in a way that is so effective because they can spread their news faster, wider than those of us who are good intentioned, sir, are able to do. And I know, sir, that you have to listen, sir, and you have to be able to respond to this, sir, because before the majority of Barbadians, and the majority of Barbadians are right-thinking people. And the right-thinking people eventually will bring balance. Those who seek to disturb, sir, and cause a disequilibrium in the society, sir, they get out fast out the blocks. They're all over social media. They're spreading their filth quickly. But eventually, sir, the steady current that is Barbados, the right-thinking people prevail. I've said here before, sir, that across the Caribbean, there are many people who say that Barbadians are docile people. Barbadians are people that allow people to do all kind of things. You know, the other slaves were more rebellious, all kind of things. Barbadians are people who act with dignity. And Barbadians will die for a cause. But try killing Bajans for sport, as 2008 to 2018 showed us. That when the time comes, they will make you pay in the quiet, dignified way that is Barbadian. It doesn't mean necessarily, sir, that we have to go and set people afire and burn buildings. That's not who we are, sir. But when we do things that are so offensive to the collective conscience of this country, the country lets you know. And I believe, sir, that that is what the country did in the last 2 elections. We have now the responsibility for governing this country. We have now the responsibility for convincing Barbadians that we are worthy, sir. This bill is part of that process. Letting Barbadians know that we are serious about delivering on our promise of transparency and accountability, and so on, sir. Before we came into office, we published a little booklet that we listed who we are in this booklet. Our Covenant of Hope, sir. In the Covenant of Hope, we established a whole set of principles, guiding principles, that we would try to live by as a government, sir, and I'm pleased to say that we have done so, sir. So, sir, why do we have to concern ourselves with the acceptance of the public? Because, one, we have to concern ourselves with the fact that bad news travels so much faster. And we also have to stay conscious of that. So the other thing is this. There is now a growing lack of faith and trust in public institutions. And people, sir, believe that everything that the government is doing, sir, whether it is good or bad, sir, is something that means evil, and that we are up somehow to some mischief, and therefore you cannot trust the government, sir. I brought in this house a bill to protect children. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East, a bill on child justice. Bills, sir, that by their very nature serve this country well, that protect the most vulnerable in this country to make sure that we are able to protect the people you know, in a real sense, sir, those whom we love the most. And have now to defend it against all kinds of ideas, sir, that were not written into the bill. And I know, sir, that because of this fact that bad news or fake news is spreading faster, combined with this lack of faith in government institutions, sir, that an institution like the Child Care Board, or welfare, or departments, sir, that for the most part, every department has flaws, but for the most part have performed well over time, that have served not only different administrations, sir, but completely different age ranges. People who are in completely different age groups, different generations, now being called into question, sir, because of the fact that people have different things in their mind, but also because of this lack of public trust in our public institutions, sir. And that is why I know, sir, that we have to be able to do things to strengthen the trust. Because as I began by saying, you have to listen. You have to listen to the public when the public say they have concerns, as we have done in relation to this bill, as we are doing in relation to the bills that we are sending to select committee. I work for Global Affairs Canada, the Canadian government, sir. There are things that they do in relation to their system that would be nice to be done in our system. Of course, these systems, sir, these countries have a lot more resources and a lot more experience doing these things. Our democracy is very young, and our resources are even younger. They're very, very limited, sir, in terms of what it is that we can do. But while I worked at Global Affairs Canada, there were certain things that we were able to do. Now, in the Canadian system, there is a very specific role for solicited proposals and unsolicited proposals. If you have a proposal and it is unsolicited, sir, there is a mechanism in place to deal with this unsolicited proposal. If you have a proposal, sir, that the government intends to put out, sir, there's a proposal. So between unsolicited and solicited, there's a clear set of things to do. There are a clear set of things to do that would make it very clear to the public who is the person that made the bid. Because, you know, sir, it's not fair for a man or a woman or a company or a team or something to sit down and come up with a big idea to solve a problem or to beautify an area, but to solve a problem. And then because they came up with this idea, you didn't think about the idea, but you then have to give these people the idea to everybody else and open it up. It's not fair. So there is a system for addressing unsolicited proposals, especially if the proposal makes sense. You go through it, the person gets the benefit of it, but you declare to the public who the person is. The same thing for solicited proposals. I could go now, sir, you go on the Canadian website now, and you could find the projects that I was project manager of. I had responsibility for about $100 million Canadian dollars in projects. It was a big portfolio. And you could go now and you would see the project that I had, the time that I had it, the implementing agency, the results, just by clicking it. It's there. Because there's a way for reporting on these things. This gives people the comfort of saying that there are systems in place, sir, that they can trust. And that we have to take into consideration, sir, that over time, because of the actions of other people, and I don't mean politically, no, the last administration, I mean over time, the actions of people. And I also think the influence of the internet and different things, you know, everybody now is a wise guy, you know. So I, for example, sir, have been having a pain since I fell a few weeks ago. I am now a doctor because just like these mischievous people I'm reading on the internet, I've diagnosed myself and bought medication. The internet is not something that you ought to do, but the internet influences you sometimes to think you are a professional in all fields. A man reads the law online and then wants to argue with lawyers. You would know very well, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I fell and I've been reading. I now determined that this thing might be a bruised rib affecting my liver. I've concluded. I don't know if it's true. I am soon going to find out. But my point is, sir, that the internet gives people a little bit of information and then they have a lot of ideas with it. sir. But there's been a decaying over time of public trust, sir. And we have to find a way to make sure that we are able to restore the trust of the public. And that is why when we list, as the AG did and other speakers before me did, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, when we list the things that we would have done, it is our effort, sir, also to restore that trust. Because the difficult work that this country has to do, whatever or whichever government comes into this place over the next 20 years, when we became the cabinet, sir, when we formed the government and became the cabinet, the Prime Minister said to all of us, for the time being, I'm sure my colleagues will remember, for the time being, those of us who are in cabinet must appreciate that there are difficult times ahead of us. We are now coming out of a period of 10 years with limited economic growth and so on. We have to become a war cabinet. We are going to be a war cabinet for now because these are difficult times. We have to address it. That meant, sir, because we are a cabinet, sir, you apply yourself differently. It's a period of war. You have things to address. There is an enemy. You have to put in more time. You're going to be working all the time. You have to set targets. You have to go to work and work. PM likes to say somebody has to come to work every day to do certain things. We were going to be a war cabinet for the time being in 2018. At that time, we had not seen COVID. We had not seen a freak storm. We had no idea we were going to have a hurricane. We had no idea that there was going to be a ship stuck in the Suez Canal. That's where it was, right? Suez. In the Suez Canal. We did not know, sir, that there was going to be a war in Europe. We could not foresee the price of grain as they're promising now going up. And it's funny to me that when we sat in cabinet yesterday, the PM said we are a war cabinet for the time being. So we are today the same war cabinet that we were when we came into office 5 years ago. Because whichever government or whoever holds the reins of government must come determined to do work. This is not a plaything for men's egos, sir. We have to come in here and do work. We have to go to our ministries and do work. That is why I say it is good to look into yourself and to thine own self be true. Because if you know that you are not coming to do work, let somebody else do the work. Sir, this cannot be about ego. Too many people are dependent on us, sir, to be able to do this work. I remember when we came into office, when you were traveling, people were saying, oh, what happened to Barbados? And, now people want Barbados at the table. We've done a lot of work, sir. But there is still a lot of work to do. And we must continue to do that which is in the best interest of this country. The child protection legislation, may digress, sir, speaks of best interest. And now all of a sudden people are asking me, what does best interest mean? This could be mischievous. When you say best interest, you could mean something completely different. So when I say in the best interest of the country, I mean that which is in the best interest of the country. Because people who want to oppose will find all kinds of reasons to oppose, sir. But that this legislation is going to be so important to the work that we have to do, sir. All of us. Sir, sometimes we act for each other. I act sometimes for Foreign Affairs Minister, Tourism. I act for different ministers as they travel. And sometimes the things that come to me in that short space of time, while I'm still trying to manage my ministry, I say to myself, my colleague is working very, very hard, sir. And I do not know how it is, sir, that you would carry the burden of additional work. Because all of us, sir, this is the third time for the week in crop over season that we are in Parliament, sir. That should tell the public something. If you are coming to work, come to work. A friend of mine just messaged me and asked me if I plan to be in Parliament every day. But there's work to do. You come to Parliament, sir, to pass important bills, important resolutions, have serious conversation. If this is not a conversation worthy of a Friday evening, if it keeps us late, then nothing is. This is one of the most important bills that we will pass, sir. to say to the public, sir, that we are going to conduct ourselves with probity in all of our affairs, sir. Integrity is important. Sir, you don't want anybody to be handling, your affairs if you don't trust them. Sir, a thought just came to mind. I won't share. I'll share it to you privately when we get downstairs. But remember this idea that you could have somebody handling your affairs that you don't trust. Just think about the Child March, who's involved in it, and who you trust and who you don't trust. This is serious business. And therefore, sir, it is in that context, sir, that I feel that we have to be able to discuss these things, sir. And I also know, sir, that when I was getting ready to leave the Canadian High Commission, sir, about to enter public life in a serious way, sir, all of the readings about corruption in the region and corruption in the Caribbean, these things came up so many times. Corruption has a cost. Corruption has a cost, sir. And we spoke, I heard this morning, the Honourable Member for St. James North explained that cost in dollars and cents. The member for St. James Central also in dollars and cents, sir. But, sir, I spoke earlier about the trust, the public trust being diminished, sir. When people feel that you're corrupt, then they have no faith in you. They don't trust you with their affairs. And, sir, I am a realist. I don't come to pretend, I'm not going to try to defend the political class, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central said. She doesn't like the phrase, nor do I really. This idea that persons who are in politics, sir. But the truth is there are hot spots in corruption. You could know for sure that when it comes to those extractive industries like gold and diamonds, there's corruption. When you consider oil, corruption, always. Sir, there are other things, sir, that you could think of in relation to other industries, sir. Some would say even this pharmaceutical thing. People creating drugs, sir. The cynics say you create a disease, create a drug, or don't cure a particular disease. It's always corruption. And, sir, the truth is, in the politics of our times and before our times, and politics since the beginning of time, it's also been a hot spot. Politicians have had their fair share of conflicts and scandals. So I will not blame the public for thinking that politicians are frauds. Our jobs are to make sure that we do not fraud the people and that we do not make true what they fear is true, that we conduct ourselves in a way that hot spot that is reflective of other people's behavior is not who we are, sir. But I also know, sir, democracy. Our democracy is really at stake here. Our democracy is at stake. Our social stability is at stake. The solidarity of the country is at stake. If you think about how you felt, sir, I think many Barbadians have forgotten that period between 2008 and 2018, but particularly I would say 2014 or so to 2018. That period where you just did not know. You just don't know. You don't know if the dollar is going to get devalued. You know for sure Guyana don't want to hold the Barbados dollar. You don't know if this is going to happen. You don't know how people see you. You don't know if you're going to have enough money to buy anything because Barbados barely had enough foreign reserves to buy a mint. You don't know if you could get medication. You don't know. You don't know. So that stability that a country needs, so people start taking their monies out of the banking system. People start taking their money out of the bank, stashing their money on the carpet. Businesses started moving. It affected jobs, sir. These things have consequences. And therefore, we have to be sure, sir, that we are sure-footed in the way we conduct ourselves, sir, in relation to a lot of these things. But we have to have an honest conversation with the public. And sir, I just said that it's good to be truthful, but I know for a fact that the truth sometimes is a bitter pill to swallow. And I know the Prime Minister said when we came in, sir, that we are going on a long march. But before we go on this march, we will give the people breakfast. We made sure we were able to raise the welfare support, the public service got something, everybody got something, sir. And then we went on, we proceeded to have a very difficult conversation. This government actually has been having so many difficult conversations with the country, trying to talk the country through a number of very difficult things, a country in transition. It's difficult, sir, when you have a car, a fast car even, or any car, but if you got a nice fast car, like the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, a GT, you got a nice fast car, and it's a good car, like Barbados is a good car, but you put that car down, it is not, you're not testing it, sir, you're not going up in your RPM, sir, your car ain't being driven properly, it put down parts start to rust. You take a good driver and you throw him in that same car and you accelerate too sudden, good car as it is, ain't drive properly in 10 years, it can fall apart. You now have to come back and rebuild parts, rebuild the engine, rebuild the civil service, rebuild our public institutions, rebuild the way we do processes, go online. We're making our car fit for purpose, especially because it wasn't driven well for 10 years, sir. It's difficult work, but it's conversations that we have to be able to have. So, but corruption costs, sir. Sir, corruption also costs because it means things that you had money to do, you don't have money to do. It would mean, sir, that if we had a whole mob ton of money, that I could do all the roads in St. Michael South. I could get the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East if we had unlimited funds and monies that are unexplained, could be explained. In 2008, 2018 period, I could get all my roads due, the many. I could have more money for social protection. These are real consequences, I'm being serious now. Social protection, I would have more money. I'd be able to make sure I get the Honourable Member for St. John to give me my community centre in Bridensill, and so on, and so forth, if we had unlimited funds. Sir, we would also be in a position, sir, to build, as I intend to do, a community in every parish for older people. If you had this unlimited amount of money, sir. But you cannot be a country like Barbados, a small island developing state, with limited resources, and to use those resources in a way that do not benefit the people, sir. You have to be very targeted with your money, sir, but there are also human potential costs. A lot of the goals that we've aspired to achieve in these SDGs, we can't achieve if it is that you don't have the resources to do so, sir. The dreams of boys and girls for their future, sir, you deny them of that, sir. And to me, the biggest loss was the fact that Barbadians had forgotten what it was to dream between that period, 2008 to 2018. They've now been able to dream again in this country, sir. But I also saw, as I did, many public servants leave the public service. In that period, good senior public servants left. And I'm not saying they left because of corruption. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they left because it was not for them the nature of the Barbadian public service. We lost that human potential, sir. And the greater tragedy of that loss is not that they left. It is that they did not have the time to train up other people. So we had a situation where we had to move people 2 and 3 levels up to fill senior positions without the expertise, without the experience. Sir, these things have a cost. And think about the impact, sir, that will have on the community, sir, and on the country, sir. And as a country grappling with climate change, sir, the resources that I'm sure the Honourable Member, the Minister of Environment, would love to have to be able to tackle some of the vexing issues in the environment and in the marine environment particularly, sir. So I had made a promise for my honourable friend that I will take care of the elderly if he takes care of the environment. We have a deal. Sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, from cradle to grave, this is an important conversation, and this is an important piece of legislation, sir. And as I close, sir, as I close, sir, this is an important piece of legislation. As we go from cradle to grave, sir, we all understand, we were all directed, sir, face it and fix it. Face it and fix it. If you have a problem, you say what the problem is, you face it and you fix it, sir. At the end of the day, sir, to thine own self be true. The funny thing about that play is that as the play concludes, Polonius, who's the speaker, he's not true to himself. He turns out to be a fraud, sir. So people say all kinds of things and they don't mean it. But really, to thine own self be true. When you look into the mirror, who do you see? What do you believe? What do you stand for, sir? And I believe that this bill, this Integrity in Public Life bill, sir, will make a lot of difference, sir. I believe it will have have big consequences for ordinary people, even if they don't know it now. Our job is to act in people's interests even when they don't know it. And I again remind the public, sir, that this is a place for serious conversation and for doing serious business, sir. I give this bill my fullest support, sir, and I look forward to this bill making a difference in the lives of ordinary people for an extraordinary amount of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I felt that I would have needed 2 hours to speak on this particular bill, and therefore I was not going to get in the way of these distinguished young honourable members, but give them the chance if they're so desired, because everybody knows from whence I have come. I have come from the bosom of poverty with one of the biggest families in Barbados, and work extremely hard with a mother who was most dedicated to being upright and being honest and making sure that not only her many children adhere to rules and regulations in every sphere of life, from in the village, through the classroom, in the church, and the workplace, but she and all others, all of those other members of the families, both males and females, sought to make sure that their children had character, because we enforced every day in our ears, character is everything. You know where you come from. Don't watch the others who are flying high, because you don't know whose wings they're flying with. And that registered with all Barbadians, or most Barbadians, whether they were from rural or urban Barbados in the past. And sir, you know I'm talking about in the 1950s, where everybody was the other person's keeper. And therefore, I wish to say how much I support this bill. It has been long overdue, for decades. And of course, I was amazed that it would not have been given assent by the honourable members in the other place when that came about. I do not think, sir, that a bill of this nature shall have any political fallout. If we've come in here, most of us, the 30 of us, through persons voting for us because they had the trust. They had our interests at heart to be able to look after their own interest at the highest level of lawmaking or whatever else had to happen from here, sir, this honourable chamber. And so I believe that this bill is timely. This Labour Party came in its manifesto, its covenant of hope, letting Barbadians know we have not come here to deceive. We have not come here to get rich. We have come here to work in the interest of the people of this wonderful island, Barbados. And therefore, we are going to put the policies and the programs in place, have them instituted to ensure that we pursue. And one of the first things we did, sir, is to look at this particular bill. And I was extremely proud, sir, to be able to rise out of poverty, and given the support of thousands of people in the constituency of St. Thomas, to come here in this honourable chamber, sir, and to be a part of piloting their needs and their interests and supporting the values that they uphold for Barbadians to work. And the Bible tells us, by the sweat of thy brow, thou shalt eat bread. And therefore, rural Barbados and urban Barbados don't sit back and wait for anybody to give them anything, most of them. It is only now that a new culture is coming where people are begging and asking, and some of them are begging legitimately because they are suffering. Many of them can't get the jobs, and so on and so forth. But they supported us knowing we have come to uphold integrity and to be doing things in their interests to make that tremendous difference in their lives. And in the same way, Mr. Speaker, that I can say perhaps you and I and many of the honourable members here have risen to this level out of poverty, we have to send a message to let the youth and others out there know, if we can do it, you can do it too, but come with your character intact. There was an ad on the TV once and on the radio that says character is everything. And we have lived by that comment. And it has thus brought us, poor people, black people, middle-class people perhaps, but they've all brought us together that in unison we can work towards saving that culture of persons begging and bribing and doing those negative things that are foreign to Barbados. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be here. We came in on the mantra of integrity, fairness, equity, accountability, honesty, transparency, and I believe that we must continue. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I was called upon on being appointed as a minister in government in 2018, I was so happy when the Cabinet of Barbados determined we pledged to the people of Barbados before we won the 30 seats that we are going to declare our assets. I still have mine, Mr. Speaker. I'm no longer a minister, but I still have my copy because I was proud to do it. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Having worked honestly from being a child, where almost everybody in Barbados that lived in rural Barbados went and cut the canes and headed them to the truck. And they reared animals to feed themselves and their neighbors. And they did all kinds of things to make sure that they achieved honestly. Many of them didn't go to school either too, Mr. Speaker. They had to go into the fields with their parents in the agricultural belt or in the shops where urban people would have been working and help to what we call dispatch. But at the end of the week, they were given their funds because they worked honestly for them. And for me, that is the route that we should continue to go, meaning not necessarily carrying the children in the agricultural belt, but if that is what the policy was, or that was what the style was at that time, to be able to have to bring in funds in the home, then there was nothing wrong with it, because, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let you and the rest of Barbados know. Here I am, at my tender years as a septuagenarian, and I went in the cane field and cut and headed and did everything. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, my body is so clean. Few little blemishes from whatever happened with the falls and so on from the games we played. However, here I am because the people of St. Thomas said, you can do it for us. Not once or twice or 3 times or 4 times or 5 times, Mr. Speaker, 6 times, because they felt that I will help to push the interests that they have to be able to come in here and to be honest and upright and truthful with whatever I do and say on their behalf. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, they are proud to know that an ordinary little girl, a plantation worker, and a bus driver's daughter of 8 children born over a 10-year period, and big sister staying home and keeping them, can come into this honorable chamber. I have news for the youth out there. They too can be here representing the interests of Barbados, but they must bring integrity and honesty with them. And therefore, this bill, sir, will help our youth to understand not all 30 of them in there are crooked, are on the tape, because I would hate for anybody to call my name, because I have 2 distinguished attorneys, sir, not you, sir. I left you for the young people to work with you, but will represent me if anybody ever misses and calls my name to say, I have taken a bribe from anybody. I had, when I became a parliamentary secretary, sir, the unfortunate experience where someone, I will not say the sex of the person, came to the constituency office when I had the constituency meeting session. People would come on a Wednesday. And the person said to me, I have come here to get you help me. And I said, but are you from St. Thomas? Because this clinic is for St. Thomas people. And the person said, no, but I have a minibus. And I need to get my minibus moving from the route at Oistins and going to Bridgetown only to go from Oistins to Speightstown. And I said, but I'm sorry, but that is not the area I'm in. I'm in education. And the person said, and I said, who would have been the minister at that time for transport? And the person said, once you talk to the minister and I get it, I will give you $2,000 to $3,000. Mr. Speaker, my skin color turned the color of the Barbados Labour Party red. And I ordered the individual leave this constituency office now. $3,000 would have said a lot. But I am not going to sell my soul to the devil. If you want to go through it, go through the minister, the legitimate way. And that is why our young people are watching us. When we make mistakes, and they're trying them to, and then they get themselves caught up in trouble. So that is only one, but there are so many others. But I know from whence I have come, I know the purpose for coming here, and I shall continue with God's help to be able to represent the interests of the people, not only of St. Thomas, because when the 30 of us coming here, there are persons coming from all over Barbados who need some kind of guidance or assistance or protection, you name it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And each of us has got a role to play in helping ordinary people to be able to prop them up, as well as to do it the correct way. Honesty is still the best policy. Mr. Speaker, what would have also destroyed my life and my character is to know that I would have been in the teaching service for 25 years, sir, and would have had the scouts and the brownies, and sometimes help out with the 4-H, and the ISCF, meaning the Inter-School Christian Fellowship, and then come and take a bribe, Mr. Speaker. I would not know how to survive and how to face those students who pass through my hand. Sometimes I come here in this honorable chamber, sir, and 7 of the young men out there are my former students from the school where I work, Sharon Primary. They were in the scouts, and they helped with everything, and they understood how they had to follow standard. How could I have propped them up, and their parents and others done it, and then I disappoint them by taking a bribe, and my name is in the newspaper? Mr. Speaker, I would not know how to survive. And therefore, I am a strong supporter of this bill here today. I also, sir, wish to say, a man is known by the company he keeps. And there is a sad story of a man at a government institution. I do not know how that person would have gotten that authority. But about $1 million in diamond rings, buying motor cars and giving women all kinds of expenses. How would a person at that level be able to do that with the government's funds? I cannot understand it yet. I will not call the name of the institution, but it is an institution that would have needed that money to help to give psychological and all kinds of support for those individuals who are there needing the care, the guidance, the understanding, the support. How did that happen? Another one, Mr. Speaker. And this did not happen in our time. And it should not have happened in anybody's time. And if it happens in this time, I want the person to see what God's prisons look like. Because I've been there with a spiritual group, sir. And when I entered the first gate and I heard click, I was so afraid, Mr. Speaker. And I said, what is that? They said, that is what we have to do in there. The second time, the next one we went and click it again. How do people want to be repeat prisoners? I said, if there's an earthquake, what will I do in here? I don't belong, but I went to give God's word with a group, sir. And I'm saying, this other one, $16,000, a regular clerical officer writing checks on a government checkbook for a canteen that the person had received and was managing. Somebody needs to get locked up for the taxpayers' money. We have people out there, Mr. Speaker, sir, who have nothing to eat today. They're relying on the welfare department. They're relying on families, and sometimes families don't get paid on time. Those funds should be going to them through the welfare department and other institutions, sir. And therefore, I support this bill. We must have integrity at the hallmark of anything we say and do, even if we breathe. We must make sure that we look after these people, and this bill, sir, plays its role. I also want, sir, to say that I have achieved a lot of the goals that I would have sought to work towards, but I understand what happens. It relies on the economy. It relies on so many other things. But nobody will come to me at an election and push money in my face and tell me, take that. It will have to be a close friend who says, I know how expensive it is to run a campaign. But no stranger can come and tell me, take this $50,000. And when you win, I want to get the biggest contract in this government. I am sorry, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my honorable members in here will uphold those tenets to be honest and upright and to follow procedure, because at the end of the day, we can be up here and within another hour or two, we're in the gutter. We become trash. And now that the technology is there, sir, that even makes it worse. I had a conversation with a person one day right here in the yard of this distinguished chamber, sir. And I said to the person, how did you get that L200? When I'm moving in the campaign, I would like a vehicle like that. And the person said, all you have to do, it's a member of parliament, no, Mr. Speaker, the person said, all you have to do, and they call me by my name, go and register at the Ministry of Agriculture and tell them that you are an agriculturalist and you can get the concessions. And I think it is 30 or 40% lesser for the vehicle. I have a truck now, but I pay the credit union for it every month, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would never, ever do that because that concession is for farmers. I am not a farmer. There's a farmers in St. Thomas housing area, as well as farmers development. The honorable member for St. Andrew, that is on his side, but it's on to St. Thomas as a parish. But that is the only farmer that I could be. How can an officer pull together information to give a member of parliament a concession as a farmer when that member does not even plant a flower in the garden, a flower plant? Those are the small things that are happening. And when the civil servants see it, and when the rest of the public of Barbados know it, all of us as parliamentarians are pushed into one big bag to say, they are trash, they are no good, they want everything they see, they're grabblers, they're dishonest, and everything negative, and they put all of us in one big bunch, Mr. Speaker. I will not be pushed into that kind of corner or be characterized as any criminal. I came to this place with my integrity intact, Mr. Speaker, sir. I intend to do that as well, and I trust that all these honorable members will continue in that vein to make sure that the public does not lose confidence in us. And surely, Mr. Speaker, they cannot have lost confidence in us, because to have won 30 seats in 2018 and come back in 2022 and win another 30 seats, it says the public has confidence in us, and they are expecting us to carry out our duties with distinction, with honor, making sure that the public of Barbados gets the best for whatever area it is, and that the funds of this government picked up through the value-added tax or whatever taxes are spent on the people of Barbados, whether it be in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital or the roads or the schools, at the Water Authority, and the district hospital, wherever it is. The public of Barbados is expecting that we will follow the straight and narrow. And I will condemn any of these honorable members in here who I learn may have taken would take a bribe. So I say may have because I don't know, and I'm not interested in that. But will take a bribe, because I expect all of them, and I know most of them are upright and will continue to do the right thing. But we just need to talk to younger people who may wish to come here because they think that when you come to Parliament, you're filthy rich. They do not understand that we burn the midnight oil, Mr. Speaker, day and night. Almost every funeral, I said I had 3 yesterday that I attended. I went the evening before to sign the book for another one because I knew it was not humanly possible to make all 4. I want the young people to know we have to make tremendous sacrifices already, and we have to go to the banks to get our houses or mortgage finance or wherever, that we have to go to the lending agencies to buy our vehicles. And I will condemn any of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, whom I know may go and be bribed into doing something and then sit here next to me. I would tell them what I feel about it, how I feel about it, and I know that it will create a lot of talk and a lot of fallout with the general public of Barbados. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I consider myself a role model. I don't care who sees it otherwise, but I know the public believes that I am a role model. And I cannot be out there espousing as a Sunday school teacher for almost 20 years. I'm working with the district hospital for another 16 as a leader, and then I come in here and take a bribe? What message will I send in? We're only flap, talk, but I will not be living the dream. that I wanted to plant, or the seed that I wanted to plant. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can continue on this vein, in this vein, to be able to put forward to the cabinet, through whichever institution, because we want to keep our integrity intact, whatever our assets are. If it is a house, we can put forward the information. We have the documentation from the partly loans institutions. If it is our car, whatever it is we have, if it's money in the bank, we are able to do it. And I believe that any other government following this one, sir, should continue in that vein of declaration of your assets, making sure that whatever you achieve in life, whether it be jewelry, funds, housing, properties, whatever, it is properly documented. The evidence is there that any and everybody can see that we have risen to the level to achieve that aspect of it by making sure we do it the right way and not bribing or taking anything for anybody. All in the United States, all like now, there's confusion over people taking bribes. We are a small island state. Everybody knows everybody else, and we have to make sure that whatever we do, we follow the straight and narrow. If we are the role models, young people look up to all of us, middle-aged people look up to all of us and love us, we have to set the examples for the others to follow. There's nothing that can stop the ordinary man in the street, the ZR man from coming in here as a member of parliament, once he comes in with his character intact and make sure that he fulfills his role to look after the needs of the people. The preacher can come. The bus conductor can come, the teacher can come, the mason can come, because that is what democracy is all about. But I would wish any of them who comes and pursues at this level to be able to show, I am honest and upright. I've come with my integrity intact. I want to serve my country, but I am going to do it where whatever I earn and I have achieved, I've done it through honest channels, and not through any bribery or anything else that will make us filthy rich overnight. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by indicating how happy I am that this bill is being placed before us again. We know it had passed this honorable chamber before, but some adjustments have been made, and correctly so. And I pray that when it reaches the other place, that the honorable members there will then give assent to it, to ensure that it comes to be a part of our legislative procedure, and that persons understand none of us in here is out there waiting or trying to dupe anybody or trying to get filthy rich in a hurry and taking it through channels that are not the correct ones. There's enough confusion in this country, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the technology is taking over. But when people look at me and say, oh, nobody don't mind her, they're talking putty, and there's a drug man or somebody with contraband or something that's propping her up, I would never want my name to be associated with anything like that. None of these other members whom I know very well. And therefore, I'm going to encourage them to follow the procedure. Make sure that you've come in here with your character intact, and then whenever you have to go, it's up to us. It's sometimes our ages, it's sometimes illnesses, some different things will cause us to have to leave this honorable chamber. But when we leave with our characters intact, and that nobody will tarnish them, or that nobody will be on the outside saying, oh, don't mind her, that truck she got, somebody, whatever name gave her, or what company, or whatever. My life is an open book, and any page can be opened and read. And they can read and be edified as to whatever it shows. And therefore, if I am a woman and I am not taking, the men shall have any reason to take either. The men may be given otherwise, but if I am a woman and I have worked day and night to be able to serve not only myself and my family, but the constituents of St. Thomas and Barbados, anybody else can do it, and I want nothing in return. If people say thank you, then I appreciate that. But I don't want anything from anyone, because I believe that I will die with my dignity. And we have a Calypsonian who says that without fail. I will die with my dignity, because I want to uphold not only my standards, but the standards of Almighty God. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I give my 1,000% support to this bill, and I trust that as we go forward in the next few weeks, whenever it reaches the other place, that the honourable members there will also give assent to it, because they too understand. And that is an area where we are not to play politics. There are some things that you play politics with. But then there are other standards, other policies that you stick rigidly to the straight and narrow, because at the end of the day, it impacts on not only us, but it impacts on the rest of this country. The eyes of the Caribbean are on Barbados. And people try to find out sometimes, how do they get it done well that way? It is because we work together. The camaraderie is there. The collective approach is there to make the difference. And I believe that once we have that collective approach and we try to look down to the future to see if we do not put this legislative aspect of it in place, how will we survive? When we leave this place, how will people look at us and say, they did not do it, they did not serve us well, whatever, we do not know. But we need, despite if a fallout has to happen over it, we need to stick to the standards that we know are the standards that God will love us to do. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I gave my warmest support to the honourable member for St. Joseph and this government to be able, and this distinguished chamber, to make sure that we put this legislative procedure in place so that all Barbadians will now have to focus on something else that is good, rather than be saying each of us is in here on the tape. We hear it all the time. That is not good for us. But we can set that example, because when we are long gone and this legislative matter is in place, it will help to protect not only the persons who will be here, but it will stymie that talk about who came in and got filthy rich when people do not know that we work the midnight oil and others have private jobs, and so they do, in order to be able to look after their families, to build their homes, to be able to give to their constituents in a way that is different. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the privilege, and I am here supporting this measure 1,000%. I came here to this honourable chamber, sir, with my character intact, and I intend to leave here with my character intact, because that is all I know. And if I've come from poverty and I've done it, there are thousands of people in Barbados who know that they are in poverty, and they're striving to be able to get here, not for them to become filthy rich, but to give proper representation to the rest of the people of Barbados whenever that opportunity arises. I wish to thank you, sir, for giving me the privilege.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise perhaps more so just for to have my voice placed in the record of Parliament. But I must tell you that I spent the greater part of my political career on every political platform speaking to the issues of transparency, accountability, and integrity in public life. In fact, I think I had a rehearsed speech in my mind every time I spoke in the elections, certainly in 2013 and 2018, simply because that decade that I had the opportunity to serve in this place, both certainly in opposition, required of me to disassociate myself from the conduct of the then administration, and to certainly disassociate myself from even any other politician in public life whose name or character had in any way been brought into disrepute. Sir, I take the office of being a politician, being an officer of this Parliament, very seriously. I, perhaps like maybe not some of the others, I have always wanted to be involved in public life. I have been admiring a number of those persons, certainly from our party, who blaze a trail and distinguish themselves at the highest level, not only in terms of their capacity, sir, but also in terms of them maintaining their integrity over the course of several decades. And on both sides, there have been persons who have, in a sense, stood up to that measure of persons who did not bring the profession of being a politician into disrepute. Sir, I want to make it clear, though, that integrity cannot be legislated. You either have integrity or you don't have integrity. What we are therefore doing today, and what we've attempted to do on a previous occasion in relation to this particular piece of legislation, the Integrity in Public Life Bill, is to provide some guidance to those who hold public office so that they know very clearly what the people of this country will not only tolerate, but also are prepared to accept from those persons who put themselves forward to hold political office, but also on the wider end of being able to hold public office in this country, sir. Unlike the last administration and I recall it very well, there was a former Prime Minister who told us that the Prevention of Corruption legislation, the Act, the 1929 legislation, was a piece of legislation that could address the issues of corruption in public life. He tried to convince this chamber and then convince the rest of the country that if there were bad practices by any of his members of cabinet, that particular piece of legislation, a 1929 piece of legislation, was the legislation that would be able to deal with those matters and to hold those persons up to public scrutiny, sir. That was a Prime Minister, sir, that at the time would have presided over a number of questionable actions that were taken by several ministers in the cabinet. And I don't intend to go over any of that period, because I think we all are well familiar with that period of our history, a very difficult period in our history where the public of Barbados lost its support and certainly its admiration for people in public life. So I remember my first act as leader of government business in this chamber was to take on the then speaker for allegations made against him in relation to the handling of funds relating to a client, sir. I remember that well. I was thrown into the deep end on the very first day, but it was because even as an attorney, I could not understand how such an allegation could be made by someone who held such an office, and then to couple that, could also then have the position of speaker as well in the Parliament of Barbados, sir. No other place in the world, sir, would have allowed a speaker with allegations of that nature to continue to hold political office. But that is also part of our history. And I mention that, sir, because we must be reminded of how we got here. This Integrity in Public Life Bill did not fall off the back of a truck, sir. We made attempts previously to bring it to the House of Parliament. It passed this particular chamber. In the Senate, it did not pass at the time. But we have brought it back. And I must say, there have been pieces of legislation in our history in Parliament that in many cases, when they are defeated for one reason or the other in the other place, they often never make their way back to this house, to this particular chamber, sir. And I think that this Barbados Labour Party administration is to be commended for listening to the criticisms that were made in relation to this piece of legislation, taking on board the recommendations that were being made, and finding the compromise that was required in order to get all parties on board, sir. It may not be perfect for everybody, sir, but I think that what we have shown and what we continue to demonstrate is that we listen to the public, we listen to the concerns, and where we can find that balance based on the criticisms that have been raised and the recommendations, that this administration is prepared to do so. The reality, sir, is that corruption is, or should I say, corruption became a buzzword in the previous decade prior to 2018. It became such a buzzword. I recall too, the then Prime Minister spoke of it in that way, that it was a buzzword. It was the common word that was falling off the tips of everyone's tongue. But the reality is it was being talked about because there were certain acts that were taking place across statutory corporations and state-owned enterprises, across the government, across ministries, that called into question the very people that have been vested with the authority to oversee the affairs of the people of this country, sir. Now, I have responsibility for 3 ministries that were on the front burner in terms of issues of corruption. I am pleased to see this piece of legislation, sir, because for what took place in the previous decade before 2018 must never repeat itself in the history of this country. You had contracts being entered into, sir, on the eve of an election. Sir, I want to repeat myself. Contracts entered into on the eve of an election in 2018, sir, to make sure that certain people would be able to benefit and to profit off of the backs of the people of this country, sir. And no doubt for those who held political office at the time and others in the entities to be able to have benefits both in the short, the medium, and the long term from those contracts, sir. So I am happy today to know that this piece of legislation is being tabled and it is being supported certainly in this place, and I would hope that others will also support it, because we must never see these things happening again. Sir, you are well aware of what transpired in relation to Transport Board, sir. We've had a whole Public Accounts Committee discussion on the issues within Transport Board, the buying and selling of parts, the under-invoicing, the over-invoicing, sir. We have seen it in our enterprises. We have seen how a lot of times the target is on the minister, but in many cases, there are other hands behind the scenes that move very quickly at the dead of the night to sign documentation and get witnesses to be able to sign off on contracts that have major implications for the people of this country and the future of this country, sir. And then, of course, you have the other entity which falls under me, which is the Transport Authority. Well, I think it is well known that while this administration supports the enfranchisement of our people to be able to hold permits, there has also been no entity that has been so tainted by the giving out of permits on the eve of an election in a last-ditch effort, not to empower people, but at the time to be able to ensure that they were able to solicit the votes from the persons who received the permit, sir, and have since created absolute chaos within the PSV sector, which we now have the responsibility for trying to clean up, sir. So I am pleased that those who I have responsibility for in terms of my ministerial portfolio will also find themselves, as I have, having to file their statement of financial circumstances and knowing that they need to go to sleep with this piece of legislation at the side of their bed, because I want members in here to understand that while we are doing this because of what happened before, we may not always be the government, and there will come a time when this same piece of legislation will have, or perhaps may be used against us or against those who are in office now. I want to make myself very clear. This is not a fly-by-night piece of legislation, sir. And so long as we do the things to give this piece of legislation teeth, this legislation will send a very strong message to those who may be contemplating dipping their hand in the kitty or being able to sign some secret deals for their own profit. It will make them question whether they are going to go about it the way and the callous way sometimes in which they have done so, sir. We are also well aware of the fact that processes were not followed in many cases, sir. You've had situations when it came to housing where contracts were given out without reference to any board of management at many of the corporations, sir, certainly at NHC. You have had situations where you tell a whole country, especially the poor and the most vulnerable, that you are going to get low-income housing. And the only people who have benefited in many cases from those types of contracts have been the contractors and perhaps a few others who facilitated the deals, sir. The people of this country were disappointed prior to 2018, sir, because of the behavior and the bad practices of a select few And sir, I could not in good conscience not support this piece of legislation because it really is near and dear to my heart. I tell people I will sign whether there's legislation or not. I can submit my forms because you know what? My father once told me that a good name is rather to be chosen than great riches. Love and favor rather than silver and gold, sir. I can walk away tomorrow with nothing, but I know that I will walk away from public life with my integrity intact, because that is what I came to public life with. I was a lawyer before. I ain't carrying nobody money. Had no desire to. Went to work every day from 6 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, because I was in chambers with two of the hardworking, politicians to some extent, but also lawyers in this country, sir. And the Honourable Member for St. James North is well aware of those days as well, because he was also in that chambers too. We worked hard, sir, for what we had, what we got. And it was because of the efforts made there that many of us have decided that we wanted to go into public life to be able to serve the people. Serving the people doesn't mean that you cut deals, sir. It doesn't mean that you profit off of the people, sir. It means instead that you make sure that the people are taken care of, that the things that we came to public life and we said that we wanted to accomplish and that we wanted to reverse from what was happening before, that we actually fulfill. And we have to recognize that there is so much distrust out there towards politicians. I read the comments, sir. I read the comments on social media from time to time. I read the paper. And I can talk to people. And I know that there remains a distrust. It's nothing that started with our administration, but it is something that has continued and has been fed over decades, sir. And we therefore have a responsibility, given that the people of this country have entrusted us with certainly 2 terms thus far and 30 seats. We have a responsibility to ensure that we do not repeat the history of politicians who have come before that have caused this profession to be called into question. I come from a political party, sir, where even before legislation was even drafted, the then leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the late Owen Seymour Arthur, and the then, current leader of this party and Honourable Prime Minister, both went on the front line to be able to declare their assets, sir. They led by example. They didn't hide behind any old legislation and claim that, if people want to come forward and claim that anybody was doing anything wrong, that they should go to the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution, sir. They didn't hide behind that. They came forward blazing a trail and said, look, we're going to lead by example. If y'all on the other side are not prepared to do so, we will lead by example. And that is what has made it simple for members on this side, certainly, sir, to be able to follow in the footsteps of its leadership, because it did not require a piece of legislation to be passed for us to determine what was the right thing for us to do and to send the message that we are not like them, sir. We get that it was difficult for the then administration because there were so many things, I believe, that were happening at the time in relation to the comments about corruption. People may remember the comments regarding the Cahill deal, sir. Again, we sat in this chamber and had lengthy debates about Cahill. I remember the disclosures about who had signed the document, who had signed the agreement from the Prime Minister back down, sir, causing an entire country and the rest of the world to look and frown upon Barbados and ask questions about the integrity of our politicians, sir. But, sir, I want to also address another issue, because integrity is not only an issue for politicians. Sir, integrity trickles through the entire public service, anybody who holds public life. Sometimes I wonder why I am driven to make sure that we follow things through in my ministry, why I have sleepless nights wondering if things have been done, if the trees that got cut down, if they've been removed, if the poles have been removed that are an obstruction to somebody, if the road has been properly fixed, sir. I have sleepless nights over it. But what do? I get up and I try to figure out, well, who is responsible? What do I need to do in order to fix it? I can't fix everything all one time, but I try my best to be able to do it, sir. Because my integrity is also on the line. And I wonder sometimes if that concept of integrity doesn't trickle all the way through the service. Because there are some people who take pride in what they do, but then there are others who don't. Integrity is not just about what you steal, sir. It's not just about what you take in terms of a bribe. Integrity also still has a lot to do with taking pride in what you do so that you set an example for others who are out there to come, sir. I've had instances in my ministry where people decided that they would turn themselves into contractors, because that's all I can describe it as, sir. Go and build 2 roads with milling and paving material that was not on any list assigned by this administration and certainly by me as minister. And they did so not without any regard whatsoever about the cost of the taxpayers, the fact that there were other locations on the list that ought to have been dealt with and addressed first, sir. Those are issues of integrity. But the challenge most times is that nobody don't want to bell the cat. And these are the difficult conversations that we must have in this country. Because we can have this legislation, the whistleblower legislation, but you know, if nobody wants to put pen to paper and to make the report or to answer the questions when they are asked by the commission, because they are fearful of consequences, because we live in a small society, sir, all of what we are doing here could very well end up in vain. And I'm sure all of you know of what I speak. We have a difficulty in public service, sir, where people do not like to bell the cat. And it is something that we must address frontally. We've been dealing with a matter today which again suggests, just here in this parliament, sir, which highlights the issues of people coming to work, but that the taxpayers of this country may not always be getting the best deal for what they deserve and what the efforts are that are being put in, sir. And you know of what I speak. But this is not an isolated case. These are things that are happening across all ministries. And while we do our best to try to correct the decay and the decline in this behavior, sir, it cannot be the Prime Minister shouting and complaining that people need to pull their weight all the time and dragging them off over the coals, sir. There's a level of integrity that also has to, and a conscience rather, that has to play out in relation to our public officers. That they come to work, they draw a salary, and they must give 110% of themselves to their job, sir. Many of us don't have no other passport but a passport for Barbados. And therefore, we have to realize that the actions of one impact on other people in this country, sir. And it is important that we recognize that. Integrity in public life, sir, and amongst public officers requires people to be honest. It requires people to be open. And it requires people to be transparent in their dealings with each other. And while a lot of the attention gets placed on the politicians, sir, and I'm speaking for nobody but myself, I can't speak for nobody but myself, but I'm going to say this. Many times, politicians will come and go. Ministers will come and go. Those who remain develop a familiarity with contractors and persons within the private sector. And if I lie, come out and say so. And I have come to realize that sometimes those relationships interfere with the ability sometimes of persons being able to give their best judgment, their best technical expertise in relation to certain matters, sir. Because, as Bajans would say, if you're in bed with people, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to have a balanced view or even a different view, sir. These are the levels of corruption that we also got to talk about. Because for every finger that points at a politician in this room and outside, I want to let others know that the fingers are also pointing back at them. And I certainly, as minister, sir, when I see it, I am going to call it for what I see. Because I understand what it is to put yourself forward in public life. The ridicule, sometimes the criticism that we have to put up with. Sir, it is not easy. And these discussions require us as well to talk about terms and conditions of work for the political class as well, sir, as well as the public servants. Because I believe that if people are paid well, the temptation to take money from others is not only minimized, but in some cases it is eliminated. Now, I am not making a case and saying politicians must get all kinds of money and public officers must get all kinds of money. I am simply saying that we need to seriously look at how we remunerate our people based on what they have the competency to do. Because if you're not competent and you're just senior, as far as I'm concerned, that is not a gateway to being able to be properly compensated. You must be competent at what you do, and then equally, you are properly compensated, sir. These are the hard, difficult conversations we must have as a people and as a parliament. We must have these conversations. The Parliamentary Commission has been established to be able to look into not just the remuneration of the political class, but also to look at all aspects of Parliament, sir, because we are operating in a very outdated environment. And we therefore, while we have declared ourselves a republic and we've embraced the principles that surround us in relation to that, sir, there are some other things that we must do now in terms of being able to move our people forward. And one of those fundamental things is ensuring that people are properly compensated for what they have done. It means, sir, that we have to look at being more nimble in terms of looking at the positions that people hold. We are talking about climate change. We're talking about all of these things right now. But we have to be able to have a public service that is able to create positions quickly to ensure that persons who can fill those positions, who go and get qualified, do not have to wait for 10 years before they can be elevated to the position to be able to lead. Sir, I just came back from the Netherlands, discovered, we went with Barbados Water Authority, as you know, discovered that 36 persons from Barbados had gone to Delft University, which is one of the well-renowned universities across the world as it relates to water and water management. Sir, we have one person working in Barbados Water Authority from Delft University. And why, sir? One person has gone this September, is going this September, one has just come back. But here's the challenge. Most of the people who go and learn to study in this area, who can benefit this country, sir, we have not been keeping up with the pace of making the structures internally within our institutions relevant to those people when they return with all of their knowledge, that they're in a position to share and to impart their knowledge into the institutions. And I speak of Barbados Water Authority, sir, but I sat on 3 statutory boards, and I can tell you the frustration that comes from people who take the opportunity to go overseas and train in areas that can benefit this country. But when they return to the shores, they are being told, well, the posting get created. It can take time. Somebody else been there longer than you. The person is the next person in line, sir. I'm talking it straight because I went through it, sir, as a student. I went to England, studied law, did all kinds of things on my degree. Environmental and planning law, law of agency, intellectual property. And you know the first thing I was asked when I came back? You practicing conveyancing? You're going to the criminal bar and do a couple bail applications? Because it was the mindset. It wasn't about the new and dynamic areas of law that were existing in the rest of the world that could perhaps impart some level of knowledge into Barbados, sir, and to improve Barbados. We were stuck in a place, sir, and we have been stuck in a place where we need to aggressively make these changes to our institutions to be able to allow many of the persons who want to give back to Barbados to be able to do so. We have a very, we've carved out already this program, Future Barbados, which I am very proud of, sir, because I have seen a number of young people who have excelled in various fields, coming back to Barbados and being able to give back in various agencies and ministries of government, sir. I have a few of them working with me, certainly when I was in education, but also working with me in the water sector. Sir, that is what we are talking about. Being able to react quickly to see that there are new positions that are needed to be able to engage persons when they come back, so that people don't get frustrated, that people don't get tempted either to leave or tempted to take things, sir, because they're frustrated being in the positions that they are in. And we have to accept that this is a reality of what is taking place across government. It's not just in Barbados alone, sir, because when I speak to my colleagues in the rest of the region, these are some of the difficult conversations they too are having about their own societies. Who do you attract to public life, sir? Who do you attract? There was a time when we attracted the best and the brightest. Sir, a lot of them do not want to see political office. You try to get a director for a board and they start to tell you, oh Lord, I'm going to have to declare my assets. My wife is going to have to declare her assets. Sir, the pool has gotten smaller. And therefore, as we bring this legislation, there is a responsibility still on this administration to drill down to these things to make sure that we make positions attractive across the public service, across the political arena, so that people feel comfortable giving up things to be able to come into this arena, to be able to serve the interests of their country, sir, and to serve the interests of the people of this country, sir. I therefore have no difficulty supporting this legislation. I think that whatever we do, certainly, and what we have done since 2018, will have to stand up to scrutiny in the course of time. And I know that we have tried our best to ensure that whatever we've entered into in terms of arrangements, that we do so being honest and open with the people of this country, sir. Because if there is not that openness and honesty from this administration, I don't know who else you're going to get it from. I don't know who else you're going to get it from. So we have a situation where there are persons who I realize are trying to vie for office of the Democratic Labour Party as we speak. And they would do well, particularly those who served before, to take a pause, to take a moment of reflection, to apologize to the people of this country, sir. Because Bajans ain't unreasonable people, you know. Bajans don't like the cockiness. They don't like the fact that sometimes you have people who, they've disappeared off of the scene and then they believe that they can just come back in the dead of the night and all of a sudden rise to the leadership of a party. Sir, we've had some who were strong Barbados Labour Party supporters and we've seen them rise to the leadership of the other party. These are the difficult conversations we must have, sir. And my advice to those who are vying for office of the Democratic Labour Party is to take a pause. Recognize that Bajans are not foolish. We have not once heard you say you apologize for all the things that were done, sir. I'm not even going to touch the things in education that went wrong. How people could be ministers and signing off and then be one day on charters and then becoming vice chancellors of institutions. Sir, don't start me. But I am saying to the Democratic Labour Party today, as we pass this very significant piece of legislation, that they ought to take a pause and they ought to reflect on what transpired before. Because it cannot be that you simply come back and feel all of a sudden that the people don't remember the journey that it took up to the period of 2018. You haven't changed. You know, there's talk about sheep in wolves' clothing. That's what we are dealing with, sir. And I pray and I hope that the people of this country will have the wisdom to be able to decipher right from wrong, sir, and that the administration that proposes to be the opposition will take that pause, take the time, and do what we did when we were in opposition, sir. We didn't just attack for the sake of attacking. We said when we were in opposition, sir, what we were going to do when we came to office. And we took the time and we worked every day diligently to be able to craft the policies for transformation. That's what we did. We said what we would do in relation to integrity in public life, but you have a leader of an opposition who is telling you that, you know, if we make the changes in relation to judges, that we are discriminated. Sir, these are the things that concern people and create the confusion in this society. A Democratic Labour Party administration needs to start to look at what it intends to do and also focus on the things where it went wrong, sir. I can only give what guidance I can, because I've sat on the other side and I know from opposition the mistakes that I saw the then government made, sir, and what allowed us to get to office. But this piece of legislation, given the history, I have no doubt that it will be supported by some of the members of the Democratic Labour Party who have a different perspective, certainly, in relation to how we got here and what happened prior to 2018, sir. But we must never allow that stain on the character of those who hold public office in this country to be the stain that people remember. And I think that this, I want to thank the Attorney General, the member for St. Joseph, and his entire team. I know that they have been working tirelessly to be able to get legislation through for us, sir, at all kinds of hours. They have been working, and I want to extend thanks to them for being able to quickly revise this legislation, taking into account all of the considerations that have been made by the various bodies, all of the integrity, the integrity group that was here this morning as well, and all persons who would have contributed in some way to being able to help us to shape this new piece of legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a long journey, a very long journey. And sir, this government committed itself prior to being elected to being able to strengthen both the legislative and the institutional framework to fight the cancer of corruption that, regrettably, had started to engulf our country. Tanya Stevens has a brilliant song called What a Day. And I'd like to invite many of you, I see the member for the city of Bridgetown nodding, to go and listen to the lyrics of it, because it speaks about corruption in high and low places. And I use that twin because it's become popular to believe that corruption is only in high places, because that's part of the popular folklore narrative. In the same way that it is popular to believe that corruption is only in the public sector, because that is part of the folklore. But as we've always known, sir, it takes two hands to clap. And corruption fuels the interests of a party enabled by the willingness of another party. And Mr. Speaker, it is fair to say that we live in a world where this has become more and more problematic. And our government understood that we have to be able to put in place the strongest possible legislative framework, the strongest possible tools, and the strongest possible institutional framework. And we set about that deliberately. I want to thank the Honourable Attorney General for leading this effort for this country. And in spite of the fact that this is not the first occasion upon which this type of integrity bill will come before the Honourable Chamber, and I'll come to that shortly, the Honourable AG advised the Cabinet that it was critical for us to have a suite of legislation treating to the substance of the criminality, not just the regulatory framework to determine what essentially is evidence towards corruption, but the substantive framework to fight corruption. You heard this morning when he said and reminded us that the Prevention of Corruption Act, which we replaced, would have been a century old in 18 months. 100 years old. A Barbados that had a very, very different landscape from that which we have today. A 1925 Prevention of Corruption Act. In 2021, this government brought an Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Act. But it wasn't even there that we started. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central will tell you that one of the first pieces of legislation, and the member for St. Michael South Central, that we determined to be absolutely necessary as a government was a new Public Financial Management Act that imposes obligations on one set of the players, those who have the stewardship of the public sector, namely central government and the state-owned enterprises. But in 2019, the year after we passed the Public Financial Management Act, the Attorney General brought a bill in this honourable chamber to deal with the proceeds and instrumentalities of crime. Once again, taking an approach from the other end, that so long as you could find evidence of enrichment, you shift effectively the burden of proof to be able to have people explain what they were doing, but secondly, that what they used to commit the crime would then become subject to forfeiture with respect by the state, In 2021, at the same time that we brought the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Act, he brought the Whistleblower Protection Act. How many years Bajans were saying you needed legislation to protect whistleblowers? People who see wrong, hear wrong, know wrong, but don't want wrong. And this legislation, for the first time, provides protection for them. The Prevention of Corruption Act, 2021, simplicity to replace that 1925 one. And then, of course, the Remediation Agreements Deferred Prosecutions Act 2021, which was intended and is intended to be able to tell people, okay, you do wrong. The Bible has an Old Testament approach and a New Testament approach. And in some instances, particularly in a small society, you may need a New Testament approach because the number of players that are available to deliver and do certain things are so small that you might end up cutting off your nose to spite your face. But we must hold you accountable for what you did. There are companies in this region that have already paid fines to the U.S. Justice Department. And every so often we will read about these large financial companies paying large fines, fines beyond our contemplation. In fact, when you hear the fines, you really begin to realize how much money they're making. Because if you can pay fines of X amount of billions of dollars and still function fluidly and seamlessly as a company, knowing full well that the law and the jurisprudence of a 21st century world recognizes the concept of proportionality. You know really how much money they're making beyond, but that's a story for another day, for another debate, for the kind of world in which we are living. So, Mr. Speaker, this has been a long journey. As it comes to this bill, I was a schoolgirl. Some may argue in pigtails. When this Parliament had a Barbados Labour Party government try to pass this bill too. But because it requires a constitutional amendment, it could not get past the other place. And it was made very clear then that persons, particularly those who were independent of the political parties, were not interested because they felt that the tentacles of this legislation in its original state was too far-reaching. And it makes for interesting reading. Not just the Hansard report, but the broader discussion in the country at the time. Yesterday I referred to the fact that the member for St. Michael East has witnessed so many things. And he may recall those debates under the then Tom Adams administration as to the desirability for the declaration of assets and for legislation covering integrity in public life. That we are here today again is because we went this way already as a government. And this House, this lower house, did its duty and sent it up. And we accept that there were some issues. And the Attorney General, the Honourable Attorney General, has made those adjustments and has spoken to the House to them with respect to the judiciary. And in this iteration, the Cabinet has specifically asked, as part and parcel of a shift we are making, because we believe that there was a Victorian approach to regulatory compliance that all former colonies had adopted, that ought not to be a feature of an independent republic. And that is that you fine and confine everybody for a regulatory breach. And the regulatory breach could be as simple as somebody in the family being sick and you're being consumed, or you're waiting on third-party information. Or there are all kinds of reasons for whatever. People must pay for the fact that they've not complied, and they can do so with a civil penalty. But you must not call a man a criminal for a regulatory breach. And this new version of the bill, the Honourable Attorney General has facilitated that change for us. This is not the only instance in which we are doing it. This government has taken an approach that regulatory breaches, whether for vending, remember when we came to government, it used to be a criminal offense to sell without a license. We said no. And these regulatory breaches were part and parcel of the control system of a state that did not necessarily care sufficiently the consequences to the lives of those who we were hereinafter labeling as criminals. When in truth and in fact, Mr. Speaker, as you would know from your own profession, there was no mens rea to cause damage or harm to anyone or to deprive anyone of property that was not theirs. So this is a substantive change that we have made in this legislation. I want to say, sir, that in addition to the legislative framework, there are concerns, and some are legitimate, that this may well cause a retreat, a reduction of the number of persons willing to serve, not in here so much, but as board chairman, in other aspects of public life. And indeed, when we introduced this bill the first time, if you go back to Hansard, you will see that I spoke to these matters as well. I can refer to it because it's a different parliament and I'm not in breach, therefore, of the rules of this honourable chamber. You will see that I spoke to the fact that it is a deep concern even as we are doing it. But the world has so pushed the issue. Everyone in here will tell you that their brothers, the sisters, the uncles, the mothers, the aunts, they're all called what? Pets. And we ain't talking about pet bottles. We're talking about politically exposed persons. And you can't do anything without disclosure, locally, regionally, or internationally, once you are a politically exposed person. And much of this comes from the global conventions, and in a sense, that's what we're trying to do. My concern is that, as usual, global conventions have a one-size-fits-all approach and does not take into account the realities of small states. And that is why you see us fighting so hard now in the battle of our lives with climate and with finance. Because people make decisions up here and don't realize that down here, at the bottom, there are a different set of considerations. It's no different from our own experience in our own political domestic environment. And that's why I keep saying that you have to see people, hear people, and feel people. Because then you will begin to appreciate that if you do what you are planning to do, you may asphyxiate, strangle the person without ever giving them a chance, a fighting chance. We are doing this, but I've been very clear to the cabinet that there must be a review every 3 years because the country must be able to govern itself. And if you don't have people coming forward willing and able, not just willing and able, equal to the task of governance, then the body of the state of Barbados will become debilitated and incapable of delivering the results that we need it to deliver for our people, for our stability, for our growth. So, Mr. Speaker, we understand the risk, but we say that we are prepared to take it, conscious that there must be a review periodically to ensure that we are not scoring an own goal in the end, but conscious that we are in a far better position to fight corruption given the other substantive pieces of legislation to which I referred at the outset of my speech that allow us now to be able to be more laser-like in the fight against corruption, and which, my friends, Mr. Speaker, has as its ally the institutional development for the first time in this nation's history of an anti-corruption unit that we are building out. I would have loved that we would have finished all of this a few years ago, but COVID came, and we had to make decisions about how and where to spend money, and therefore had to put on pause for a little bit the establishment and staffing of that unit. I should say the staffing of it, because it was established, I believe the AG will remind me, by legislation, but we took a little bit of time to staff it, and we're now finishing the staffing of it in order to allow it to do the kind of comprehensive
investigations that are necessary to stamp corruption out of our landscape. The AG has already informed this Honourable House that the matters which we referred to independent external investigation are still there, and that once again the outbreak of the pandemic would have retarded the level of progress in terms of time. But as he said, our directions are not that you must prosecute. Our directions are that you must investigate, and if there is a case, then it must be placed before those who have the independent determination as to whether cases are brought or not. But I want to continue to send the message that this government has not put these measures in place just as tokenism, and that there has to be a genuine appreciation on the part of all that for every dollar taken out in corruption is a dollar taken away from helping this country go forward and helping the most vulnerable in this country who may need the assistance of the state in order to stay alive. And I'm not going to delay the House any longer because the hour is late, and I know that there is still other business and the AG has to wrap up. And I believe that the member for Christchurch East Central wanted to speak, however short.
That's not possible. That's not possible.
I'm told that that's not possible on his part, but coming from me, it sounds like a joke. Suffice it to say, however, that it was important that my office continue to be associated with the passage of this bill. First time, we were unlucky as a country. Second time, equally, it did not pass the Senate again. And once again, not because of the government's members, but because there are other perspectives that don't necessarily support its passage. Third time, we shall see. But suffice it to say that this is but one piece of the puzzle that we are putting together, and that when this entire thing is put together, it should constitute an arsenal of weapons and policy instruments that make it easier for the state of Barbados to put before us the possibility of being able to minimize the extent of corruption in this country. I want to say that only this week, earlier this week, our High Commissioner in London sent me a tweet on the Rule of Law Index for 2022, put out by the Commonwealth. And in the first 10 countries, topping the list of rule of law is Barbados. The Attorney General would have also spoken about Transparency International, I believe. And it is 29, and there are 193 countries in the world. In this Commonwealth Rule of Law Index, we're number 8, and I venture to suggest that if we do a little more of our law reform, that we shall get up to the top of the list with countries. New Zealand is number 1, Canada is number 2, Australia is number 3, the United Kingdom is number 4, Singapore is number 5, Cyprus is number 6, Malta is number 7, and the first developing country is Barbados at number 8, and then St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua. Mr. Speaker, the Rule of Law Index is important because you can't fight corruption without a strong framework for rule of law. And therefore, the two are intermeshed in a major way. But I also feel, sir, and I end where I started, corruption is also a state of mind and a state of what you can get away with if we're not careful. And we have to be able to inculcate in all of us. We're not divine, but we must aspire for better always. And right is right, and wrong is wrong. And while property is defined as that which is tangible and real, the truth is that there are other things, and that's why when we go to church, we talk about sins in thought, in word, and in deed. And I level it there because our desire to stamp out corruption is not about trying to look down on anybody, but it is about getting us to a state where we aspire to be the best that we can be and to fight the thoughts and the words and the deeds that may cause us to fall off the edge. But equally to recognize that from the Bible right back through to the justice system, it calls on us to be better and to do better, to confess our sins, to improve our behavior, and to aspire to a higher sense of purpose. And I put things there because ultimately, we need to foster a culture that is different. And the former member for St. George North, my dear friend, the High Commissioner to Canada, delivered himself of remarks one time that I shall never forget, that we cannot legislate out a culture. So no matter whatever legislation we pass, it must be anchored by a deliberate and defined attempt to change behavior, whether that requires simply a change in behavior or a change in values as well as a change in behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to our colleagues. It requires a constitutional majority. I believe that we are acquitting ourselves as we indicated to the Barbadian public as we would. We are conscious of the possible difficulties, but we give the commitment as a nation that we will monitor, and in the words of the former Prime Minister, we will test and fix. And if it requires an amendment because of its consequences and its failure for us to get people to serve, then we may have to have that conversation when we do the periodic review and see how best we can strengthen our investigative powers to get actual corruption rather than just simply believing that we use this as a mechanism to guide us for what is otherwise known as what? Unjust enrichment. And Mr. Speaker, I will only end by thanking the members of the Barbados Labour Party Parliamentary Party for agreeing in the absence of legislation in 2018, which is ultimately the marker, other than those like the member for St. Michael North who just joined us, for agreeing to submit themselves to a process where we gave to the Cabinet Secretary and I've never seen them. It's not my business to see them. But each of us gave to the Cabinet Secretary our declaration of assets in order to be able to be faithful to the principle in spite of the absence of the coercive power of legislation to make it happen. I am conscious that they entered into this pact voluntarily, and I am conscious that they have chosen to walk where no other government of Barbados has ever walked before. And it would be remiss of me not to salute my colleagues and to say to them that this is a case of not simply talking the talk, but walking the walk. And I hope that the people of Barbados will appreciate that you did this because as a government, we believe that the best way to lead and to change a culture is to walk the walk and to do it from in front rather than simply voicing from a platform hollow messages. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this very important piece of legislation. And as I reviewed the previous debate, sir, I can only commit to this House what I said before and to reiterate the importance of why we need to improve on accountability as well as integrity in its broadest sense, sir, across the length and breadth of this country. And the extent to which we have been facing challenge after challenge after challenge, sir. Scarce resources must be efficiently deployed. And therefore, whatever we can do, sir, to root out corruption in any part of the public life in this country, sir, I believe as a country, given our rich history of investing in developing human capital, that must be something that we are all committed to, sir, and ensure that when it happens, sir, that those who are responsible are indeed brought to justice. Now, my remarks are going to be brief, sir, because I'm just going to focus on a few things that I've observed in my short time in this place, sir, over the last 5 years. And it is important through you, sir, for any citizen in this country to appreciate that we cannot and should not, sir, in any way encourage corruption. And if you were to take up your phone, sir, and go to Google right now, sir, and input the name of the former member for St. James South, sir, and see the results therein, sir, it should remind all of us as Barbadians, sir, that we should not encourage in any way, sir, corruption. Now, there are those amongst us, sir, who believe in forgiveness. I am not necessarily a forgiving type of person, sir, because when you bring the good name of Barbados, sir, into disrepute, it affects all of us, sir. And I was especially disappointed, sir, to see the scenes at the airport. It was March, sir, I think earlier this year. As if, sir, it was a birthday party or some type of congratulatory moment, sir. It was a moment of shame, sir, utter shame, that adults in this country, sir, could be seen joyfully welcoming a criminal back to Barbados. And I say so, sir, deliberately because the consequences of said action, sir, as I said, if you go to Google, which anybody, any part of the world can do, sir, and recognize that what is there tonight, it doesn't say in your individual capacity, sir, and I'm going to, forgive me, sir, forgive me. It says former minister, the second result, sir, on Google right now on my phone. Former Minister of Industry and Member of Parliament of Barbados, sir. Of Barbados, sentenced for laundering bribes. Now, sir, I'm going to speak to the consequences of these things, because we got to appreciate that what any of us do, whether in Parliament, in a department in government, sir, in a state-owned enterprise, sir, it has consequences for all of us. And if we are not committed, sir, to ensuring that we can do things in a way that empower people, sir, and be consistent with respect to being able to develop and encourage the building of human capital in this country, sir, then we are not, in my mind, sir, living up to that investment that we've all committed to education and health in this country in order to improve the lives of Barbadians. But let me go to the meat of the matter, sir, because I never thought, sir, that I could feel pride and shame all at the same time. Pride and shame, sir. You would recall, sir, that we, under most conventions, sir, the government of Barbados, acting on behalf of the people of Barbados, sir, as a government, we borrow money from various sources, sir. And I wish to bring through you, sir, to the public's attention, because it's important that we understand that when we are, as elected officials, sir, we come here not representing myself or yourself personally, sir. We are representing the people of this country. And in that representation, sir, we must take that responsibility very, very, very seriously. Because under normal circumstances, sir, as a government, and Barbados' good name, I believe must be protected, sir, at all costs. But not protected in a way that allows us to hide up things, sir. I don't believe in that. But we must act in the way that we know that we should in order to big up the name of Barbados. And I wish to draw to your attention, sir, and the House, and forgive me, sir, because we really should have made it a document in the House already, but I promise that once we lay the specific contract, it will indeed be a document of the Chamber. But you would recall, sir, that we, in 2020, had agreed a loan, sir, with the European Investment Bank. 2020, sir. And at that point, sir, the former member had not yet been convicted, sir, had not yet been convicted. And that original contract, sir, that we signed on behalf of the government in Barbados, sir, to respond to COVID, sir, was a normal, rudimentary contract, sir. The Ministry of Finance, working with the Public Investment Unit, and I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael's, South Central, was leading the charge at the time in terms of arranging the COVID response loan, sir, from the AIB with the QEH as the major beneficiary of the proceeds of that specific loan. But between then and now, sir, we were able to negotiate a top-up of that specific loan, sir. So we are going along, sir, normal, as we would normally do within the context of the ministry, to be able to do the routine things. And then, sir, what came across my desk was something called, sir, a declaration of honor, sir. A declaration of honor. Declaration of honor. Which was a little bit of a surprise, because when I checked the other loans that we had already, we negotiate loans regularly, sir, and I've never seen any requests for any official to sign a declaration of honor in the way that this thing is purported. And I'm going to share some of the text with you so that people understand, sir, the consequences of how we operate and act in government, sir. So permit me, sir, I promise I will make it a document in the House, but it is important that people understand, sir. And as I told you, I never felt I could feel proud and shame all at the same time because of something, sir, that was brought upon us not by anybody outside of Barbados, but by a Barbadian, sir. And it says this, sir: the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, sir, representing the government of Barbados, the borough, makes the following representations and warranties for the benefit of the bank, sir. A, in the past 5 years, which, sir, this is the pride part. In the past 5 years, the Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, and the officials of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, with direct powers of representation, decision-making, or control over the affairs of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment in relation to the project, have not been convicted by a final judgment or a final administrative decision for grave professional misconduct, where such conduct denotes wrongful intent or gross negligence, which would affect their ability to implement the loan, and which is for one of the following reasons. And it goes on to list a number of things here, sir, which I think you get the gist in where I'm coming from, sir. Because it is important that people appreciate that this is the first time in the history of Barbados, sir, that the Prime Minister, acting in her capacity as Minister of Finance, had to sign a declaration of honor, sir, saying that nobody in the Ministry of Finance, sir, has been convicted or been charged or anything, sir, in relation to any misconduct. So I want Barbadians to understand that when we get up at the airport, sir, and we rejoice, it sends the wrong signal, sir, to our young people. It sends the wrong signal for us as a society, and it sends the wrong signal, sir, to the rest of the world. Because this is not about politics and whether you like somebody or not, sir. This is about what is in the best interest of Barbados. And therefore, when we as elected members get in this place, sir, and we pass this bill as we did in 2020, if I recall correctly, sir, in 2020, and others in the other place determined that they don't want to pass the bill, sir. People that, sir, nobody vote for them. Nobody vote for them, sir. That we got to understand the signals that are being sent, sir. So I hope that when this bill goes to the Senate, that those who sit there will understand the consequences, sir, of the actions that they take. This is important, sir, for the future of this country, because people will make judgments about Barbados, sir, on the basis of not just the legislation that we pass, sir, but the enforcement and the mechanisms that we put in place, sir, to be able to ensure not just that it's about reputation, but that we are doing the best that we can for our people, and that we will hold those persons who run afoul accountable, sir, for said actions. But part B, sir, which is the sweet part. In the past 5 years, the Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, and the officials of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, with direct powers of representation, decision-making, or control over the affairs of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment in relation to the project, have not been the subject of a final judgment for A, fraud, sir, B, corruption, C, participation in any criminal organization, D, money laundering or terrorist financing, sir, E, terrorist offenses or offenses linked to terrorist activities or inciting, aiding, abetting, or attempting to commit such offenses, F, child labor or other forms of trafficking in human beings, sir. And I tell you, sir, when I read it, And I started to understand, ask myself, sir, why is this now being asked of Barbados? When the original loan of 50 million euros, sir, didn't have that. Didn't have that. But to top up now, this year, a declaration of honor had to be signed, sir. So when I tell you, sir, that it was with a matter of pride that I know that when the Prime Minister signed, sir, in her capacity as Minister of Finance, it was a matter of pride that I know that everything that was attested here, sir, was indeed true. But then the reason that we had to attest, sir, for declaration of honor is as a result, sir, of that Google search, sir, that I just told you to, if you pick up your phone and you enter the name for the former member of St. James South, is the consequences of those things, sir. So I want Barbadians to appreciate that it may just be, to some, it's just an administrative thing, sir. But I can tell you that sitting where I sit, sir, and understanding that trying to maintain a strategic direction of this country, sir, we must be singularly focused on ensuring that Barbados is going to ensure that as Barbadians, we must ensure that we set the right example, sir, for our young people. And therefore, I unreservedly, sir, support this legislation. And I say to the members in the other place to reflect on the signals that would be sent when this bill gets to the other place. And as I said, sir, this is going to be made a document in the House and a public document, because I want Barbadians to read it, sir, and understand that any of us that they're sent here, sir, to work on their behalf, that all of us, sir, have a responsibility to ensure that we conduct ourselves, sir, in the best interest of the country, because I ain't representing Restaurant, sir. I'm representing Christchurch Central. I'm representing Barbados. And therefore, I want, sir, that anybody that Google any of our names, sir, and anybody that ever come to this place in the future, sir, that the types of results on Google, sir, should be to demonstrate the good benefit and the work that we have done for our country to ensure that we can continue, sir, on a sustained path to our development, sir. And with those very few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, let me express my gratitude to all of the members of the chamber for their reassurance of support for this bill. There are a lot of things that we do as parliamentarians in terms of the legislative process. Some of them may be of very limited impact, while others may take us deeper into new forms of governance, new systems of accountability, new methods of doing things. I remember when we were last in opposition, we came to Parliament one day to pass an amendment to the Pharmacy Act. It took up Parliament's time, and all that we did on that particular day, Mr. Speaker, was to change the word druggist to pharmacist. That was what we spent our parliamentary effort in doing. Now, I'm not suggesting that it might not have been a necessary amendment, but I am saying, sir, that to take up an entire day of legislative activity to change the word druggist to pharmacist seems to me to be selling considerably short the value of a parliament to our country. Mr. Speaker, we have come to this chamber perhaps, I wouldn't want to say more than any other government, but when I look at the amount of work that the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's office has generated in terms of legislation, I'm not talking about rules and regulations and orders, just legislation alone. It should be clear, Mr. Speaker, that this administration is intent on changing the way Barbados works. We're intent on changing the way Barbados works because Barbados must work, and it must work for the benefit of all of its populace, present and future. Now, I know sometimes we grumble a little bit, we don't want to be here, but nobody put a gun to our head and said, go and be a parliamentarian. We accepted this awesome responsibility because we knew that we were being asked to be the custodians of a future Barbados. And there can be no greater honor while at the same time being no greater responsibility than that. And today is one of those signal occasions, Mr. Speaker, when we gather to reorient the ship that we call Barbados and to point her in a new direction. One of our hallmarks has been accountability and good governance, Mr. Speaker. If you look at our Covenant of Hope, you would see that we spend 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 sections dealing with good governance. Good governance is about accountability and transparency. Transparency and accountability is what we're dealing with here today. Perhaps we've not used those words enough to explain to the public what this foray is about. But as we come to the end of the debate, I want to use this limited opportunity to underscore for the Barbadian public that this piece of legislation is intended to ensure not just probity in our affairs, but accountability and transparency. This piece of legislation is a statutory effort at wiping out, in as much as is humanly possible, one of the most corrosive things that can befall an economy and a country like ours. I remember the days when we used to speak of a Caribbean sister country to the north as being so corrupt you couldn't find words to describe it. There are countries in Africa, Mr. Speaker, where the extent of corruption is so pervasive that it is taken as being par for the course. In fact, many of the multinational corporations that work in some of those places actually have line items in their budgets for bribes. Now, that must not be the reputation of Barbados. I remember as an attorney, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman, well, perhaps he wasn't much of a gentleman. He engaged our law firm to do some work for him. He was a developer from overseas. And he came to us quite excited about his project and so on. And we tried to say to him, well, you know, sir, you have to go through an entire town planning process, and it does take a while and so on. And he said to us, he already talked to people, he got that covered. Well, I couldn't understand what he was saying. But he made it quite clear to us that as far as he was concerned, whatever the pitfalls of his project, whatever the planning issues were, that he had it covered. The gentleman did not remain the client of the place that I worked, and I do not know what became of his project. But it bothered me, sir, that a man could come from overseas and walk into the office. At that time, I was a senator. And walk into the office of a senator, and I might even have been a chairman of a commission, of a statutory body or whatever it is. And so he was so proud, so bold-faced to be able to say to me that he ain't paying my caution as the time to money. He spoke to somebody, he got it covered. And I asked myself, what does this man think about Barbados? What does he think about Barbadians? And what does he think about me? Because when all is said and done, acts of corruption are not only a marker for the person who commits the corruption, it also is a marker for the rest of us who are entirely innocent of it. Because nobody says John Brown is corrupt, Tom Jones is corrupt. They will say everybody in that department corrupt. Everybody in the government is corrupt. And before you know it, Mr. Speaker, we drop from the very high position of 29 on the Corruption Perception Index, and we plummet to the bottom. And when we plummet to the bottom, what happens? As the Minister of Finance just pointed out, you are then forced to sign declarations of honesty, things that we never had to sign before. People view you as being suspect in your dealings. And when that happens, the rate of interest that they charge you will undoubtedly go up, because the risk of doing business with you in your country is greater than the place where corruption is not known. Mr. Speaker, the process of wrapping up really does not require a new speech from me. And so I will caution myself before you caution me. But it is worth noting, sir, that the position that we are in now in terms of our reputation has been hard fought. It took us a lot of effort to turn around Barbados' reputation in 5 years. But even though we've turned it around, as the Minister of Finance has said, one single happening has now caused us to have to sign a document that we never before had to sign. I referred to corruption as being corrosive. The Prime Minister referred to it as being a cancer. But whichever term you use, the impression that we want to create in the minds of everyone is that corruption is something that we must root out and make sure to the fullest extent possible that the public affairs of this country are conducted in a way that we can be proud of. I believe, Mr. Speaker, most earnestly that everybody in this administration stands for that. And I hope that we can be a beacon, a guiding light to those who follow. I'm sure, sir, as I said, we won't eliminate all of it. But to the extent that we can make sure that while we sit in these seats, that the affairs of Barbados are entirely above board, sir, then we commit to doing so. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I want to move that this bill be read a second time.
Question is that the aforementioned bill. Question is that the bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
Question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Nigel, you're doing so.
This House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1 stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, made up of clauses 3 to 10, stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 3 to 10 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, made up of clauses 11 to 17, stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 11 to 17 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, constitutive clauses 18 to 22, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 18 to 22 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, being clauses 23 and 24, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 23 to 24 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, being clauses 25 to 30, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 25 to 30 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, being clauses 31 to 40, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 31 to 40 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, being clauses 41 to 49, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 41 to 49 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 9, being clauses 50 to 58, stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 50 to 58 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
Beg to second that.
The question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule of the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
Beg to second that.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule of the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule of the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill.
Beg to second that.
The question is that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule of the bill, to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that you do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee without amendment.
Beg to second that.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee without amendments. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and
This bill requires a constitutional majority, honourable member.
that this bill do now pass and be cited.
Right. This bill requires a constitutional majority, so it's put to the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Prescott?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
The vote having reached the constitutional threshold, this bill, 24-0, 24 persons voted for, which has reached the two-thirds majority as required as per our constitution.
Seconded.
This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
We need 8 o'clock or 5 past 7:42. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 5 minutes past 8.
Question that this honourable chairman be suspended until 8:05 p.m. All of the honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 5 minutes after 8. Correct is correct. The sitting is resumed.
Statements by ministers.
You can recommit statements by ministers? Statements by ministers.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you and other Barbadians are now fully aware, the government of Barbados recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of the United Arab Emirates, UAE, that will see a Barbados $300 million investment in the further modernization, expansion, and upgrading of the Grantley Adams International Airport and the awarding of a concession for the management of Grantley Adams International Airport. Mr. Speaker, the government has made well known its intent to set about a mission of transformation and growth. We have launched a mission to make Barbados world-class, a mission to make a country of opportunity and prosperity for its people. A core part of this mission has come with the ambitious targets for economic growth through physical development of our island. Mr. Speaker, like you, I am excited by the work that is being undertaken to build new sectors, the life sciences, the ocean economy, and the internet economy, which will provide many opportunities for Barbadians. But, Mr. Speaker, while we build new sectors, we must also build our core business, tourism. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our goals for growth, we must expand our earnings from tourism. We need more people visiting Barbados, more people spending in Barbados, and more people investing in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, airports, which play a pivotal role in all economies, have to remain relevant, competitive, appealing, and financially successful in order to be able to fully play their crucial role in contributing to the continued economic and social growth and development of our nation. As a result, the government of Barbados, recognizing these determining factors, promptly decided to explore through discussions the best possible method of achieving a number of urgently needed improvements at the Grantley Adams International Airport. Through the Grantley Adams International Airport, we have finalized the key terms with the signing of the MOU on 18th July 2023 with the Office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmouk Al Mouton, an entity registered and incorporated in the UAE, along with Agencias Universales, a company incorporated in Chile, and will now be negotiating the concession agreement over the next 90 days. Mr. Speaker, there has been considerable public discussion about all aspects of the negotiation process and even its conclusion. As a matter of fact, there was even misinformation circulating to the effect that the Grantley Adams International Airport had been sold to a private entity. Mr. Speaker, the airport has not been sold and will not be sold, Mr. Speaker. I make it clear that the airport very much remains the property, the sole property of the government of Barbados on behalf of its citizens. In addition, the agreement is a state-to-state arrangement, meaning that the contract is governed under the government of Barbados and the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Speaker, not only is the asset remaining the property of Barbados, but additionally, the people of Barbados, through the staff of the Grantley Adams International Airport, will have an opportunity to become individual shareholders in the entity. I wish to also take the opportunity to emphasize again that the airport will remain the property of the Grantley Adams International Airport, whose sole shareholder is the government of Barbados. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, our policy is not that of previous administration, who announced that it was government's policy to divest a percentage of shares in the company GAIA Inc. The government, Mr. Speaker, has no intention of divesting its legal responsibility for border security, which will always remain under the auspices of the government of Barbados and its national security agencies. Mr. Speaker, in order to remove any semblance of doubt, I will now provide a more detailed account of the step-by-step negotiating process that climaxed in the happy outcome for Barbados and Barbadians. Shortly after coming to office in 2018, the government of Barbados was desirous of upgrading the infrastructure and enhancing the customer experience of the Grantley Adams International Airport to achieve and maintain the highest international standards. The leadership team at the Grantley Adams International Airport pointed out that following a period of significant underinvestment, the airport urgently required substantial upfront investment to upgrade and modernize its facilities and operations. Mr. Speaker, it should be remembered that at this time, and upon assuming office, the government entered an IMF program under which Barbados was unable to finance the cost of the required upgrades of its own, out of its own financial resources. In fact, the government was unable to finance the investment without having to divert essential resources from road repairs to education, health services. Grantley Adams International Airport, Mr. Speaker, does not have the capability on its own balance sheet and therefore was mandated to seek a suitable source of finance for the required improvement program. The investment is needed to provide for, Mr. Speaker, the replacement of an incinerator, the replacement of wastewater treatment plant, isolated aircraft stand, replacement and upgrade of mechanical and electrical infrastructure, purchase of electrical vehicles and buses, enclosure of air conditioning of the departure ticketing hall, expansion of the departure seating area, including the installation of a second floor, reconfiguration and expansion of the airside retail area, reconfiguration upgrade of the departure security screening area, including replacement scanners, reconfiguration of the arrivals concourse to prevent mixing of arriving and departure passengers, replacement and upgrade of baggage belts and security scanners, replacement of roof waterproofing, the upgrade and expansion of CCTV systems and intrusion detection, and passenger boarding bridges. Mr. Speaker, it must be appreciated that without expansion, the airport could not easily service the quantum of debt without government guarantees. This meant certain strategic decisions have had to be taken to lift the Grant Williams International Airport out of the financial, infrastructural, and operational well into which it had been allowed to fall through the failure to provide sufficient investment to lead growth. The decision to seek the $300 million in investment was recommended by the Board of Directors of the Grant Williams International Airport. Let me now address the history of the matter. As I said earlier, the previous government denounced the decision to divest a percentage of ownership of the Grant Williams International Airport. This government did not and will not divest ownership of the Grant Williams International Airport. The Cabinet, at its meeting of February the 14th, 2019, among other things, agreed that Grant Williams International Airport should take steps to enhance its commercial operations and to enter a public-private partnership with an experienced airport operator, and the International Finance Corporation should be engaged as lead advisor to the government of Barbados in designing and the structuring of a proposal for a public-private partnership for the development of Grant Williams International Airport. To this end, a financial advisory services agreement was signed on May 22, 2019, between the IFC, a member of the World Bank Group, and Grant Williams International Airport, Inc., for the IFC to provide advisory services for the transaction. The specific objectives of the project were improving and expanding Grant Williams International infrastructure to meet current and future demand, introducing private sector management to improve operational efficiencies, improving service quality standards in line with international best practices, enhancing the passenger experience, positioning Grant Williams International Airport as the airport of choice for interconnectivity within the Eastern Caribbean, and mobilizing private sector investment in airport infrastructure. Between May 2019 and January 2020, the first phase of the project was completed with the approval of the transaction structure report by the Cabinet on January 16, 2020. Along with the approval of the transaction structure, the AFC was also given approval to proceed to the second phase of the project, which commenced with the issuing of requests for qualification on February 3, 2020. Shortly thereafter, Barbados and the world at large was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in lockdowns and a contraction in air transport sector. Whilst causing delays in the PPP project, there were also changes to the economic outlook and traffic forecasts on which the financial model for the PPP transaction was built. Grant Williams International Airport, which had seen a Barbados $8 million profit in the financial year ending March 2020, went on to, in its first full financial year after the onset of COVID-19, to record a net loss of $43.5 million. Against this background, passenger traffic fell to 179,418 in 2021, compared with 2,204,842 in 2020. I must point out that in spite of the negative financial situation due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government of Barbados, through Grant Williams International Airport, Inc., decided to keep all employees in work by maintaining a full complement of staff at full salary as its commitment to the workers. No employee was laid off, temporarily or permanently, or placed on reduced working hours for the entire period of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Following discussions between the Board of Directors of the Grant Williams International Airport and the AFC, it was proposed that the modeling and projections related to the transaction should be reviewed prior to the issuance of the request for proposal. The Cabinet, at its meeting on August 20th, 2020, approved the undertaking of additional work. This additional work, including reforecasting of traffic, undertaking a demand analysis for short to long term, reviewing the investment program, and updating the financial model. Along with the additional work, the Government of Barbados and Grant Williams International Airport and the International Finance Corporation also discussed revisions to the transaction to ensure the best financial benefits for Barbados and Grant Williams International Airport. Some of the issues considered included whether or not there should be an upfront fee given, and if an upfront fee was paid, would it result in a lower annual concession fee? The quantum of capital investment to be undertaken, especially for mandatory investment, and what should be included in the mandatory capital works. The period of redundancy freeze, the level of the annual concession fee to ensure that Grant Williams International Airport would be able to meet its financial obligations, the risk of tendering in an uncertain economic environment, methods of ensuring that Barbados benefits from any performance above that which was forecast, and revenue share mechanisms and uplift and rebalancing clauses were discussed. Also discussed was whether the transaction should proceed or be delayed for 6 to 9 months to allow for further recovery. Further revisions were also made to the market analysis, traffic forecast, investment program, and the financial model in December 2021 to update the revisions made in September 2020. During the period of restructuring, 2 rounds of one-on-one consultations were also held with pre-qualified bidders during September 2020 and October-November of 2021 to discuss the proposed changes to the transaction structure. Following the consultations, pre-qualified bidders provided feedback. At a meeting on June 17, 2021, the Cabinet approved the establishment of a College of Negotiators who reviewed the transaction as it was then and met with the International Finance Corporation in July of 2021 to discuss its concerns. These included, Mr. Speaker, the level of investment. IFC recommended investments to requests from bidders was substantially below that which Grant Williams International Airport felt was necessary and would postpone the investment date by several years into the concession. The level of revenue share. IFC's recommended sharing levels was well below that attained by other governments in the region and the world. It also did not cover the financial obligations that Grant Williams International Airport for the critical initial period during the IMF program. Selection of the winning bidder. The College of Negotiators requested that qualitative criteria be included in the evaluation process. It was also noted that some flexibility should be built into the evaluation process to maximize total benefit. This meeting was followed by bidders' consultations held during October and November of 2021. Representatives from the college were on the delegation, which met virtually with bidders. Bidders were generally of the view that mandatory capital investment should be tied to traffic recovery. The issue of boarding bridges was no longer considered by the bidders as an essential investment, and they were no longer in favor of an upfront fee. Mr. Speaker, the government of Barbados and the government of the UAE later signed a memorandum of understanding for cooperation on August 4, 2022, for cooperation in air transport and tourism, marine transport, and renewable energy. Pursuant to the memorandum of understanding, a UAE-led consortium expressed interest in investing and managing the airport. During the same period, the government of Barbados had had discussions with the United Arab Emirates about the possibility of state-to-state investments. The relationship between the government and Grantley International Airport and the Dubai-led consortium includes the development of cargo, massive new potential for airlift via Emirates or other major operators, and luxury hotels. Further, the board of Grantley International Airport inquired of the International Finance Corporation whether the prospective bidders, which were involved solely in the operation of airports, would be interested in investing in cargo and hotels. Mr. Speaker, they indicated they were reluctant to extend their investment beyond airport operations. Initial discussions with the United Arab Emirates confirmed the information that the government of Barbados and Grantley International Airport had obtained, showing that level of investment and revenue sharing which the International Finance Corporation believed would then be achieved under an RFP process were too low. The government of Barbados and Grantley International Airport felt at the time that in the event there were alternative ways which permitted us to secure the financial benefits and mitigate financial risks without the uncertainty that the bid process would deliver and the corresponding costs required, then those should be explored by a process of direct negotiations once it yielded better results than the guidance the IFC was indicating to Grantley International Airport. By terminating the Financial Advisory Services Agreement, the government of Barbados and the Grantley International Airport, Inc. was giving itself the scope to discuss and to explore alternative options which would best attain the original economic objectives of the transaction. The board of the Grantley International Airport accordingly approved the termination of the Financial Advisory Services Agreement, which was noted at the Cabinet at its meeting on September 8, 2022. Termination of the Financial Advisory Services Agreement was effective October 13, 2022. After the termination of the Financial Advisory Services Agreement, the government of Barbados and Grantley International Airport pursued direct negotiations with the UAE on a state-to-state option. A negotiating team was convened to enter negotiations with the office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmu Al Moutoung, a Dubai-led consortium. The members of the negotiating team are Professor Avinash Prasad, Special Envoy on Investments and Financial Services, Dr. the Honourable Jerry Emptish, Chairman of Grantley International Airport, Mr. Michael Hoder, Chairman of Barbados Aircraft and Aviation Services Company Limited and board member of the airport, Mr. Hadley Bourne, Chief Executive Officer of Grantley International Airport, Ms. Diane Sherlin, CEO of Barbados Aircraft and Aviation Services Company, Mr. Sebastian Espinosa, Managing Director of White-Oak Advisory Services, Mr. David Nagoski, Executive Director of White-Oak Advisory Services, Ms. Gail Yerwood, Project Coordinator, Grantley International Airport. The goals of the negotiations also focus on exploring how best to attain the original economic and social objectives of the transaction. Several rounds of talks were held with the Dubai-led consortium between September of 2022 and May of 2023, leading to the drafting of heads of terms and a memoranda of understanding on airport operations. The Dubai-led consortium's technical team, including Agencias Universidades S.A. of Chile. They made site visits to Barbados during October and November of 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the government had made known its intention to enter direct negotiations with this consortium as far back as late 2022 in a social partnership meeting at the Garfield Sobels Gymnasium. Grant Williams International Airport, Inc. also shared details of the proposed Memoranda of Understanding with all various representatives of the workers. Now that the Grant Williams International Airport has signed the Memorandum of Understanding, it will ensure that the broader public as well is aware at the earliest possible point in the negotiation. It should be noted that non-disclosure agreements were signed by both parties, since any premature revelation of information could have potentially jeopardized the deal. The Parliament must be made aware that such action is not unique to these negotiations, but rather a standard protocol for any negotiation anywhere in order to protect all parties involved. It is important to keep sensitive information confidential to ensure that negotiations are not compromised and that the best possible outcome can be achieved. Mr. Speaker, while this government values good relations with global partners, more than anything else, we value getting the best and fairest deal possible for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, Grant Williams International Airport, Inc., with the knowledge and consent of the sole shareholder, the Government of Barbados, believed that the direct negotiations was the best route to go given a complete collapse of air traffic and the revenue earned therefrom in 2020 and 2021. Grant Williams International Airport and the government as the sole shareholder believe that this will yield the best results for Grant Williams International Airport and by extension, the workers and the country. Mr. Speaker, all rules allow for direct negotiations where there is urgency. In an environment where Grant Williams International Airport, Inc. received minimal revenue, you will agree with me that this was a classic definition of a crisis requiring urgent investment if the government was not to have been forced to redirect monies from other critical areas such as road repairs and the provision of educational and health services. The negotiating committee and the Grant Williams International Inc. board were also satisfied that the consortium brought a wealth of experience in the area of airport management. They also had the ability to provide the much-needed investment to support our tourism and airport development goals. When this, combined with the considerable improved terms and conditions beyond those being offered under the IFC, would lead to a far better set of contractual arrangements for the Grant Williams International Airport. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that the decision was based on selecting the best partner to meet Barbados' needs at this challenging time so that we may drive the growth and the development of our nation's airport facilities. We firmly believe that successful partnerships are essential if we are to strengthen our tourism sector and benefit Bajans. We must make decisions to make our airport a beacon of excellence in the Americas. Mr. Speaker, permit me to provide certain details of the agreement, which, while being technical, will allow for a clearer understanding of the terms. The important points are the proposed revenue share as follows. From the start of the concession until the pre-COVID passenger threshold is reached, the revenue split will be 30% for Grant Williams International Airport and 70% for the concessionaire. From the time of reaching the pre-COVID passenger threshold to the 20th year of the concession, the revenue split will be 40% Grant Williams International Airport and 60% for the concessionaire. And the last 10 years of the concession term numbers, the revenue split will be 50% Grant Williams International Airport and 50% for the concessionaire. There will be a transition plan developed between Grant Williams International Airport and the concessionaire, aiming to mitigate impacts on Grant Williams International employees. There will be an upfront fee payment of Barbados $16 million, with Barbados $8 million paid in cash at the closing of the concession agreement, and $8 million Barbados to be paid in $2 million installments at the end of years 7, 8, 9, and 10. It is proposed that the total investment in airport infrastructure, including for early and mandatory works, will be in excess of 300 million Barbados dollars. The concessionaire undertakes to attract, introduce, and engage with a 5-star international hotel partner operator for negotiations with the government. The concessionaire, through its consortium partner relationships, will foster and use its best efforts to increase airlift from the Middle East, Africa, and neighboring other friendly countries. There shall be an implementation transition period for a maximum of 9 months from the signing of the agreement between the parties and the takeover of the operations at Grant Williams International Airport. Mr. Speaker, it must be recognized that all that I've said so far revolves among our most important factor, namely the staff of Grant Williams International Airport, their jobs, careers, and livelihoods. That is why meetings were systematically held with the representatives of the workers, namely the National Union of Public Workers, on June 12, 2023. Unity, the Barbados Workers Union, on July 13, 2023. And Unity Workers Union on July 14, 2023, to update them on important matters, such as the proposed public-private partnership and the signing of the MOU, which the UAE-led consortium. Specifically, regarding the employment, the unions were informed that there will be, Mr. Speaker, no termination of employment of any employee except for cause of voluntary separation for at least 12 months after the transfer of employment. The transfer of employment will only take place 8 to 12 months after the closure of the transaction. Mr. Speaker, this means, therefore, that there is a minimum period of between 20 to 24 months from the closure of the transaction where no employee may be terminated without cause or without an agreement for voluntary separation. The proposed concessionaire may offer enhanced voluntary separation, and the proposed concessionaire is committed to training and the retraining of employees and the offer of voluntary early retirement with appropriate income protection. We committed with the unions to having ongoing meetings to discuss any matters they consider important. Mr. Speaker, the unions made a case for equity participation as a part of the enhanced terms and conditions of the workers of the Grant Williams International Airport that they would like to see. Grant Williams International Airport has expressed its willingness to support equity participation by its various categories of staff at the airport and those who provide essential services to it. This will be negotiated as part of the ongoing process. Mr. Speaker, such historic action by the government of Barbados will give tangible effect to the government's pledge to broaden economic enfranchisement by awarding shares to workers following the transaction. Mr. Speaker, this will contribute to the expansion of our investor class and the creation of wealth in Barbados. This is the part of our government's commitment to economic enfranchisement. Mr. Speaker, in order to realize a smooth implementation of this process, joint working committees will be established with each of the representatives of the workers' unions mentioned, with GAIA, and where necessary, the government to implement the creation and distribution of this shareholding instrument for employees. Mr. Speaker, I should state that it was only following the completion of meetings with the trade unions that the MOU was signed by all parties on July 18, 2023. In addition, sir, the tenants at Granthams International Airport will be engaged and informed specifically about issues related to them in the transition phase. Mr. Speaker, let it be clear that all current contractual arrangements between the tenants and the Granthams International Airport will be honored. Mr. Speaker, there will be a capital expenditure program which will include early works relating to mandatory, regulatory, compliance, operational improvements, the environment, and upgrades to airport facilities in phases. The Granthams International Inc. has to keep up to date with all airport regulatory matters, including improvements to its physical environment and its equipment, if it is not to lose status with the International Civil Aviation Organization. Mr. Speaker, after 19 years of no significant capital works, this must be paramount for Granthams International Airport's ability to function as a modern international airport. Mr. Speaker, with tourism our primary foreign exchange earner, to leave the airport without any further significant investment would be a gross dereliction of duty. The details of the investment will be shared once the transactional negotiations are completed. And Mr. Speaker, I propose to make Appendix 1 a document of the House detailing such. Mr. Speaker, Barbados will not stand alone with the coming into being of this public-private partnership. For example, Bermuda went a similar route in the development of the L.F. Wade International Airport, Bermuda's International Airport. Skyport is a special purpose company owned by AECON Concessions, responsible for the airport's operations, maintenance, and commercial functions, as well as coordinating the overall delivery of Bermuda International Airport redevelopment project over a 30-year concession term that commenced in 2017. Under a government-to-government public-private partnership model, AECON worked with the Canadian Commercial Corporation and the government of Bermuda to develop, finance, design, build, operate, and now maintain the new passenger terminal building, which opened in December 2020. Other airports, Mr. Speaker, in this region, for example, Jamaica, with both the Donald Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay and the Norman Manley Airport in Kingston, and the Bahamas with the Lyndon Pindley International Airport in Nassau, have followed the traditional private-public partnership route. At the outset, it is vital to clarify that while our partners from the UAE consortium are making investments in the airport and are involved in its management, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that the ownership of the Granthams International Airport remains Barbadian. We will award shares to the workers, and in the near future, if the National Insurance Board finds favor with the investment as being appropriate to its needs, it will be so engaged. This partnership, Mr. Speaker, is rooted in enhancing operational efficiency and upgrading infrastructure to provide an improved travel experience for everyone who passes through the gates. This government, Mr. Speaker, will continue to speak with Beijing's. We will convene a public meeting to inform and update the public about the public-private partnership. An official announcement regarding the date and time will be issued in the near future. But, Mr. Speaker, in my view, the decision to partner with the UAE-led consortium would be best understood and appreciated by considering a comparative analysis on the following factors. Prior to COVID-19, the International Finance Corporation had estimated that the Grand Ams International Airport would receive a concession fee of 22.5% with an investment of Barbados $252 million. Post-COVID, the concession fee was estimated to decrease to between 11 and 15%, with the investment also decreasing to $240 million. Mr. Speaker, the concession fee being offered by the UAE-led consortium of 30% until pre-COVID passenger numbers are reached, then increase to 40% and 50% for the last 10 years of the concession, is an improvement over what was being offered by the International Finance Corporation. Mr. Speaker, I have at Appendix 1 the details, which I have already made a document of this House for all and sundry to review. Mr. Speaker, the original transaction structure report from the AFC, which is the detailed plan of the terms and conditions of the PPP, are also contained therein. The renegotiated transaction structure report from the AFC as a result of the pandemic, and the current proposed transaction structure report with the UAE-led consortium. The investment of not less than 300 million Barbados dollars exceeds what was being offered under the International Finance Corporation proposal even pre-COVID. Furthermore, with the signing fee of Barbados $16 million to be paid by the proposed concessionaire, part upfront and the remainder after initial period of operation, shows the improvements which have been made with the chosen proposal. However, the International Finance Corporation proposal, an upfront fee was estimated to be on the basis for a further reduction of the concession fee on offer, as you will see in Appendix 1. Mr. Speaker, let it be clearly understood by all and sundry that this agreement between the two states will not, to the slightest degree, compromise Barbados' national sovereignty, with the control of immigration, customs, the police, port health, and other agencies remaining firmly in Barbados' hands. The anticipated transformation is not simply about enhancing physical amenities and operations of the airport. It is about our country, repositioning Barbados in the aviation industry and redefining its role in the region. By modernizing our facilities and expanding our capacity, we intend to attract more airlift and make Grand Ams International Airport that beacon of excellence in the Americas for airlines and travelers alike. In essence, the $300 million investment and the management concession accompanying it will not only transform the Grand Ams International Airport, but it will also play a crucial role in bolstering the economic future of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged, and before that, let me move a resolution, Mr. Speaker. Whereas the Grand Islands International Airport is in need of investment, having not had major capital investment for a period of 2 decades. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, the airport moved from a position of profit to one of significant loss, having seen a cessation of commercial traffic. And whereas during the period of cessation of commercial traffic, the Grand Islands International Airport retained its entire staff complement. And whereas airports which play a pivotal role in all economies have to remain relevant, competitive, appealing, and financially successful in order to fully play their crucial role in contributing to continued economic and social growth and development. Be it resolved that the Parliament of Barbados take note of the Memorandum of Understanding which has been signed between the Grand Islands International Airport, Inc. and the Office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmu Al Maktoum, an entity registered and incorporated in the United Arab Emirates, along with agencies Universal SA, a company incorporated in Chile. Take note that the Grand Islands International Airport will remain the property of the Government of Barbados during the life of the concession. 3, reaffirms its commitment to the reposition of Barbados in the global aviation industry and redefining its role as a regional hub and a beacon of excellence for travelers and cargo in the Americas. And 4, reaffirms government's pledge to broaden economic enfranchisement and contribute to the expansion of opportunity for workers of Barbados and the creation of wealth for them. Mr. Speaker, I am much obliged and I reserve my right to speak.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I know it has been long, but I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 25th of July at 10 a.m.
The question is that this Honourable Chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th day of July, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th day of July, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.